Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 274, The Prototype of the Space Fleet. After a short rest, Mecha, who had recovered her normal state, found Yang Hui to discuss what Heaven's Pillar should do next. However, before that, Mecha had something to discuss with Yang Hui. Gina came to you. Yes. I see. Let's not talk about him. Did you receive the gift I gave you? Yes, but why did you give him P02? And the question about P03, why didn't you take it back? Do you think the P series can compare with the X series? No. Are you kidding? The X series is a next-generation MIS developed at a great cost by combining the efforts of many excellent research institutes and military enterprises. The P series Gundam Astray was only secretly developed by or based on the X series. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a castrated version. How can it compare? So the P series is not as valuable as imagined. At best, it is the basis of the MIS mass production plan. P01 has been obtained, and the information and data are also in hand. The Astray plan has been completed. P02 and P03 can be sent out to attract talents to better play their value. I understand. Then what about P04, Green Machine, and P05, Purple Machine? What are you going to do with them? Send P04 to Ashiguang Society as the Ace Pilot's car. The MIS unit is just starting out, so we have to set 1 or 2 benchmarks. As for P05, he didn't finish, but Yang Hui's eyes had given the answer. No, we have P01, which is enough. Mecha said. P01 is P01, it belongs to Gina. Will you let him go? The answer was stuck in Yang Hui's throat and couldn't be spoken, but the silence had given the answer. So I don't need P05, P01 is enough. Send P05 to Aurora Society as well. Just leave it in Heavenly Pillars. As the future commander-in-chief of the Orb Space Fleet, using a machine that has been used by others, wouldn't it make Orb look too stingy? Yang Hui teased. Let's focus on the present. The next task of Heavenly Pillars is to fully mass-produce the P-series. No, the mass production of MIS will be handed over to Aurora Society. Heavenly Pillars has other tasks. What tasks? Hearing this, Mecha frowned slightly. The situation in Orb was precarious. She couldn't think of any more important task than strengthening Orb's local strength. Take a look at this. Instead of answering Mecha directly, he sent her 3 design drawings. This is it. Mecha was shocked when she opened the design drawings. What came into view were the design drawings of 3 battleships, perfect war weapons. As long as they could be made, then even if the scale of Orb's space fleet was not as large as that of the Earth Army and Zaft Army, it could still defeat all enemies. But the problem is, ZZ-class escort cruiser, 320 meters long, can carry up to 6 MIS, 1 MIS catapult, nuclear power is the main energy source, assisted by a plasma fusion drive, armed with one 225 cm twin-mounted high-energy beam cannon, Godfeld Mk71, 225 cm single-mounted high-energy beam cannon, Godfeld Mk70, 10, Porcupine formation, anti-aircraft automatic Vulcan cannons, 2 8-mounted missile launchers, which can be loaded with all types of missiles. White Tiger-class high-speed cruiser, 371 meters long, can carry up to 12 MIS, 2 MIS catapults, nuclear power is main energy source, assisted by 2 plasma fusion drives, fully armed with 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons, Godfeld Mk71, 2, 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons, Godfeld Mk70, 4, Porcupine array, anti-aircraft automatic Vulcan cannons 14, 3 10-tube missile launchers, which can be loaded with all types of missiles. Kirin-class main carrier, 460 meters long, carrying 24 MIS, 4 MIS catapults, nuclear power is the main energy source, assisted by 4 plasma fusion drives, armed with 4 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons, Godfeld Mk71, 4 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons, Godfeld Mk70, 6 triple secondary beam cannons, 1 positron city braking cannon, Lohengrin, 2 110 cm linear cannons, variant Mk8, 26, Porcupine formation, anti-aircraft automatic Vulcan cannons, 3 10-tube missile launchers, or, let me explain here. I have not been sure what battleship was the prototype of the White Tiger-class cruiser in the New World. Now let me confirm it. First of all, the prototype of the White Tiger-class battleship is the Ireland-class battleship in the UC era. The latest ZZ-class escort cruiser is the Baikal-class battleship in the New World, and the Killin-class main carrier is the Dogeskaya-class battleship in the UC era. If you want to complain about the level of technology, financial resources, manpower and material resources, etc., just treat it as the same appearance, because I said, this is the prototype, which is convenient for readers to fill in the picture in their brains. Moreover, in different worlds, how can we be sure whether it can be done? Wait. What's wrong? Yang Hui was stunned. This was the first time he saw Mina so panicked. You mean, are these warships from Orb's space fleet? Yes, according to my calculations, Orb needs 3 space fleets to form an effective deterrent in the universe. Each fleet will be headed by a Kirin-class main carrier, 4 White Tiger-class high-speed cruisers and 16 ZZ-class frigates. Are you dreaming? Do you want me to knock you out right now? There's everything in dreams. Mina cursed. Are these warships good? Are they powerful? Of course they are good and powerful. Mina was jealous. If Orb could have a fleet composed of such warships, not to mention the ground, wouldn't it be able to beat anyone it caught in the universe? What qualifications do the Earth Army and Plant have to bully Orb? But if Orb wants to build such a space fleet, it's polite to say that it's a luxury, it's simply a fantasy. What about the space fleet? A Kirin-class main carrier can drain all the resources that Orb currently has, not to mention the Ms on board. There is another serious problem. Nuclear power is used as the main power source. What kind of international joke is this? Under the effect of the neutron jammer, nuclear energy is just waste, okay? I know what you want to say. This is just our ultimate goal. We can start construction now. As for the resources and funds needed, I will find a way to get them. Yang Hui said. Mina was silent. Yang Hui was right. We can't give up just because we can't do it now. If we want to achieve Yang Hui and her goals and want Orb to stand at the top of the world, this kind of fleet is indispensable, but she really can't believe that Yang Hui can solve the problem of resources and funds. This is not something that can be solved by 1 or 2 foreign trades. The amount of funds and resources is incalculable. Even the richest Atlantic Federation may not be able to take it out. Leave it to me. Heaven's Pillar can do as much as it can. Okay, don't let me down. Yang Hui has made up his mind, and Mina can't refute it. She knows Yang Hui. Things that have been decided will not be changed. Mina can disagree, then Yang Hui will hand it over to others. Moreover, although it is a cooperation, Yang Hui has always been in a dominant position. Mina is helpless about this situation, but there is nothing she can do about it, because Yang Hui is more qualified than her. Moreover, this is also Yang Hui's promise to her, the commander-in-chief of the Orb space fleet, and the best opportunity for the Sadhok family to step out of the shadows and into the sun. Have I ever disappointed you? The 8th Fleet. Ahem, a deviation from expectations. Okay, I have to go back to Earth. There are still a lot of things on Earth that I need to deal with, and the resources and funds you need. Alice, it's a hard life. Mina sneered and rolled her eyes at Yang Hui, but soon she thought of something and raised the corner of her mouth in a playful arc. By the way, there is one thing I think you need to know. What is it? Seeing Mina's expression, Yang Hui raised his vigilance to the highest level, and a bad premonition filled his mind. Azmi asked us for help. Huh? They can't hold on. Yang Hui frowned. In his opinion, the Atlantic Federation would definitely attack Orb, but without evidence, and with allies to share the pressure in advance, it shouldn't be defeated so quickly. No, it's not Orb's business, it's Azmi's personal request. Stop talking. The bad premonition came true. There was only one thing that could make Azmi lose face and ask for help from Sadhok as a personal. The little princess of the Asha family disappeared again, and, according to the intelligence, she seems to be in the Zaft-occupied area now, and it seems that she is playing some dangerous game with a group of people. Stop talking. I didn't hear anything. Yang Hui said madly. Ho ha ho ha. Seeing Yang Hui's depressed and crazy look, the depression that was suppressed by Yang Hui before was swept away, and Mina also laughed happily. This idiot, is the crisis in orb not enough? Is he crazy? Can't he give me some peace of mind? If he didn't know, Yang Hui could use all kinds of excuses to prevaricate, just not going back to orb to see Uzumi, but now Mina has told him, and with Mina's scheming, she will definitely tell Uzumi about this, and then Uzumi will find Yang Hui and ask him to capture Kigali back to orb. No, even if Mina didn't tell Uzumi, Yang Hui would still ask him to capture Kigali. Because in orb, Kigali is really a lawless little princess. She dares not listen to anyone, except for one person, that is Yang Hui. Because other people either don't dare or are reluctant to teach Kigali a lesson, but Yang Hui dares, and his actions are quite cruel. I still remember when I was a child, Kigali was naughty once and was scolded by Yang Hui. She hid in the house and cried for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't dare to go out. After she recovered, she ran out to make trouble again. As a result, Yang Hui threw her into a small dark room for a week. Except for delivering meals, she didn't see any light. Since then, although Kigali still quarreled and argued with Yang Hui, she didn't dare to make trouble anymore, or she didn't dare to let Yang Hui know that she was making trouble. Oh. I know, I'll go back to orb first. Come on, that little princess is an unstable factor. Haha. Yang Hui sneered and rolled his eyes. Can Monkey King escape from Tathagata's 5-finger mountain? Chapter 275. The situation is changing. You cheat and I cheat? Alice, I have a hard life. Sitting in the jeep, looking at the endless golden desert, Yang Hui lamented helplessly. Don't complain, Yang Hui, I was living well in the universe, but now I am your bodyguard, eating sand with you. Lyle teased. The first day I met you. Yang Hui rolled his eyes. I don't know who was vying to go to North Africa with Yang Hui to find Kigali. After returning to orb from Heavenly Pillar, he was called by Uzumi and Yang Hongai as soon as possible. The first thing he saw was the tired and resentful expressions of the 2 old men. Yang Hui went to Heliopolis once, and then too many things happened. The collapse of Heliopolis, boarding the Archangel, Orb's participation in the development of Plan G, using Lakis as a bargaining chip to ensure his own safety, and the Battle of the 8th Fleet. A series of emergencies made Orb's top leaders anxious. The Atlantic Federation, the Eurasian Federation, the East Asian Federation, Plant and other major forces all questioned Orb, what was going on? Fortunately, Wong set out for Plant after the separation, stabilized Plant and the top leaders, and also won great benefits for Orb. Then, Wang Liumi's father in this world and Yang Hongaiu, according to Wang Liumi's suggestions, successively contacted neutral countries in East Asian Federation, South African Unified Organization and other moderate members of the Earth Union. After reaching a number of deals in private, they received considerable help and curbed the pressure of the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation on Orb, which stabilized the situation. But, what happened to the 8th Fleet made all the forces completely mad. The unknown Umiz was not a big deal. Although it showed good combat power, its number was small and it was a special machine at first glance, so it did not pose a threat. But the performance of the Dawn Gundam made all the forces feel deeply daunted. For a time, all the major forces began to try various ways to contact Amito, at all costs, to bring them into their pockets. If they failed to win them over, they would force them. As long as they could get the technology of the Dawn Gundam, anything would be fine. Moreover, the top leaders of the major forces speculated that Amito's mercenary identity was just a cover, and Amito was from Orb. What? No evidence? Not necessary. Direct oppression, even if Amito really did not belong to Orb, it was worth it to use this as an excuse to put pressure and sanctions on Orb. After all, Sleeping Lion was not a joke. Since you are sleeping, just keep sleeping. Fortunately, Wang Liumi, who returned to Orb, acted quickly to balance the forces of all parties. With verbal battles, he temporarily blocked the opponent's attack, and cleverly used various excuses to gain a lot of benefits from the hands of major forces, especially the Atlantic Federation and Plant. The collapse of Heliopolis is inseparable from both parties. In the face of ironclad evidence, no matter how many excuses are made, it is useless. At the beginning, the Atlantic Federation also put forward various slogans, such as that Earthlings should join them to fight against Zaft and Plant, but was directly blocked by Wang Liumi's words. AB is a neutral country and has always advocated the harmonious coexistence of natural persons and regulators. This is recognized by international law. Are you defying international law? There are also radicals who directly threaten Wang Liumei with a large army, but Wang Liumei directly told him that he had just returned from plant diplomacy. If the Atlantic Federation insisted on using force to solve the problem, then Orb would seek new collaborators and protectors. And this new collaborator and protector, there is no need to say it directly, everyone knows who it is. The state level had no other options, so they started with Wang Liumei, coercing and luring her, promising her all kinds of benefits, and even threatening her. Wang Liumei was not afraid and refused directly. There was even a fat and big-eared senior official who wanted to catch Wang Liumei's attention, but his third leg was directly crippled by his bodyguard, Setsuna. The Atlantic Federation also planned to use this as an excuse to threaten Wang Liumei, but before he could do anything, Wang Liumei took the initiative and summoned all the media to expose the incident, focusing on the fact that he had been treated unfairly as a diplomat in the Atlantic Federation. For a time, the Atlantic Federation was criticized by all classes, especially many civilians in the Atlantic Federation. In the end, they had no choice but to dismiss the senior official and put him under custody. After promising Wang Liumei many benefits, they suppressed the incident. On the plant side, the emperor took the area to go there again and conducted diplomacy. Wang is only a tactical forecaster, not as good at diplomacy as Wang Liumei, but she has been in this world for many years. She has learned a lot just by watching Wang Liumei and Yang Hui deal with political events. Moreover, with a press release prepared by Wang Liumei for her, it is not difficult to stabilize plant. Originally, Yang Hui planned to go to plant in person, but what else can he say after arriving in North Africa? All he can say is that Chuzumi is an old bastard. He actually threatened him with marriage. You and Kigali are childhood sweethearts, and you have always had a great relationship. I think you should just be together. Your father and I have already. Old bastard. If you dare to say that, I will leave Orb immediately. Yang Hui was so angry that he didn't even call him by his honorific title, and directly called Uzumi old bastard. Childhood sweethearts, and you have always had a great relationship? Don't you know that Kigali and I have been arguing since we were young? Don't you know that we are incompatible and are born to be mortal enemies? Question mark. Finally, Uzumi had no choice but to agree to Uzumi to go to North Africa and bring Kigali back to Orb. By the way, he could care about the situation of Archangel and Malu, although they had not been separated for long. Tisk, the old man is so shameless, he is just about to throw a tantrum. Yang Hui cursed. Ho ha ho ha. When Yang Hui talked about this matter, Lyle couldn't help laughing. On the one hand, he laughed at Yang Hui. He had never seen Yang Hui so angry. If he hadn't been prepared, Lyle really wanted to record it and bring it back to Promise Fortress for everyone to enjoy. On the other hand, he laughed at Uzumi. Who would have thought that the leader of a country, Uzumi, who is always upright and serious, would have such a rogue side? What are you laughing at? Do you believe that I will let Uzumi betroth the Kigali to you? Yang Hui cursed viciously. Forget it, I don't have the blessing to marry the princess. Lyle was sweating profusely. He had never met Kigali, but he had heard how much the princess liked to make trouble. He really didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Tisk, princess. Whose princess is missing all day long? She's crazy enough to join the gorillas. Isn't there one? The princess of Orb? Lyle teased jokingly. By the way, Yang Hui, are you really not going to? Well, I've decided. Well, Yang Hui didn't get angry because of his teasing. He was so calm that it was scary. Lyle's hair stood on end instantly. What are you doing? Put your pad away. Drive carefully. You're going to flip over. After a while of playing around, Lyle stopped fighting for Yang Hui's pad, and Yang Hui naturally put his pad away. Are you kidding? Introducing Kigali to Lyle? That's impossible. Not only Lyle, but any future core member of Promise Fortress will never do that. If Kigali knew the existence of Promise Fortress and the true identities of Yang Hui and the others, who knows what kind of chaos she would cause. So she must not be allowed to be with. Fuck. What's wrong? The sudden curse scared Lyle. Nothing. You are getting weirder and weirder. Your illusion. The reason why Yang Hui suddenly cursed was because he thought of something in the future, that is, Kigali and the little wolf. It's Aslan's emotional problem. To be honest, Yang Hui still hasn't figured out how Aslan fell in love with Kigali, the bear princess. Could it be that Aslan awakened his mother's attribute and liked to take care of children? Ahem, let's not talk about how Aslan fell in love with Kigali. Anyway, in Yang Hui's memory, Aslan and Kigali had a relationship experience. During the process, Aslan and Kigali could be said to love and kill each other. You cuckold me and I will cuckold you. Anyway, in the end, I don't know whether this pair of enemies will be together in the end, but to be honest, Yang Hui thinks that the brave little fangirl is more suitable to ascend to the throne and become the final Lady Sarah. After all, she is the woman who has paid the most for Aslan and has always been with Aslan. I have to say that in this world, the relationship between the protagonists is still quite messy. Sonye's girlfriend was blackened and got together with Kira, and finally they became true love. Lakis and Athrin were engaged, and then Athrin was cheated on by his good friend, so the blackened Frigi woke up. Kigali had a crush on Kira, and when she was about to take it to the next level, Yuzumi told her that lovers eventually become siblings, and then she got together with Athrin, who was grazing on the green grassland. In the next stage, it was even more messy. Kira and Lakis's relationship was very stable, but the relationship between Athrin and Katori was simply an ethical drama, right? Ahem, I feel off topic again, but Yang Hui was thinking, should I interfere with the relationship between Athrin and Kigali? Indeed, Yang Hui didn't care who Athrin would end up with. The only thing he was worried about was that Kigali, a crazy girl whose brain circuit was obviously different from that of ordinary people, would cause trouble. Lyle. What's wrong? You said, to reduce trouble, should I break up a couple in advance? Squeak. Drifting and emergency stopping, almost throwing Yang Hui out. What are you doing? What did you do? Ahem, I just said, if we break up the couples who will be together in the future in advance, it will save some trouble. Should we do it? Oh my god. Where does the deep hatred come from? Do you need to be so vicious? Just asking. Lyle did not continue driving, but lit a cigarette and stopped in the desert to chat with Yang Hui. He also knew that Yang Hui had watched the anime in this world, so he should have anticipated some trouble. But, what kind of trouble would make Yang Hui care so much? But it can be solved by just breaking up a couple who are not together yet. Yang Hui, I don't want to know what the future will be like. And you said it yourself, with our participation, the future has been completely changed, so. Lyle took a puff of cigarette, threw away the cigarette butt, and looked at Yang Hui. You are going to support a country like Orb to the top of the world, what else are you worried about? Hearing this, Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, raised his lips, and put his worries behind him. You are right, thank you, Lyle. Haha, the opportunity to teach you a lesson is rare. Get lost, drive. Got it. Chapter 276, Pugitele's Harvest. Yang Hui and Lyle were like looking for a needle in a haystack in the desert, aimlessly searching for Kigali's whereabouts. No, Yang Hui, are we just looking like this? What else? That old bastard Esme only told me that she was in the North African desert area, and didn't say anything else. Don't we have our own intelligence network? It would be fine if he didn't mention it, but Yang Hui got a headache when he mentioned his own intelligence network. Our intelligence network is not yet complete, and we are short of manpower. We can only spread out and focus on key targets. Kigali is not within the scope. Are you serious? Lyle raised his eyebrows. Kigali is Uzmi's daughter, the most noble little princess in Orb, and you tell me she is not important? Who knows if this girl will remember food but not beatings? Yang Hui covered his face in depression. I thought that since Kigali had been taught and educated by him since she was young, she would be more obedient when she grew up. Besides, there was indeed a shortage of manpower at that time. Considering that Yuzumi would also arrange bodyguards to keep an eye on her, she was excluded from the observation target. After all, the intelligence of the Earth Union and plant was much more important than Kigali, a girl who loved to make trouble. Originally, there were intelligence networks in South Africa and North Africa. However, a few days ago, Victoria Harbor was occupied by the Zaft Army. The Zaft Army became more and more rampant and directly defeated the Earth Army stationed in South Africa. All friendly troops withdrew, leaving only the South African Unified Organization and the local resistance organization to fight stubbornly. Even the senior officials of the same organization in South Africa had fled from their territory. Such an intelligence network was paralyzed for a while and could not be contacted at all. This was the problem that Wang Liumi had to solve next. Who knew? Before he could solve it, Yang Hui and Lyle came to North Africa. Then what do you say? What should we do? We can't just keep looking blindly like this. There is not enough time. Lyle complained. Let's go to the nearest town. We need to replenish food and water. Let's see if we can find our own people. Yang Hui was helpless. He could only find a place with people to get information. That's the only way. Lyle sighed. He wanted to follow Yang Hui to carry out the mission. Whether it was using his brain or hands, it would be much easier with Yang Hui. As a result, Alice, I didn't think it through. According to the satellite navigation, Yang Hui and Lyle came to the nearest town, which was a village built in the canyon, Tasher. Although the conditions were very difficult, the people here had sincere smiles on their faces. It can be seen that they were a group of simple villagers, but they seemed to be a little xenophobic. Who are you? Before entering the village, they were pointed at with guns. Yang Hui and Lyle were speechless again, especially Yang Hui, who cursed Kigali in his heart. It would be bad to have anything to do with her. We are just travelers passing by. We want to go to the town to replenish food and water. Yang Hui explained as gently as possible. Travelers? In a place like this? The villagers looked at each other without putting down their guns. Who are you kidding? This area has been occupied by Zaft for a long time, and our village is so remote, how could there be travelers passing by? You are Zaft spies, right? We are not Zaft spies, we are really just passing by. Yang Hui tried his best to remain calm, but because he had no choice but to take on the job, he had been baked in the desert sun for an afternoon, and was pointed at by others with guns, so he was inevitably a little irritated. Nonsense. You must be Zaft spies, get out. That's right, get out. Get out of our village. Well, okay, we'll leave. Yang Hui didn't want to make a big deal out of it. When he checked the map before, he found that the other town was not far away, and it only took 2 hours to drive, so he simply chose to leave. As a result, when Yang Hui and Lyle were about to get on the car, an old voice stopped them. Please wait a moment. Elder. It's the elder. Elder, we found a Zaft spy. Shut up. Put your guns away. You almost hurt our most distinguished guest. The elder scolded. And not only the young men with guns, but also Yang Hui and Lyle were stunned. They didn't remember any interaction with this old man, and they didn't think that the elders of such a village would know their identities. Who are you? Yang Hui asked. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yang Hui, Miss Wang Liumi's fiancé? Do you know Liumi? Yang Hui asked in surprise. Wow, it's you. It seems that my eyes can recognize people clearly. Please follow me into the village first. Yang Hui and Lyle looked at each other and didn't follow the elder. Everything that happened was too weird. There were only 2 people, no backup, and no machine. They didn't dare to take risks. The elder saw the two's caution and worry, and said to Yang Hui, Heavenly man. Hearing this, Yang Hui and Lyle's faces changed, and quickly returned to normal. They put down all their guards and followed the elder into the village. They walked all the way and came to the elder's house. The two looked around. It was a very simple sand house and they didn't find anyone hiding in the house, so they put their minds at ease and asked about the doubts in their hearts. You are Sir Yang Hui. I am the person in charge of Heavenly Man in North Africa. Huh? Yang Hui and Lyle were stunned. Please wait a moment. Then, the elder walked into the inner room, and after a sound of rummaging through boxes, he came out again with a special metal badge in his hand. This is proof. The round badge is divided into 3 colors. The outermost is copper brown, the inner is silver, and the center is a golden, Heavenly Man, organization symbol. The symbol is based on a pair of overlapping white wings. Well, it is indeed the identity certificate of celestial being, but how could you? After confirming the other party's identity, Yang Hui and Lyle relaxed, but their expressions became more weird. In fact, not only me, but the whole village is a member of Heavenly Man. I am just the person in charge. 3 years ago, the village was not here, but in the desert not far away. That year, sandstorms occurred frequently, and it did not rain for a long time. Both water and food were at their limit. If Miss Wang had not come by chance, all of us would have been finished. At that time, Miss Wang not only bought sufficient food and water for us from nearby towns at a high price, but also assisted the whole village to complete the migration. This was a great favor to us, so we wanted to repay Miss Wang, but we couldn't come up with anything, and we felt very guilty. As a result, Humei's child accidentally overheard Miss Wang recruiting people to develop the intelligence network, and the child came to tell me, and then I found Miss Wang and became the person in charge of the North African region. This. Yang Hui and Lyle heard it and felt very ridiculous. They had met several people in the intelligence organization. Although they were not very professional, they were definitely young and strong men. What on earth was Wang Liumei thinking? They actually let an old man become the intelligence chief of North Africa, and they kidnapped the whole village. Wow, Mr. Yang Hui, are you wondering why Miss Wang chose me as the person in charge? Yet. With just this question, Yang Hui's doubts were dispelled. Those who can see through his thoughts are not ordinary characters. Don't look at my old age, but I still have some prestige in this area of North Africa. Unlike big cities, the villages and the desert are connected to each other. Everyone helps each other to live in this desert. So my connections are all over this desert area, and the young people in the village respect me as an old guy. In addition, I never go out to gather intelligence in person, and my age is the best cover, so Miss Wang chose me as the person in charge. I know, thank you very much for your help. These reasons are hard to find fault with, but Yang Hui silently added two more in his mind, that is, meticulous thinking and accurate judgment. Then I'll get straight to the point, Elder. The first question is, why can't we contact you? The person in charge of the Zaft army in North Africa is Andre Barthold, also known as the Desert Tiger. He is a very cautious man. From the moment North Africa was occupied, he sent people to spread powerful jammers all over the desert with the intention of cutting off all electronic signals. Originally, we were close to the edge of the occupied area and the impact was not too great, but you probably already know what happened a few days ago. The fall of Victoria Harbor. Yes, with the fall of Victoria Harbor, the Desert Tiger also took advantage of this favorable situation to launch an attack on the territory of the South African Unified Organization, expanding the occupied area, and then performed the same action, so the communication was cut off. I see. In that case, I will give you the latest instructions on behalf of Wang Liumei. After completing the final mission, the North African Intelligence Network will cease all activities and remain on standby in silence. But I have read the intelligence on Andre Barthold carefully. He is a man who should not be underestimated. It will be difficult for you not to be discovered if you take any action again. Besides, North Africa does not need our focus right now, so there is no need to put you at risk. I understand. It's just that Miss Wang's kindness, sigh. Elder, please don't misunderstand Liumei. She helped you, not to put you in danger, just to repay her kindness. Okay. Then the second question is also the final task. Yang Hui took out a photo from his arms and put it in front of the elder. Find this person. Seeing the photo, the elder's expression became strange. Why? Have you seen her? I have seen her. What do you want to see her for? It seems that you know her. Yes, she is an enthusiastic and kind girl. She has provided us with a lot of help. What's her name? Where is she now? Her name is Kigali Yura. Now, she should be at the base of Desert Dawn. Desert Dawn? That armed resistance organization? Was it established by your people? Yang Hui was stunned and asked. Yes. The elder was embarrassed. Thinking of what Yang Hui had said before, asking them to keep silent and wait, he had promised well, but now armed resistance was exposed. Isn't this clearly disobeying orders? Yang Hui slapped him in the face. Even Lyle rolled his eyes in frustration and cursed in his heart, that stupid girl. Chapter 277, A Dreamy Reunion. Before coming, Yang Hui and Lyle had received information from Uzmi that Kigali was suspected to have joined a guerrilla resistance organization in North Africa. Yang Hui, who knew the original plot, also knew this, but he didn't expect that the seemingly scattered resistance organizations were all from the same organization, and they were all from the same people. Not only that, Yang Hui also learned from the elders information that Uzmi didn't tell him, that is, Kigali has always been followed by guards. A brown-skinned strong man over 1.8 meters tall, with long brown hair, dressed in a strong South American style. Damn it, what's going on with Kisaka? Why let Kigali do whatever she wants? Radnir Kisaka is the guard following Kigali, the commanding colonel of the 21st Special Space Force of the Yorub Army. He has been protecting Kigali since she was a child and is Uzmi's absolute confidant. At first, Yang Hui thought that Kigali had gotten rid of Kisaka, so Kigali had the opportunity to act recklessly, and he could not get Kigali's exact location. But Kisaka was with Kigali, so why didn't he stop Kigali? Didn't he know what kind of impact Kigali's accident would have on Orb? Don't talk about the plot of the anime. Anime can arrange it at will for the plot, but this is reality. Without the manipulation of the hand of God, why would such a calm person like Kisaka be confused? Elder, can you tell me where Desert Dawn is hiding? Yang Hui asked. Of course, but Mr. Yang Hui, I can also send someone to notify. No, I'll go. The less you move, the safer it will be. Okay, I'm really sorry, but you still need to go there in person. No problem, Kigali, that girl, I'll feel relieved if you go there in person. It's okay to send someone to send a message and let Kigali return to Tasio, but if someone lets it slip and lets Kigali know that Yang Hui is looking for her, she will definitely not come back and will continue to escape. It will be really difficult to find her at that time. There is also a second reason. Judging from the time, the Archangel should be with her, Desert Dawn, now and have fought with Andre Bartfield once. Wait? The Archangel has fought with Bartfield, so this place is not. Elder, does Zaf know about this place? Yang Hui asked. I know, but he didn't make things difficult for us. He just treated us as an ordinary village. Notify the whole village and move immediately. Why? Bartfield is not a simple character. From the entrance of the village to your house, we can see caves storing weapons and ammunition all the way. Your concealment work is not enough. He must have discovered you, but he didn't do anything to you for some reason. Yang Hui explained. It should be, not. The elder hesitated. The villages and towns in North Africa had weapons before Zaft occupied them. Even if weapons were found, they would not necessarily suspect that they were related to Desert Dawn, right? It's better to be prepared. At least move some of the food and water to a backup safe point. Don't gamble with everyone's lives on unknown possibilities. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. The elder thought for a while and agreed to Yang Hui's suggestion. Under the arrangement of the elder, the people of Tasir took action one after another. Yang Hui and Lyle naturally would not continue to stay in Tasir. They asked the elder to arrange a tour guide to take them to the frontline headquarters of Desert Dawn. With a guide, Yang Hui and Lyle no longer had to search for a needle in a haystack in the desert. They drove the jeep and quickly arrived at the frontline command post. They were not harassed like when they entered Tasir. Why is this ship here? Lyle looked at the Archangel in surprise after entering the canyon. It is said that the route deviated when it landed, and it did not land at the Alaska base, but landed here. Yang Hui said. You knew it a long time ago? No wonder you accepted Uzmi's request. It seems that you really care about this ship. Lyle teased. The Archangel is irrelevant. I care about the people on this ship. You make me curious. Surrounded by suspicious eyes, Yang Hui and Lyle entered the canyon. They had not walked far when they met acquaintances. Yang Hui. Why are you here? Sai? Thor? Miliaria? Kaz? Why are you here? And Yang Hui pretended to be surprised and pointed to the military rank on the collar of his military uniform. Before, they wore military uniforms but did not have any ranks, which meant that they were just temporary volunteers and volunteers, not real soldiers. But now they have ranks, which means that they have officially joined the Earth Army. Of course, Yang Hui must know the reason. Frey has turned evil and officially joined the Earth Army. As Frey's boyfriend, Sai naturally cannot abandon Frey and get off the ship by himself. With Sai taking the lead, Thor and others will not leave, and Kara will naturally stay. But Yang Hui vaguely saw a faint green light shining on Sai's head. It seems that his boyfriend has added a prefix. We have joined the Earth Army. Frey's father died. Frey wants to join the Earth Army. Naturally, we can't abandon her. Thor said, and Sai's expression became very complicated. Besides, Frey is right. After going through so many things, we can't just watch all this happen and do nothing. Since we have the ability, we should do our best. Did you say that? Instead of handing safety to others, it is better to take it into our own hands. I hope the war can end sooner. Thor added. Well, I understand. Although you have joined the Earth Army, you are still citizens of Orb. Tell me if you have any difficulties. Thank you, Yang Hui, but why are you here? Aren't you going back to Orb? Thor asked. I'm here to find someone. Looking for someone. Yes, a stupid girl who likes to fool around. Okay, is she here? Yes. Who is it? Yes. Yang Hui. A familiar voice, which was also a headache for Yang Hui, came from behind Yang Hui and Lyle. You, why are you here? What do you think? Yang Hui turned around and looked at Kigali's expression, helpless and depressed. If it weren't for a willful young lady making trouble, I would have been negotiating with the Supreme Council in plant now. I don't want you to care. Yang Hui? Why are you here? After Kigali appeared, acquaintances appeared one after another. First, Kira came with Frey, then Maru and Mew, and even Bakalulu greeted Yang Hui through the Archangel's broadcast. Let's talk about it later. Yang Hui responded one by one, and then looked at Kigali. Come with me. I don't. Do you want to expose your identity here? Yang Hui whispered to Kigali. Kigali was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and followed Yang Hui obediently out of the crowd. This scene surprised Kira and others, and made Malu, Mew and Bakalulu think deeply. They had doubted Kigali's identity before. Unlike the Desert Dawn, who had lived in the desert for a long time, Kigali's skin was obviously not that of a local. If it was just like this, she could be regarded as a voluntary collaborator, but Kigali said the machine number and name as soon as she saw the Archangel and the Strike Gundam. This is not something that an ordinary collaborator can do, and Kigali is still a girl, so her identity is worth thinking about. And now, although meeting Yang Hui again made them feel like a dream, it happened that they were at a loss and had difficulty dealing with the attack of the Desert Tiger. Yang Hui, who had given everyone a sense of security and reliability, appeared in front of them, making people wonder if God was blessing them. But Yang Hui went to find Kigali as soon as he arrived, and turned down the opportunity to reminisce with him. This further proved that Kigali's identity was not simple. Combined with Yang Hui's analysis of his identity, if nothing unexpected happened, Kigali should also be a member of the Orb High Level. However, Malu and Mew did not chase after him. They believed that Yang Hui would tell them if he could. They just needed to wait and enjoy the joy of reunion. But there was a person hiding in the crowd, hiding deep hatred under his forced smile. It's you again, you murderer, the murderer who killed my father. I thought there would be no chance anymore. Now that you are back, then you should die. Frey thought viciously, secretly glancing at Kira. It's better to die in your hands. After crossing the stronghold and climbing the sand dunes, Yang Hui stopped with Kigali after making sure that there was no one around. Do you know what you are doing? Yang Hui asked sternly. None of your business. It was you who betrayed first. What's wrong with me doing this? In Kigali's view, Yang Hui's secret assistance to the Earth Army in developing MIS was a betrayal of Orb, a betrayal of Orb's neutral concept, and an attempt to drag Orb into the war. After returning to Orb earlier than Yang Hui, Kigali found Uzumi and told him about Yang Hui's betrayal, and hoped that Uzumi would arrest Yang Hui for trial. But her passion was not recognized, but was instead exchanged for a scolding from Uzumi. Everything Yang Hui did was for Orb. As the heir of the Asha family, how can you slander him? You grew up together, others don't understand, don't you understand it too? The scolded Kigali couldn't understand why her most respected father, Uzumi, who insisted on making Orb a neutral country, would help a traitor. Without further questioning, Kigali was also disappointed with Uzumi, and even suspected that Yang Hui's actions were instigated by Uzumi, and Uzumi was the biggest traitor in Orb. In a rage, she secretly left Orb and came to North Africa, joined the resistance organization, and helped the local residents fight against Zaft. Since you betrayed me, I will join the battle too. Aren't you going to help the Earth Army? I will also fight Zaft. Now Yang Hui has found her, without any explanation, but questioned her, which shattered Kigali's last hope for Yang Hui. I didn't betray Orb. Then why did you help the Earth Army develop MIS? Isn't this surrendering to the Earth Army? Since you can do it, why can't I? Has Orb joined the war now? Yang Hui asked Kigali. Let me ask, has Orb joined the war now? No. Has Orb publicly announced its joining of the Earth Union and participated in the war? No. Then what makes you say we betrayed you? Have you ever thought about what the consequences will be once your identity is exposed? Let me tell you what the consequences are. Kigali Eula Asha, the daughter of Uzuminara Asha, will declare war on the Plant and Zaft armies on behalf of Orb. Orb will officially join the Earth Union and join the war between the two sides. No. I didn't, but everyone will think so. Whether it's the Zaft Army or the Earth Union, people all over the world will think so. At that time, Orb will only have two choices. One is to join the Earth Union and become their accomplice. The other is not to join the Earth Union and face the joint attack of the two major forces. The country will be destroyed. This is the result. This is the reality. Chapter 278. Boy, you can't control it. As Yang Hui scolded her, Cagali stepped back, fell to the ground, and her eyes were filled with tears. The scolding was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart, which was unbearable. She didn't know whether what Yang Hui said was true, and she couldn't think now, but the shadow from childhood to adulthood, as well as her understanding of Yang Hui, made her unconsciously believe that what Yang Hui said was true, and the consequences of acting without authorization would bring such serious consequences to Orb. I didn't. It's not like this. It's not like this. Seeing Cagali's lost soul, Yang Hui didn't teach her anymore, because Cagali was in such a state that she couldn't listen to anything. If Yang Hui continued, it would be like talking to a cow, which was meaningless. It would be better to let her recover for a while before continuing. Cagali's head was stubborn. She would stick to what she thought was right, even if others thought it was wrong. The only two people who could really challenge her ideas were Yuzumi and Yang Hui. But even if Uzumi and Yang Hui could influence Cagali's thoughts, they could only slightly shake her and could not make her change, unless they took a strong dose of medicine, but no one could afford the price of this strong medicine. The sermon was temporarily over, and Yang Hui took Cagali back to the canyon. Cagali. What's wrong with you? A brown-haired boy with wheat-colored skin ran to Cagali's side, his worry and concern overflowing. Seeing that Cagali did not respond to his call, the boy was furious and pointed his gun at Yang Hui. You bastard. What did you do to Cagali? Stop. Yevm. Put the gun down. But he actually did to Cagali. People on the side hurried to stop him, especially the leader of Desert Dawn. He had received the message from the elders and knew Yang Hui's identity. Everyone on the Archangel came to Yang Hui's side, and some even pointed their guns at the boy. The same was true for Lyle. He had locked onto the boy's vital points and was sure to kill him before he could shoot. Yang Hui, who had his back to the boy, turned around with an indifferent expression and reached out to hold down Lyle's hand holding the gun. Yang Hui. It's okay. Lyle saw confidence in Yang Hui's eyes and put down the gun, but his hand did not loosen the handle of the gun. If the boy still intended to shoot, Lyle would shoot through his head immediately. Put down your guns. Everyone on the Archangel looked at each other, and finally, they listened to Yang Hui and put down their guns obediently. To be honest, they didn't want to conflict with the people of Desert Dawn. They were now living under someone else's roof. They needed the assistance of Desert Dawn for supplies, hiding their whereabouts, and fighting Desert Tiger. After everyone put down their guns, Yang Hui slowly walked in front of the boy, looked at him calmly, and let the gun point at him. Have you ever shot at anyone? Yang Hui asked. Although the boy was also a member of Desert Dawn, and the calluses on his hands showed that he had participated in many battles, he kept shaking after pointing the gun at Yang Hui, not only because of anger, but also with a hint of fear. So Yang Hui judged that although this boy had participated in battles, he definitely had not participated in street fighting or hand-to-hand combat, and had definitely never fought with a living person. What did you say? Do you dare to shoot at people? Of course I dare. Then try shooting, and watch with your own eyes a living life being killed, and watch with your own eyes a bloody corpse falling in front of you. Come on, try, shoot here. As he spoke, Yang Hui put his head against the muzzle of the gun, and spoke the most crazy and cruel words in the calmest tone. Shoot from here, kill with one shot, and with a snap, my head will explode like a watermelon, and the red blood and white brain matter will merge together and spread all around, and will splash on your face and even flow into your mouth. Do you want to taste it? You. What's wrong? Didn't you say you dare? Shoot. Yang Hui. Be careful. Bang. The gunshot was heard, but the scene of red and white splashing did not happen. At the moment when the boy's finger was about to pull the trigger, Yang Hui's hand grabbed the boy's wrist like lightning, raised it high, and fired a shot into the air. Plop! The gun was snatched away by Yang Hui, and the boy collapsed and fell to the ground, as if the action of pulling the trigger consumed all his strength. Is that the extent? Yang Hui said indifferently, dismantling the pistol into parts one by one in front of the boy, and throwing them in front of the boy. If you are not aware enough, Don't point the gun at people. Yang Hui. Everyone who knew Yang Hui at the scene felt that they didn't know him again. Yang Hui just acted like a madman, so crazy that they were scared. Thor and others couldn't help but cover their mouths and retch when they heard Yang Hui describe the scene of the bullet hitting the head. It's okay. Yang Hui turned around, and the crazy state was instantly retracted into his body, returning to the calmness of the past. I haven't seen you for a few days. It seems that you haven't been doing well. Yes, yes, Malu replied in a sluggish tone. On the one hand, he couldn't adapt to Yang Hui's state switching, and on the other hand, he was embarrassed. Their situation was indeed very bad. Without the help of Desert Dawn, they would have been wiped out in the first battle with Andre Bartfield. Yang Hui knew that Malu and the others were frightened by him, so he smiled bitterly without explaining. If anyone who knew him knew that he was just acting, he just wanted to see how conscious the boy who dared to point a gun at him was. He thought that this boy liked Kigali and would be a great person, but Yang Hui didn't expect that he would be so unbearable. You can't even stand such a small scene, and you still dare to like Kigali? Are you kidding? Except for Aslan, whose pupils are the color of grassland, Yang Hui really couldn't think of anyone who could control Kigali. It's a bit too much? Lyle shook his head depressedly and punched Yang Hui lightly. Just let this kid recognize his own weight. Yang Hui shrugged. The situation was over, and there was no bloodshed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and went to work. Yang Hui brought Lyle and Malu and others together. This is Lyle Delandi, temporarily serving as this guy's bodyguard. Lyle introduced himself casually, making people have to doubt the authenticity. But Malu, Mew and others didn't care. It wasn't the first time they met Yang Hui. Although he was a senior official of Orb, he was very easygoing in private and could joke with anyone. Moreover, Yang Hui had a wide network of relationships. As a bodyguard, he was so casual with Yang Hui. Malu and others judged that Lyle was either a mercenary or an important companion with whom he had a close relationship. So Yang Hui, what are you doing in North Africa? Is Orb planning to intervene in the war in North Africa? Malu asked. No, Orb is a neutral country and will not take the initiative to join the war. Yang Hui said with a smile. Then you. That stupid girl. Yang Hui pointed at Kigali, who had not yet recovered, and said helplessly, her father has some relationship with my family. This girl had a conflict with her family, and she ran away from home after playing with her hands. Her father was worried, so he asked me to find her. Oh. Malu and others twitched their mouths. This reason, do you think we believe it? You are a senior official of Orb. Although we haven't had time to understand the international situation, the situation in Orb is not good, right? When Orb needs you to work hard, you come to look for the runaway girl. Is that appropriate? I really came to find her. Haha, yes, we believe you. Before you say that, can you control your expression? You're almost going to have the word disbelief written on your face. Ahem, ahoha, the night view is so beautiful tonight. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's talk about yourselves. You saw it all, that's it. Mew shrugged, his expression very helpless. During the descent, the system suddenly malfunctioned. Although it was repaired quickly, the route deviated more and more. We didn't land in Alaska but in North Africa. The worst thing is that we were in the territory of the Desert Tiger. Not long after landing, we encountered a warm welcome ceremony and almost wiped out the entire army. This is not the worst. Malu sighed and added, although the Archangel can fly in the atmosphere, its altitude is not enough to cross the mountains. It either has to break through the Zaft Army's Gibraltar base or go through the Red Sea and enter the Pacific Ocean from the Indian Ocean. Neither path is easy to take. That's right. Yang Hui agreed, saying that it is difficult to go as a self-consolation statement. It should be said that it is impossible to go. Forget about the Gibraltar base. It is the headquarters of the Zaft Army on Earth. It has a large number of troops and is well defended. The Archangel can't get through it at all. Although there is no big enemy blocking the other road, it is all sea. The only area that can get supplies is the Oceania Union. Unfortunately, the Oceania Union has been occupied by Zaft. The others are all neutral countries and cannot provide them with supplies. Not to mention, no matter which road they take, they still have the mountain of Desert Tiger in front of them. Do you need help? Yang Hui asked Malu and Mew. Is it okay? Orb is not. There must be a way, but even if I want to help you now, I can't. You can see that it's just me and Lyle, and we didn't bring anything. Well, Malu and Mu Morin, at this time and place, Yang Hui and Lyle really can't provide help. North Africa is the occupied area of Zaft, and it is also far away from Orb. Orb's international positioning is also impossible to provide them with blatant help. Forget it, let's eat first. Seeing that the sky is gradually getting dark, Mu also felt hungry and suggested. Okay. But Yang Hui, Kira, may need your help. Well, how should I put it, he has been with Frey recently. After you left, his condition is not very good. Okay, I will go to talk to him. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. Chapter 279 Late Confusion. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun set. I wonder if even the sky was lamenting the cruelty of the war, adding a touch of blood to the golden desert. Kira, you are here. Yang Hui carried the food and looked around, and finally found Kira in a remote corner. Accompanying him, there was also Fury. Yang Hui. For some reason, Kira felt that he could not face Yang Hui, his eyes dodged, and he wanted to leave but his feet could not move. Seeing this, Yang Hui shook his head and asked Fury, who was leaning against Kira, "Can I borrow your boyfriend for a few minutes?" "No. Yang Hui, Fury is not." "Stop." Seeing Kira's panicked defense, Yang Hui immediately stopped him. "Since you have done it, you should take responsibility. You are a man, aren't you?" Kira was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Fury, who was about to cry, and lowered his head again, but held Fury's hand. After Fury felt the warmth of his palm, she suddenly froze for a moment, and her pitiful performance was interrupted. She looked at Kira and Yang Hui at a loss. "Can I borrow Kira for a few minutes?" Frey did not answer, but looked at Kira with a complicated look. She did not want Kira to be alone with Yang Hui, because she was afraid that Yang Hui would see something and persuade Kira to leave her, or Kira would not be able to control his mouth and tell Yang Hui about the bad things he said about Yang Hui in private and provoke the relationship between the two. But, at this moment, the warmth of her palm left a drop of melting water on her cold heart. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to listen to Kira. If Kira asked her to leave, she would leave. "Frey, can you wait for a few minutes?" Kira asked Frey softly. It's okay." After a moment of silence, she hid her disappointment in her heart and slowly left with the food. Yang Hui glanced at Frey's back, then sat on the ground in front of Kira and swallowed the food in big mouthfuls. Yang Hui. Fill your stomach first. Food is very precious in the desert. Don't waste it. Silence. Kira was more and more confused about Yang Hui. He deliberately sent Frey away to talk to him, but after Frey left, he told him that food was precious and asked him to eat quickly. Forget it, don't think about it. Just listen to Yang Hui. It has always been like this before, right? Kira also learned from Yang Hui to eat voraciously. In a few bites, the two of them ate all the food. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the firelight was imprinted on their faces, exacerbating the dull atmosphere. Yang Hui. Frey. Stop, don't tell me about your relationship problems, I don't care. Just remember to send me an invitation when you get married. Aren't we? Kira. Yes. Remember what I said to you when we parted. Remember. The same thing, do whatever you want to do and don't care too much about other things. But Frey and Sai. This is the choice. Choice. Yes, although you are still a minor, you are already an independent person. Since you have made a choice, you must bear the consequences of it. But I really don't know what to do, Yang Hui. After you left, I was very confused. I still wanted to protect Thor and the others, but I also hate fighting. I really hate it. I know. But if I don't fight, I can't protect them. When what you want to do and what you don't want to do overlap, what will you choose? Kira asked Yang Hui. Simple. Just find the purpose of fighting. I'm not. You don't have a firm will at all, Kira, and the same goes for your relationship with Frey. Yang Hui looked up at the bright starry sky and said to Kira, because your will is not firm, you feel uncomfortable. Fighting is indeed something that should be uncomfortable. After all, the essence of fighting is killing, and no bright and beautiful excuses can cover up this fact. Kira was silent. Yang Hui's words hit the scar on his heart. The reason why he hated fighting was because he didn't want to kill people and didn't want to see anyone die. But people with strong will not back down because of this, because we have clear goals, goals that must be accomplished even if it means killing people. What goal? I don't know about others, but for me, protection. To protect. Yes, it's to protect the people I love, to protect everything I cherish. That's why I fight. But, do you really not care? The fact that someone died. Yes. Huh? If someone wants to destroy everything I cherish, I will protect it even if it means killing people. You are really amazing, Yang Hui. Kira shook his head bitterly and looked up at the stars with Yang Hui. I'm not as amazing as you, I really can't accept it. Then try not to kill people, Kira. Huh? There are many kinds of battles, and there are also those that don't kill people, such as Ms. battles. Making the opponent lose their combat ability is also a way to end the battle. Really? Kira stood up in surprise and asked Yang Hui. Okay, but you have to be prepared too. Prepare for what? Prepare to make it easier for you to die, and your companions to die as well. This. So Kira, all of this is a choice. If you choose to be kind to your enemies, you will be cruel to yourself and your companions, and the enemies will not thank you for your kindness, but will only laugh at you for being stupid, and then come with more enemies. I don't want this result. Then hold on, Kira, or are you willing to give up Thor and the others, give up Frey, and escape alone? Absolutely not. I can't abandon Thor and the others. I won't abandon Frey either. Then hold on, Kira, make yourself stronger and stronger, not just in terms of Ms. driving skills. As he spoke, Yang Hui's fingers touched Kira's heart, and your heart. The real strength is the strength of the mind. I'm not as powerful as you, Yang Hui, and Frey. I have already hurt Sai. He obviously gave so much for me, but no one is born strong, Kira, and I am the same. Yang Hui stood up, holding his and Kira's plates and preparing to leave. I can't give you advice on emotional matters, but, if it were me, I would try to maintain both sides. Huh? I'm an adult, Kira. Yang Hui turned his back to Kira and teased, only children make choices, I want them all. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yang Hui's domineering speech and arrogant laughter, Kira was stunned for a moment, and only came back to his senses when Yang Hui walked away. This guy, what are you talking about, aren't you and I the same age? Kira shook his head and smiled bitterly, and also sighed that this was Yang Hui, always so confident. You want all of them? Can I do that too? Yang Hui stopped walking a short distance with a plate in his hand, and said seriously to the shadow beside him, I know you are using Kira, and I know you hate me. I am not qualified to persuade you to let go of your hatred, nor am I qualified to ask for your forgiveness, but, protect him. He can protect all of you, but now, only you can protect him. After saying that, Yang Hui continued to walk forward regardless of whether there was any response. Only after he had walked far away did fury come out of the shadows. Her expression was complicated and ferocious, but not scary at all. Instead, it made people feel pitiful. What? He's just a murderer, he knows nothing, he's just a big talker. Kira is just my tool. I'm going to use him to kill all the adjusters. And you. I want to kill you too. But. As he thought about it, warm tears kept flowing down. But why, are you telling me this? I don't need your pity. Kira. After Yang Hui put the plate in the storage area, he didn't talk to anyone else. He found a quiet place and continued to appreciate the mystery and depth of the starry sky. Why do you like to pretend to be deep more and more? Lyle came over and sat directly next to Yang Hui. I'm tired, what else can I do? Yang Hui complained. You asked for this too. Lyle teased. Originally, they could have continued the practice of the Gundam Age world, relying on their powerful driving skills and technological levels beyond this world, to establish an independent force and become heroes, or repeat the practice of the Gundam world, becoming the behind-the-scenes boss to challenge the whole world, and in the process of concentrating hatred, clearing out the distortion points such as Blue Cosmos, and logos, and finally retiring. Although it is also very tiring, it is definitely much better than now. Look at how many things Yang Hui has to worry about now. Combat, scientific research, diplomacy, economy, internal affairs. All the things of a country need him to worry about. How can he not be tired? I just want to experience this kind of life. Yang Hui grinned. Haha, you can't even fool Miss Wong and Wang Liumei with this, but maybe Kigali can be fooled. Yeah, it's true. What want to experience life is a lie. The reason why Yang Hui chose to manage a country is for future considerations. As the Promise Fortress grows stronger and stronger, and connects more and more worlds, It is inevitable that he will be exposed to these things. There is no country in Promise Fortress, but each world it connects to is a different country. As the commander, he naturally has to ensure that each world can be of one mind with Promise Fortress, otherwise if civil strife occurs, they will be finished without waiting for the unknown enemy to appear. Okay, now that Kigali has been found, we should go back. It's hard to say. What do you mean? Nothing, just a hunch. As he said, Yang Hui looked at the Archangel docked next to him. I always feel that my fate with this ship has not ended yet. At this moment, the frontline command post suddenly became chaotic. Oh no. Taisiel was attacked by the Zaft army. Chapter 280, Go and Experience the Cruelty of War. The night was noisy and the flames were blazing. The town, which was full of harmony and happiness during the day, was engulfed in flames in an instant. The smoke was billowing and the ruins were everywhere. It was destroyed. The only thing to be thankful for was that no one died. They all left the town before the disaster came. This is their home. Many people who joined the resistance organization have families living in Taisir. Looking at the sea of fire from a distance, their hearts were filled with despair and grief. Seeing their families standing outside the sea of fire safely, they cried with joy. Elder, are you okay? Seeing the elder walking out of the crowd with the help of the child, she was very surprised. At first, she also thought that everything was over. Well, I'm fine, everyone is fine. Huh? They issued a warning in advance, saying that they would set fire to the city and let us run away quickly. What did you say? The people of the resistance organization and Mew, Bakalulu and others who came to help were all stunned and couldn't believe their ears. When we all escaped from the town, they set the fire, so only a few people were injured, but they were not seriously injured. How could it be? Fortunately, Mr. Yang Hui reminded us and moved some food and water in advance, but the ammunition and fuel are all gone, and the remaining food and water can only last for everyone for a week. Yang Hui. At this time, everyone looked at Yang Hui again. Kigali and the people on the Archangel were very surprised, wondering why it was related to Yang Hui. The lower-level personnel of the resistance organization didn't understand, but the leaders such as Sabe knew Yang Hui's identity and cast a grateful look at Yang Hui. Due to the presence of outsiders at the scene, they couldn't express their gratitude directly. Yang Hui. What did you do? Kigali didn't know what she had in her mind, and she actually thought that Yang Hui planned all this, and ran to him angrily to question him. Didn't you hear everything? You bastard. Cursing, Kigali raised her hand and punched Yang Hui in the face, but as soon as she raised her fist, she was grabbed by a big hand. Hey, little girl, don't ignore the existence of my bodyguard. Lyle teased, but his face was not very good. Let me go. I must beat him. Let me go. Stop. Kigali. Kigali struggled endlessly, and the elder immediately stopped Kigali from making trouble. Elder. But Yang Hui. You don't think I asked the Zaft army to attack them, do you? Yang Hui asked Kigali with a strange expression. Isn't it? If it wasn't you, how could they find this place? At this moment, Yang Hui really wanted to knock this girl out directly, and then dig a hole to bury her. How did your strange brain circuit connect me with the attack of the Zaft army? Just because I reminded them to move the supplies in advance? Haha, that's it. Yang Hui didn't want to explain to Kigali, let alone explain, because they were all intelligence personnel developed by Wang Liumani. Not to mention Mew and Baki Lulu and others were still present. Kigali, who is impulsive and reckless, must not be allowed to know about the intelligence network. It's you. You, let me go. I want. Stop it. Elder. Kigali, you've wronged Lord Yang Hui. If it weren't for Lord Yang Hui, we wouldn't even have the last bit of food and water. Do you want us to repay you with evil? Really, wasn't he? No. Oh. Kigali was embarrassed. After all the fuss, she realized that she had wronged Yang Hui. Then, why don't you explain? That's right, it's all Yang Hui's fault. He didn't explain. It's not my fault. Haha, why should I explain to you? Not to mention that he couldn't explain, Yang Hui wouldn't explain to Kigali. For Kigali, if she thinks you're wrong, then you're wrong. No matter how much you explain, she will still think you're wrong. Can you calm down? At this time, Mew stepped out to persuade. Shouldn't the most important thing to consider now be what to do next? Yes, but Sabe, the leader of Desert Dawn, was embarrassed, because he didn't know what to do now. Ammunition and fuel were easy to deal with. At most, they would stop resisting, but how to solve the problem of food, water and shelter? Go buy? They don't have that much money, Rob. They can't do anything to hurt their compatriots. There is always a way, right? As long as people are still alive. Mew continued. What do you mean? This is just revenge for what happened last night, right? It's just that you pay this price. The tiger is still kind enough. What did you say? After these words came out, Kigali was furious again, and even the people around looked at Mew with a much uglier look. What do you mean by this little price? The whole city was burned. How can someone who did such a thing be merciful? Sorry, I apologize if I have upset you. Mew knew that he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly, but he still insisted on his point of view. But the other side is a regular army. You should understand that if they come for real, the loss will be more than this. That guy is a despicable coward. He set fire to the city while we were away and thought he won, right? We have been fighting bravely and defeated Baku not long ago. So this despicable coward only dares to play such a trick. What? Desert tiger? He doesn't deserve it. Yang Hui smiled coldly at Kagali's words. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your naivety and your stupidity. What did you say? Nothing, just the facts. You say Just when Kigali was about to have another dispute with Yang Hui, the people of Desert Dawn found the leader saying, What's wrong? Come here. Saib followed his companions and left. The others who stayed behind looked at Mew and Yang Hui with unkind eyes. Even though they knew Yang Hui's identity, they still hated his attitude. After all, it was Wang Liumei, not Yang Hui, who had done them a favor. What's wrong? What happened? Saib found his companions and immediately asked about the situation. They left not long ago. If we set out now, we can still catch up. What? They just attacked the town. They should have very little ammunition left. We have to chase them. How can we swallow this humiliation? Don't say such stupid things. If you have this kind of time, you might as well help bandage the wounded. Go and accompany your wives and children, this is the most important thing. Saib scolded. Mew's words were unpleasant to hear, but they were indeed realistic. Although they could fight back and forth with a Desert Tiger, as a resistance organization, it was because the other party did not take them seriously at all. If the other party was serious, they would not let go of the people in the town, and it would be easy to wipe them out. It's okay to just fight a little on weekdays, but now we have to chase the regular troops. Are you in a hurry to die? What's the point of doing that? Look! Someone was dissatisfied, pointing angrily at the burning Tsil behind saying, Tsil is finished. The house was burned to ashes, and there is little food left. Do you want us to cry with our wives and children? After saying that, he left angrily, ready to drive the vehicle to fight the enemy to the death. You don't want us to be dogs under the tiger's hands, do you? Sayed. This sentence deeply hurt Sayed. Everything he did and thought was for his compatriots and companions, but he was suspected of wanting to collaborate with the enemy, which was unacceptable to Sayed. Let's go together. At this time, Kigali came over and said to everyone, we can't just let the town burn down like this. It's not like we haven't defeated Baku before, and we can definitely do it this time. Let's catch up. Get revenge. Kigali is right. We want revenge. Revenge. Let's get revenge together. It was too late to stop them. Kagali's encouragement completely ignited the anger and hatred in everyone's hearts. If anyone stopped them again, even their family members would be treated as enemies. Sabe, let's go together. We can definitely defeat them. Kigali encouraged. Kigali. You. Or, do you really want to join that despicable villain? In the end, Sabe's blood was also ignited. He didn't try to dissuade them anymore, but returned to the position of leader and led everyone to set off. Let's go. Get revenge. Oh. Yang Hui, Lyle, Mew, Bakalulu and others stood in the distance and watched everything that had just happened, watching their backs as they left. Is it really okay not to stop them? Mew asked Yang Hui. They will be in great danger if they go there. I can't stop them, and I don't have the right to do so. Just like he said to Frey, he had no right to stop others from taking revenge. What should we do now? Just watch. Bakalu asked. Want to help? Contact Malu, she should agree. What about you? Me? There are only two of us, Lyle and I, what can we do? After saying that, He took Lyle and left in the opposite direction of the crowd, leaving Mew and Bakalu with complicated expressions. To be honest, they were indeed not suitable for a conflict with the troops of the Desert Tiger now, but the people of Desert Dawn helped them and saved them, and they couldn't just watch these Avengers go to their deaths. What should we do? Contact the captain, we'll go to help them. Huh? Mew looked at Bakalu in surprise. What's wrong? No, it's just a little unexpected. Shouldn't you suggest giving up at this time? Bakalu didn't feel embarrassed or refute, but looked in the direction where Yang Hui left. Maybe he was influenced by someone. Haha, that's true, but Mew also looked at the same line of defense. I don't think he will do nothing. That's right. After a few private words with the elders, Yang Hui got in the car with Lyle and chased a convoy that set off first. You don't really want to get involved, do you? I don't think two 9mm pistols can cause harm to Baku. Lyle complained. Of course not, we'll be the audience. Huh? Malu will definitely let Kira attack. I want to see how much Kira has grown. That's it. What else? But Kigali. Let her feel it, war, how cruel it is. Chapter 281. Who is better at playing? After receiving Mew's report, Malu decided to let Kira go to help the people who set out first. She couldn't stand by and watch them die. At the same time, she asked Mew and others to maintain the current situation. She would send the remaining vehicles to deliver more water and medical supplies. Strike, please attack. Understood. Kira, who had been waiting in the cockpit, finally got the order to attack. He still couldn't figure out the meaning of fighting, nor could he strengthen his will, but time was running out. What he needed to do now was to fight, and he had to fight. Apu started. Catapult connected, strike, equip the Ale backpack, in place, the system is normal, the track is cleared, and the strike can be attacked. Kira Yamato, strike, attack. With the help of the catapult, the strike Gundam left the deck of the Archangel. In the air, the Ale backpack opened, the PS armor started, Kira stepped on the pedal to the bottom, and quickly chased in the direction of Desert Dawn. It started. Lyle parked the car in a safe place, and the two of them observed the battle with binoculars. It's better to say it's a massacre than a battle. The 75mm armor-piercing bullets hitting Baku are like tickling, unless they hit the weak joints to cause a little damage. And Baku just touches it casually, and the car will be destroyed and people will die. Once Baku gets serious, it's really cruel. Originally, it was just a play, so the two sides could fight back and forth, but now, Baku is serious, and almost in the blink of an eye, more than half of Desert Dawn's armed jeeps were destroyed, and they didn't even open fire. Baku just used the tracks to slide and ran over the rear of the convoy. It couldn't be avoided. Hey, are you really not going to care? Kigali is in danger now. When Lyle saw that the car Kigali was riding in was pushed up by Baku, Lyle couldn't stay calm. No matter how much he hated Kigali, he couldn't watch her die. After all, she was still the Princess of Orb. If she died, how would Yang Hui explain to Uzmi? Will their plan be in crisis? No, he's coming. Lyle found that Yang Hui's sight was no longer on the battlefield, but looking at the distant sky. The black dot expanded rapidly in his sight, and the strike Gundam with its wings spread out approached rapidly, and fired directly in the air, forcing back the Baku, who was about to give Kigali a fatal blow. With the arrival of the strike Gundam, there were only a few members of Desert Dawn left. Without harassment, the real target had also arrived, and the Baku had to get serious. Huh? The assault is coming. Yes, but the enemy's goal has also been achieved. What do you mean? Could it be that the Tiger's original goal was to assault? Haha, why do you think Bartfield attacked the town without hurting anyone? Is it really just for revenge? Andre Bartfield, a man who can be called the Desert Tiger, how could he waste his energy to set fire to a town for simple revenge? Revenge is fake, and alerting the enemy is real. Andre Bartfield's calculation is that instead of looking for a needle in a haystack in the vast desert, it is better to stimulate their revenge psychology and lure the target out. He analyzed that the Archangel eventually went with the people of Desert Dawn, and they had not been able to find their traces. They should have joined together. As long as they found the location of Desert Dawn, the location of Archangel and Strike Gundam would naturally be known. Although he also considered that Archangel and Strike would not help Desert Dawn, It didn't matter. Taking this opportunity to eliminate the annoying rats, Archangel would naturally have no assistance. Without assistance, it would inevitably be anxious to move. As long as Archangel moved, it would be impossible to hide it from his eyes. This is a conspiracy to kill two birds with one stone. Tisk tisk, you tacticians are all dirty. Lyle complained. Haha, if you have the guts, you can say this to Wong. Am I stupid? Lyle rolled his eyes and said to you, 99.9% nothing will happen, but to Miss Wong? Haha, I don't know if Miss Wong will deal with me, but you will definitely deal with me. Okay, let's continue watching the show. The Strike Gundam joined the battle, and the battle situation changed dramatically. At first, the hit rate of the Strike Gundam was pitifully low due to the influence of thermal convection in the desert, but who is Kira? This was not the first time that he had programmed in battle, so he immediately adjusted the auxiliary program, and then, swish, the green beam finally hit the target, inserted into the gap between Baku's body and the missile launcher on his back, and took off Baku's heavy burden. What? Wow, you're quite good. The improvement in the hit rate of the Strike Gundam naturally attracted the attention of Andre Bartfield. Just like in the previous battle, the movement program was adapted to the sand in a short time. It's different from the equipment a few days ago, and the aiming of the beam, is it calibrated on the spot according to the thermal convection parameters. It is said that it is difficult for the strong to find an opponent, but they are eager for an opponent. Andre Bartfield is such a person. Seeing the amazing performance of the Strike Gundam, the flame that had been extinguished was ignited again. Kirkwood. Yes. I'll take over the Baku. Captain, what are you talking about? The Baku, which had been unable to move, finally regained its ability to move. Just as it was preparing to fight, it received an order from Andre Balderfeld to change people. Some things can only be understood after fighting. Hurry up and change people. Okay. Are you sure he is a novice who has not received formal training? Lyle asked Yang Hui with a strange expression. Seeing that the Strike Gundam suppressed two desert-specific Bakus alone, this did not look like a novice at all. Moreover, the sudden increase in the hit rate also attracted Lyle's attention. Yes, it's amazing, right? Yang Hui asked Lyle jokingly. Tisk, what kind of monsters are these? Lyle complained. Kira's driving skills are not bad, but they are just good. It is really commendable to reach this level without precious training. But what really surprised Lyle was not Kira's driving skills, but his operation of recalibrating the auxiliary system based on the thermal convection parameters on the spot. How long has it been since the recalibration was completed? And in the middle of a battle? Sorry, I can't do it. Otherwise, why would it be called the strongest adjuster? Yang Hui smiled. Kira has made great progress. Due to his influence, the Archangel has experienced fewer battles, and Kira has only participated in 3 actual battles. Originally, Yang Hui thought that Kira's strength would be dragged down by him, but he didn't expect it to be almost the same as the original plot. Huh? Did the other side change people? Yang Hui reminded Lyle. Change people. Lyle turned his eyes to the direction where Andre Bartfield was, and saw that he replaced the original driver and sat on Baku. No, are all the people in this world so good at playing? One modifies the OS on the spot, and the other changes people in the middle of a battle. There are still many things you don't know. Yang Hui replied. Actually, it's not Lyle's fault. Compared with the Gundam world, the Gundam Seed world has many more sassy operations, such as throwing large space junk to the Earth, using their own people as bait to play base self-destruction, gamma rays directly bombarding the Earth, you steal my body and I will steal it back next time, etc. These are big ones, and there are countless small ones, such as Kira and Andre Bartfield now, Diego betrayed because of love, Aslan defected to the enemy because of his best friend, and young couples cheated on each other, etc. There are too many to count. And in the Gundam world, only Graham's operation is a little bit more sassy, right? If there are others. A filial son stabbing his biological father, instant exposure of identity, couples reuniting on the battlefield, not using the body as a data ghost. It seems that there are quite a few. Oh, you don't even count this in? Want to see the level of Desert Tiger? Lyle suddenly thought of this day and raised his eyebrows. Guess. Yang Hui smiled playfully. The answer is yes. The performance of the anime can only be used as a reference. In addition to being an excellent commander, Andrei Bartfeld is also one of the ace pilots of the Zaft army. He may become a companion in the future. Yang Hui naturally wants to see his level with his own eyes. Sure enough, after the replacement, the balance of victory tilted in the opposite direction. A. Baku rushed into the air, trying to knock the strike Gundam to the ground, but it happened to hit the shield of the strike Gundam and swung it hard. Sparks flew, and Baku lost its balance in the air. Before it fell back to the ground, it was locked by the muzzle of the beam rifle. Oh no! The light of the muzzle flashed, and the sickle of the God of Death was about to swing down, but the savior grabbed the hand of the God of Death at a critical moment. Boom boom boom. Several missiles followed one after another, pulling the strike Gundam back to the ground from the air. Baku, which was about to be destroyed, also landed safely, quickly distanced itself from the strike Gundam, and joined the troops. Deploy a triangle formation and get in position immediately. Captain. X2's captain went into battle, and the two pilots of the Baku immediately became excited. With a captain in their way, they were invincible. Let's go. Understood. X2's 3 Baku merged together, forming an inverted triangle formation, and slid towards the strike Gundam at high speed. Two of them brushed past them, destroying the balance of the strike Gundam, and the last one crashed straight into it, causing the strike Gundam to stagger. Beep, beep, beep. Before they could stand firm, a missile had already occupied the entire screen. Boom. With the defense of the PS armor, the strike Gundam was not damaged, but it could not withstand the attack all the time, so it quickly jumped up to avoid the two missiles that followed. But there was another, Baku, that jumped with it. Kira saw the red one-eyed man suddenly appearing in front of him, and panicked for a moment. He immediately pulled the trigger, and the porcupine formation, Vulcan cannon on his head released a metal storm. Unfortunately, the hasty attack was meaningless, and failed to hit Baku, and was kicked back to the ground by Baku. Unfortunately, the strike Gundam did not fall down. When it was about to touch the ground, a fire burst out from behind, and it readjusted its balance and slid along the ground. Andrei Bartfeld would not miss this good opportunity. He fired a volley of missiles, covering the strike Gundam again. After returning to the ground, it joined the two friendly aircraft again. Even if it is a normal warhead, the PS armor will be ineffective after 76 rounds, and at the same time, the rifle will lose its power. What are you going to do next? Amazing Earth Army pilot. For the first time in a long time, Andrei Bartfeld's face was filled with an excited and cruel smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 282. It seems that Kira didn't hide him lightly. The strike was running ahead, the Baku was chasing behind, and there were missiles biting at its butt. Even the kind-hearted Kira couldn't stand it anymore. There was a clear pop in his mind, and something exploded. His eyes lost their pupils, but he was not confused or dull. Instead, he felt a cold and murderous look. He suddenly slowed down during the rapid flight, just enough to let the chasing missiles pass, and the explosions gathered in front of him. The strike Gundam broke through the flames and smoke, and completed a 180-degree turn in a very small arc, and rushed back to the three Bakus behind him. The action has changed. Is this a potential explosion? Lyle said in surprise. With the two actions just now, Kira's driving skills have reached at least the level of B. All his previous performances were at most C+, which made Lyle wonder if Kira's potential was stimulated in the desperate situation. It doesn't count. Yang Hui replied. Looking at this situation, Kira still exploded. Explosion, also known as Seed Gene Ability Explosion, Seed Gene. The full name is Superior Evolutionary Element Destined Factor, which literally means the destiny gene with advanced evolutionary elements, and can also be called Seed Ability Explosion. Its main manifestations are the color of the eyeball shrinking to a single color, the pupil shrinking, the reflex speed greatly improved, the physical fitness greatly improved, and the thinking more agile. Moreover, explosion is a controllable ability. The first explosion of each person is generally stimulated by potential at a critical moment of their own life. After that, with a recognition of this ability, they can achieve self-control explosion. But there should be a genetic bias. Anyone who has seed gene can explode, and non-adjusters can also explode. The gene containing seed gene is not necessarily the same as that of the adjuster. Seed gene ability burst, also known as explosive species, is a unique ability possessed by people with a certain gene. It may awaken in a life and death crisis, allowing people to enter an explosive state in a short period of time, with comprehensive improvement in abilities. It has no side effects, and can be made controllable through deepening cognition. Wow! Such a powerful ability? And it's controllable? I now believe what Blue Cosmos said. Are all adjusters monsters? Lyle complained. Not all adjusters have the seed gene. Natural humans can also explode, so the seed gene has nothing to do with whether or not you are an adjuster. Huh? What do you mean? Yang Hui thought about it and found that he could not analyze the seed gene from a scientific point of view. He could only explain it to Lyle. Just think of it as a special talent possessed by the protagonists of this world, just like the X-Rounder ability users in the Age world. I understand, you are also a protagonist. Hearing this, Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Transformers can be mass-produced. All it takes is a high concentration and high purity GN particle environment, and everyone has the opportunity to become a transformer. Anyway, you are all monsters. Cyrillic letter deck, keep watching. Now is not the right time, otherwise Yang Hui will definitely let Lyle know why are the flowers so red. When the Strike Gundam turned around, it let go of the shield in its hand, allowing it to use inertia to hit the Baku on the far left, destroying the triangle formation. What? Andre Bartfeld was shocked by the change of the strike, but he was also a veteran with rich battlefield experience, so he calmed down immediately, dispersed the attack, disrupt him. Missiles shot out, surrounding the Strike Gundam like a swarm of bees. Facing the swarm of missiles, the Strike Gundam did not stop, but did not retreat. Instead, it made a surprising choice, a frontal breakthrough. Instantly accelerating, the scene of the missiles actively circling the Strike Gundam appeared again, colliding with each other behind, and a violent explosion occurred. In the shadow of the fire, the Strike Gundam's face was full of coldness and murderousness. With a light leap, it cut off the balance wing that blocked the way. Baku. Andre Bartfeld immediately opened fire to cover the damaged subordinates. Facing the incoming missiles, the Strike Gundam once again made incredible moves. While gliding at high speed, it did a fixed 360-degree backflip, setting off a huge wave of sand. The missile was blocked by the golden sand wall and once again failed to touch the Strike Gundam. Andre Bartfeld secretly cried out that it was not good. The Strike Gundam hid in the yellow sands and did not dare to confront it head-on. It dodged to the side before rushing into the sand. But Baku, who was following him, was not so lucky. He jumped high, trying to jump over the impact of the sand. But at this moment, the sand dispersed, revealing the figure of the Strike Gundam and the hideous muzzle of the gun. The green light flashed, and the beam shot through Baku's waist, exploding before it fell. Asshole! His subordinates were killed in front of him, and Andre Bartfeld was also angry. Baku stopped and turned, sliding towards the Strike Gundam at high speed, but when he pounced, the Strike Gundam slightly sideways to avoid it. The pink sharp blade was getting closer and closer in his sight, and the cold breath of death was getting closer and closer to Andre Bartfeld. Fortunately, because of the distance between the two machines, the beam sword only cut off one of Baku's legs. The approach of death also calmed Andre Bartfeld down, and he immediately led his friendly forces to retreat. Retreat immediately. Dragwasta. Ah, yes. Oh, this guy is really incredible. I haven't been so excited for a long time. After North Africa was occupied, the mighty king of beasts often dozed off because he had no opponents. Now, a ferocious cheetah broke into the tiger's territory. The tiger was awakened, and his eyes were filled with fiery fighting spirit, but he also left a drop of cold sweat because of the cheetah's bravery. Let's go, it's over. Are you ready to teach Her Royal Highness a lesson? Although Lyle was teasing, his hands were not slow. He immediately started the jeep and drove Yang Hui towards the Strike Gundam. Maybe, I think someone will help us teach the ignorant stupid girl a lesson this time. Dragging the rolling dust, Yang Hui and Lyle arrived beside the Strike Gundam. Before getting off the car, they heard a crisp slap. Pa. With faith alone, what can you protect? I don't know if it was because of Kira's slap that she was stunned, or Kira's words had an impact on Kigali. For a moment, Kigali covered her swollen face and didn't know what to do. She just stared at Kira stupidly. Yang Hui watched from the side without saying anything. Now Kigali couldn't listen to anything he said. Thank you for your hard work. You fought well. Yang Hui ignored Kigali and patted Kira on the shoulder and said to him, Yang Hui, are you okay? Kira was not embarrassed, because he was very angry now. He was angry that this group of people acted impulsively and lost their lives in vain. Okay, Kira, drive the assault ship back. Take the time to rest after the battle is over. Okay. After taking a last look at the people in Desert Dawn, Kira returned to the Strike Gundam and returned to the Archangel. Kisaka. Yes. Take Kigali back. Understood. Kisaka is now Kagali's bodyguard, or a nanny is more appropriate. As long as Yang Hui's instructions do not harm Kigali, he will follow them. Sabe. Sir Yang Hui, we. Sabe looked at the corpse of his companion and felt very regretful. Because of the stimulation of his companions in Kigali, he was also excited. If he could be tougher at that time and stop his companions from acting impulsively, wouldn't there be casualties now? The dead cannot be resurrected. Condolences. If I could be calmer at that time and stop them, it wouldn't be. Sabe shed tears of regret. Not only Sabe, but also other companions who survived by chance. Okay, the past cannot be changed. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield and take your companions home. I know. After wiping away his tears, Sabe cheered up. Yang Hui was right. He couldn't let his companions sleep in such a place, and their battle with the tiger was not over yet. Horizontal ellipsis. The group returned, and before they reached the front-line command post, they saw a dense wall of people looking in their direction, looking for worried figures. The convoy arrived. Some people came back, some people would never come back, some people cried with joy, and some people were heartbroken. Elder, everyone. I'm sorry. After getting off the car, the first thing Sabe did was to apologize to those who had lost their family members. The elder said nothing, but just patted Sabe on the shoulder to tell him to be strong. He was the pillar of everyone. The wife who lost her husband, the child who lost his father, and the mother who lost her son all cried bitterly, but they did not resent Sabe, but just felt sad for their deceased relatives. Some people were able to find the remains, but some people could not bring anything back, so they could only build a tomb, and perform a simple funeral and farewell under the night sky and by the bonfire. After the funeral, the elder found Yang Hui alone. Sir Yang Hui, I shamelessly ask you to help us. Although Yang Hui reminded them to move some food and water in advance, their home was gone and the remaining supplies would not last long. For the sake of their people and compatriots, he could only ask Yang Hui for help. Please stand up, elder. Yang Hui lifted up his hunchback and answered the elder calmly, you are all our companions, and it is natural to help you, but I can't contact Orb now, so I can only buy supplies for you from nearby cities. Thank you very much, Sir Yang Hui, this is already a life-saving grace for us. I will set off tomorrow and let Sabe bring a few people as guides and introducers. After all, this is my first time in North Africa. No problem, I will tell Sabe. Go and rest, elder. Okay, Sir Yang Hui, I won't bother you anymore. After the elder left, Yang Hui asked the shadow beside him without looking back, are you not coming out yet? Facing the moonlight, Kigali walked out with a complicated expression. Who are you? Why do you know the elder? Before I answer you, tell me first, in what capacity are you asking me this question? The Princess of Orb, Kigali Yura Asha. Or the local enthusiastic volunteer Kigali Yura. What do you mean? Literally, Kigali, my answer will be different depending on your answer. What's the difference? Isn't it just the shady dealings between you and your father? Before Kigali could finish her words, Yang Hui slapped her with his backhand, with great force, directly knocking Kigali to the ground. It seems that Kira's slap was too light, and it was not enough for you to recognize the situation. With the moonlight behind him, Yang Hui was shrouded in shadows, his face became blurred, and his brown eyes were the only bright one, but they were also cold and harsh, and the temperature around him dropped accordingly. Chapter 283, Baki Lulu's Contrasting Cuteness. You hit me too. What? I can't hit you? I tell you, Kigali, usually I dotes on you, but I won't. Others don't dare to hit you, but I do. As he said that, Yang Hui walked in front of Kigali, grabbed her collar, lifted her up, and turned her head towards the direction of the burning bonfire, which was the direction of bidding farewell to the deceased. What did you see? What did you say? Kagami asked tremblingly. I asked you what you saw. It was the funeral of my companion. Then do you know what I saw? What? A bunch of idiots whose reason was devoured by hatred and anger. A bunch of idiots who were encouraged to die by some ignorant girl. How can you say that? Obviously, clearly everyone fought hard, and risked their lives for the people and things they cared about. He let go of the collar and slapped her again. Yang Hui grabbed the collar and lifted Kagami up again. Have you forgotten what Kira said to you? Without power, without plans, and only empty slogans, what can you protect? What can such a battle gain except sacrifice? Woo. Seeing Kagali's disappointing look, Yang Hui let go of Kagami and let her fall to the ground. You have no right to scold me, nor do you have the right to scold Lord Uzumi, nor do you have the right to scold all the nameless people who sacrificed in the dark for Orb. No, what do you mean? Kagami raised her head in panic and looked at Yang Hui. Do you think that Orb's concept of neutrality can be achieved today just by shouting slogans like you do? No. I don't. In the places you can't see, the dirty places you don't even want to look at, the ragged beggars you don't want to touch, they may be our intelligence personnel. For Orb and our country, they are always risking the gallows, and you are here to despise their achievements. Do you have the qualifications? I don't. I didn't do that. Then tell me, what is shady dealings? Is it shady to make deals with other countries for the benefit of the country? Is it shady to strengthen military strength in order not to become fish on the chopping board when the enemy comes? Do you know why I want to hit you? Because you know nothing, and you don't know it yet. You obviously don't understand anything, but you like to stand on the commanding heights and accuse others. Tell me, why? Just because you are the Princess of Orb? I don't. You're talking nonsense. Think it over before answering this question, Kagami. It will affect my final decision about you. Isn't it just hitting me? Anyway, you've hit me twice, come again. I'm not afraid. Seeing that Kagami had regained her fierce wild girl look, Yang Hui sneered twice and turned away. Tisk, aren't you also a coward? Why don't you dare to fight? Kagami, be quiet, don't do this again. At this time, Kisako came out from the side and persuaded Kagami. Obviously, Kagami didn't understand Yang Hui's last words. It was no longer a lesson, but a threat. The final decision in Yang Hui's mouth was not just as simple as beating Kagami. You must know that Yang Hui's suggestions and decisions can represent the core of Orb. If Kagami still makes trouble like this, then what awaits Kagami is likely to be lifelong house arrest or imprisonment. In the worst case, Kagami may be expelled from Orb. Kisaka. Why are you here? Why didn't you help me just now? Kisaka smiled bitterly at himself. Help you? Not helping him to teach you a lesson is already the best result, so why help you? What Yang Hui said was right. It was not wrong to hit you. If I hadn't watched you grow up and Lord Uzumi kept asking me to protect you, I would have slapped you a few times. Don't talk about this, Kagami. You really should think about what Yang Hui said, otherwise, you really don't have the right to tell others your real name. How come even you? Yang Hui was right in one thing. Both Lord Uzumi and we have spoiled you. After saying that, he no longer responded to Kagami's defense and dispute, but quietly guarded by Kagami's side. After Kagami made a fuss for a while, she sat down on the ground and cried with her knees. Yang Hui was actually not far away and could hear Kagami's crying, but he didn't care, and didn't want to care. He had done what he should say and do. He had done his best for Kagami and Uzumi. If Kagami still couldn't think through these issues and wanted to make trouble again, he didn't mind kicking Kagami out in advance. Have you forgotten that you are also part of the pampering of her? Lyle sat down next to Yang Hui and complained with a smile. Yang Hui was silent. Did he pamper Kagami? It can be considered pampering, right? Otherwise, why did Kagami grow up so big, and Yang Hui, like Uzumi, not let Kagami touch the dark side of the world? He would not often get angry about this, scold Kagami, and tell her so much earnestly. Regret it. I never regret anything I have done. That's right, but that girl. This is your last chance. The turmoil of the war is about to reach its peak. I can't let all our plans fall through just for her. Didn't you say it yourself? You want it all. Then let her stay in Orb and be a carefree princess for the rest of her life. Are you sure she can do it? I'll make her do it. Wait and see. Okay, let's not talk about this. Lyle, go to this place tomorrow and buy the things on the list. Lyle took the list handed over by Yang Hui, opened it, and raised his eyebrows. Are you not going to hide it? Lyle asked. It doesn't matter now that the plan has progressed to this stage. Then it's better to have it shipped from the mainland. This thing. I'm afraid it will fall apart. Lyle waved the list in his hand and complained. It's too late, and the risk is too great. It's a consumable anyway. Haha, it's true. Lyle wanted to say that he was rich, but then he thought, wasn't he rich in the Gundam world? Yang Hui is the highest person in charge of the Celestial project. The resources and funds within the organization can be mobilized at will. At the beginning, he made a lot of money from those big families and consortiums, so he didn't lack money at all. In comparison, now he is tightening his belt to make a living. Okay, I got it. I'll be back the day after tomorrow at the latest in the evening. Is it in time? Yes, it's in time. I'll leave now. Be careful. The next day, Yang Hui also set off, following Saba and others to the largest city, Baliadaya, to purchase supplies. They were accompanied by Bakalulu and another member of the Archangel, as well as. Why are you following? Humph. I'm more familiar with this place than you are. Do you know where to buy any supplies? Cagali said proudly. Yang Hui glanced at Cagali, then looked at Kira and asked, what about you? She insisted on dragging me along. Kira pointed at Cagali embarrassedly. You, what did you say? Who wanted to drag you along? It was obviously you who insisted on coming along. What? I wanted to buy something for my girlfriend. Cagali's cheeks flushed, and she defended excitedly, but as she continued to explain, her voice became smaller and smaller. Kira couldn't say such words. He and Frey weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, right? And now Kira has recovered from the initial confusion and collapse, and realized that there is a problem with his relationship with Frey. He is not sure how to view Frey, and he does not know how to face Sai, so he began to avoid Frey. Follow your instructions in all actions. Yang Hui asked Cagali. Nagging. Arriving at Baliadaya, Yang Hui took Cagali and Kira out of the car, and separated from Saiba and others. When they decided to do so at the beginning, Saiba and Bakalulu both questioned it. After all, Yang Hui was the one who paid. If he didn't go with them, what would they do? However, Yang Hui handed the bill payment to Kisaka, telling him that no matter how much the other party offered, he should just pay the bill directly, and he should not feel bad if he was ripped off. The most urgent thing is to solve the problem of materials. As for the loss, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. How much he has eaten now, when the time is right, just let him spit out twice as much? Yang Hui did not go with Saba and Bakalulu. On the one hand, he did not want to deal with the local tyrants, that would be a waste of time. On the other hand, Yang Hui was very interested in Andre Bartfeld and wanted to get to know him. Meet up in 4 hours, Kisaka, I leave it to you. Understood. Yang Hui. When they parted, Bakalulu called Yang Hui him. Please. Got it. Yang Hui smiled playfully. When watching the anime, Bakalulu here suddenly blushed, inexplicably cute. Before, Yang Hui didn't know why Bakalulu suddenly blushed. Many people analyzed that Bakalulu originally called Kira, because of the habit of the military, subconsciously wanted to call Lieutenant Yamato, but was afraid of exposing her identity, so she suddenly changed her words to young Yamato and was embarrassed. Yang Hui believed it, but now he knows that it's all bullshit. The reason why Bakalulu blushed was because she and Malu asked Yang Hui to help buy some things. To be honest, Yang Hui could not have imagined that under Bakalulu's serious appearance, she actually hides a very cute but, sexy heart. Natal Bakalulu, I would like to call you the most contrasting cute in the world of Gundam Seed. Hey. After Bakalulu and the others left, Cagali nudged Yang Hui with her elbow. What's wrong? Are you having an affair? Yang Hui flicked his finger, leaving a red mark on Cagali's forehead. Ouch! Why did you hit me? What are you talking about? The nuclear cancer K-hydrogen smile brought heavy pressure, and Cagali was so scared that she immediately hid behind Kira. The fearless girl was still muttering in a low voice, if there was no affair, why would I ask you to buy those things? Jet, collapse the string called reason broke. Ouch! Chapter 284, Blue Cosmos, Attack. Kira, what's wrong? Yang Hui saw Kira staring at the street in a trance, so Yang Hui asked, "Is this really the base camp of the tiger?" Kira looked at the scene in front of him and felt incredible. It looks quite lively and peaceful. It's really not bad. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. Needless to say, this place is indeed quite peaceful, at least on the surface. Humph, this is just a superficial cover-up. You follow me. Yang Hui and Kira were stunned for a moment, then followed Kigali into a dark alley. After passing through the alley, they saw hideous craters and ruins. This is the cruelty hidden under the glamorous appearance. Kigali said to the two of them, holding back her anger, that is the master of this city. Hearing this, the two of them moved their eyes from the craters, across the city, and looked at the Laserbu-class land battleship docked outside the city, which was also Andre Bartfeld's flagship, the Laserbu. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. This is Zaft's desert tiger's possession. I don't think there's any problem. Yang Hui shrugged, not caring about what Kigali said. What did you say? Isn't it? Have you forgotten that this is an enemy-occupied area, and the war between Zaft and the Earth Army has not ended yet? Is there any problem with adopting a high-pressure policy? Yang Hui. You. Junius 7. What? If it were the Earth Army that occupied, no, the Earth Army would not occupy the plant colonies, but would directly destroy them, especially the Atlantic Federation. In this way, Tiger's behavior is already very merciful. But, does he have the right to kill people at will? Kigali argued. Of course, because he is the winner. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui turned and left. There were still many things he needed to buy, and he also wanted to have a good exchange with Tiger, but he didn't have time to waste on such unimportant things. Damn, you guy. Compared to Kigali's gnashing of teeth, Kira just sighed and followed. He didn't understand these things, nor did he want to understand. His fighting was never for justice, but just to protect his companions. Under Kigali's guidance, the three of them wandered around for about an hour before buying everything on the list. Yang Hui and Kira's backpacks were already full of things, and they even had 2 or 3 pockets in their hands. After buying things, the rest of the time was to relax. Kira put down his backpack and slumped on a chair in a restaurant, feeling that he had taken on an unbearable burden. You can't do it, are you too weak? Kigali looked at the weak Kira and complained. Kira and I took all the things, do you have the right to say that? Yang Hui twisted his neck and shoulders, glanced at Kigali and said, "Oh, let's order something to eat, the Turkish kebab here is very good." Kigali knew she was in the wrong, so she quickly changed the subject. Yang Hui and Kira. Soon, 3 kebabs were placed in front of the 3 people. Kira saw this kind of food for the first time and didn't know how to eat it. Is it new? Yang Hui asked. Well, I went to the universe when I was very young. Then you're at a loss. The food on Earth is much richer than that in the universe, especially the Yanhurong of the East Asian Federation. It's really a paradise for food. I'll take you there to experience it if I have a chance. Well, if I have a chance, I will definitely do it. Then, how do you eat this? Kira looked at the kebabs in front of him and asked Yang Hui. This. Eat it like this. Before Yang Hui could do anything, Kigali began to demonstrate, reaching out to the chili sauce. Pour this chili sauce on it. Wait a minute. At this moment, an uncle wearing sunglasses, a round hat, and a bright shirt ran over and stopped Kigali, and at the same time grabbed the yogurt sauce. How can you add chili sauce to barbecue? It's common sense to add yogurt sauce, right? What? No, it's common sense. Not adding yogurt sauce is simply a blasphemy to this dish. What are you doing? Kigali cursed. I haven't even met you. What right do you have to say anything about my taste? As she said that, she poured a large amount of chili sauce on the barbecue. The bright red sauce exuded heat waves, which made people want to spit fire. Kigali didn't care about that. She rolled up the barbecue with a pancake and took a big bite, with a happy expression on her face. Oh my God. Why is this happening? The uncle wailed with a painful expression on his face. Haha, uncle, save your breath. This girl's sense of taste has changed since she went to Yanhurong and had a Shanchang hot pot. She loves spicy food. Yang Hui shrugged and told the uncle not to worry. At the same time, he snatched the yogurt sauce from his hand. By the way, I vote for you. Pour the yogurt sauce on it, roll up the dough, and taste the delicious food carefully. Hush. You have good taste, little brother. So young man, You should have some yogurt sauce too. The uncle patted Yang Hui's shoulder happily and praised him. He picked up the yogurt sauce and put it in front of Kira. No. Barbecue should be served with chili sauce. Kigali was not convinced and put the chili sauce in front of Kira, confronting the uncle. No. Wait. Are you going to lead him astray? What are you doing? Get out of here. I was going to ask you something. Damn it. Never mind. Neither of them could win the fight, and both wanted to take the initiative and pour their favorite sauce on it, but the result was the red and white match, each taking half, adding a distinct color to the barbecue. Yang Hui and Kira sighed. Now it's good, there's no need to argue, since they can't eat it anyway. Yang Hui would not suggest Kira to just eat it. He had tried eating Turkish kebab mixed with 2 sauces, and that feeling. Ultraman fighting small monsters, Super Saiyans fighting each other, Godzilla fighting King Kong, Dangerous Wanderer killing, Thunder Beast, and Poison Woman, The Big Bang, the origin of species. Anyway, there is a sense of clarity that comes from understanding the truth of the world. Waiter, bring another serving. Kira didn't want to waste food and planned to eat it, but Yang Hui rolled it up and cut it into 2 halves in front of the 3 people, and stuffed it into Kigali and the uncle's mouths at lightning speed. Chew, 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 chew. Gurgle. Kira saw with his own eyes that the pupils of the 2 people began to dilate, their bodies became stiff, and then began to tremble. Kira silently withdrew the idea of eating together. Oh, I seem to see my father waving at me on the other side of the river. Suddenly coming back to her senses, Kigali said with lingering fear. I understand the truth of the world. The uncle also came back to his soul, with an expression that saw through life and death and the world. Kigali, your father is still alive. Hearing this, Yang Hui deeply agreed with the uncle, and for Kigali. How would Uzumaki teach you a lesson? I'm looking forward to it. In this way, the uncle and Kigali became familiar with each other. After all, they were friends of life and death. The uncle, who was not in a hurry, sat down at the same table and chatted with Yang Hui and the others. You bought a lot of things. Are you going to have a party? The uncle asked. I guess so. There are indeed a lot of people. Yang Hui took a sip of tea and answered. Really? Being young is good. Not bad, but you don't introduce yourself. It seems that it's not necessary. Why? Kigali felt that Yang Hui's temperament had changed, which made her feel scared. Just as she was about to ask, the uncle suddenly kicked the table away. Yang Hui and Kira immediately pulled Kigali to hide behind the table. Just as the 3 of them squatted down, a rocket fell from the sky, passed by the 4 people, and hit the courtyard behind them. Boom! Fires shot out, thick smoke billowed, and the peaceful street fell into chaos. The rocket was just the starting signal. Across the street, several people rushed out of the crowd with submachine guns, running towards them and firing. Are you all right? The uncle took out a gun behind him and asked Yang Hui and the other 2. No problem. Yang Hui also drew his gun and fired back. He had expected the attack long ago. He would be a fool not to bring a gun. Wow? It seems that the young man is not ordinary. The uncle teased, but his understanding of Yang Hui was improved. The posture of holding the gun and the protective action of the bunker were quite professional. Go to hell. Adjuster. Space monster. For the pure blue world. The attackers shouted their beliefs while firing, and their identities were self-evident. It's the people of Blue Cosmos. Yet, a bunch of lunatics. Yang Hui grinned, his eyes became very dangerous, and then. Wait, what are you doing? In the surprised eyes of everyone, Yang Hui snatched the gun from the uncle's hand and rushed out of the bunker with the momentum of with 2 guns in hand. The world is mine. Bang bang. Kira and Kigali had no idea what was happening. They only heard the continuous gunshots and screams, and the gunshots became weaker and weaker. The uncle and his subordinates were stunned for a while. They saw that the moment Yang Hui rushed out of the bunker, he fired with both guns at the same time, and blood flowers exploded between the eyebrows of the 2 attackers. With his legs shaking quickly, Yang Hui never stayed in one place for a second. He followed an elegant trajectory to avoid all the bullets and shuttled back and forth between different bunkers. Every time they saw Yang Hui leave a bunker, several people would fall down. In less than 3 minutes, all the attackers fell to the ground. Every shot was fatal, leaving blood holes in their brows. But it was not over yet. Yang Hui walked in front of each attacker and shot them twice in the chest before the battle was completely over. Hey, brother, You are terrible. Seeing Yang Hui's actions, not only Kigali and Kira were frightened, but even the uncle and his subordinates also shed cold sweats. At this time, Yang Hui was like a death god in human skin, which was terrifying. It's okay. I never show mercy to the enemy, especially the enemy who wants to kill me. Yang Hui said with a smile, but his smile made the temperature around him drop a few degrees. But I didn't expect that the rumored desert tiger turned out to be an interesting uncle. Yang Hui threw both guns to Andre Bartfield. Huh? Don't tell me that you shared the table with us just to argue with Kigali about what sauce to use for Turkish kebab. Yang Hui asked with a smile. Andre Bartfield was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Ho ha, interesting, you are really too interesting. Since you have seen through me, then brother, are you interested in visiting my house? Of course, your friends will come too. Looking at the surrounding scene, Kigali and Kira also guessed Andre Bartfield's identity. Kira protected Kigali and slowly retreated. On the contrary, Yang Hui was very calm, otherwise he would not have thrown his gun to him. Do we have the right to refuse? After the words fell, people arrived. Adjutant Augusta came with the guard troops and surrounded Yang Hui. Chapter 285, Only by looking far can you walk fast, once again, a bonus chapter for Chu Fengzi. And it's a big one. Just as Yang Hui said, Andre Bartfield came to find them because he noticed them when the three got off the car, so he came to talk to them. Kigali was right. Andre Bartfield was the ruler of this city. Although he couldn't know everyone, he could tell who was an outsider and who was a local resident at a glance. Moreover, Andre Bartfield felt a strong threat from Yang Hui from the first time he saw him. There was also Kira, who he couldn't be sure about, but he guessed that Kira was the pilot of the Strike Gundam. He had fought with the Archangel and the Strike Gundam twice, one of which was in person. He was also very interested in Kira. That's why there was that scene of talking to him. But he didn't expect the attack of Blue Cosmos, but the attack was not without benefits, or it brought him a bigger surprise. That was Yang Hui's skills. This kind of skills can only be achieved by the most elite soldiers of certain countries, but, is it possible? Yang Hui still looked like a teenager, and he was delicate and tender, not like someone who had gone through devilish training. At the same time, Yang Hui's words and deeds were not like those of a soldier, but a leader, and his every move and gesture exuded the aura of a leader. You've already thrown your gun to me, and if I don't invite you to my home, you probably won't want to, right? Andre Bartfield shook the gun in his hand that belonged to Yang Hui. This was also what Andre Bartfield was curious about. Yang Hui's action was to take the initiative to show goodwill, and at the same time, it was also to tell him that he wanted to talk to you. Put down your guns, these are my guests, don't hurt them. But Captain, put them down. If this guy wanted my life, I would have died long ago. Understood. XN. Although everyone thought Yang Hui was very dangerous, Andre Bartfield's evaluation was correct. With Yang Hui's skills, if he really wanted to assassinate him, Andre Bartfield and several plainclothes subordinates would have died before the large army arrived. Yang Hui, are you scared? No, not, just surprised. When did you learn all this? Kigali asked hesitantly. Haha, so you still have a lot to learn. You bastard. Let's go to Tiger's house and see if I can change your clothes. Oh. Kigali was stunned and found that her body was covered with various sauces and teas. But before leaving, Andre Bartfield quietly gave Augusta a secret order. Check this guy. Understood. Under the protection of the army, the three came to the most luxurious mansion in the city. Not only was there a military guard, but there were also 4 or 5 guards in front of the building. The defense is so tight. Yang Hui glanced around and almost understood the surrounding defense situation. This was not just on the surface. It was clear where there were secret sentries or traps, where the soldiers' dormitories were, and where the arsenal was. Haha, little brother, I really regret inviting you to my home. Andre Bartfield laughed, and in his heart he was also sighing at Yang Hui's professionalism. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to rob your house. Thank you very much, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep. Arriving at the station, getting off the bus, Karen and Kigali were still hesitating. Get off the bus, since you're here, why don't you get off the bus and sit in the car to bask in the sun? Oh, the two were stunned, and then got off the bus. Kira didn't say a word on the way. Anyway, it was right to follow Yang Hui. He didn't want to think about other things. Although Cagali was very resentful, why did Yang Hui bring them to the enemy's lair? He didn't even ask if he agreed or not. But there was no way, since they were here, they couldn't leave now. At this time, Andre Bartfield had already entered the house first. After Yang Hui and the other two entered the house, the crisp and sweet voice like a yellow oriole stunned the three of them. Is that her? Andy. Well, help that girl clean up. She's covered in chili sauce, yogurt sauce and tea. Are you eating barbecue? The long straight black girl in a blue tights walked towards the three people, revealing her back and shoulders. The blue collar covered a small amount of fair skin. She wore fluffy white sleeves on her upper arms. The sides of her bangs were dyed bright orange. She was sexy and charming, and her sweet and crisp voice was very charming. Aisha Treen, known as the Tiger Wife, is Andre Bartfield's lover and also a first-class Ms. Gunner. When they were in serious combat, the couple shared a Ms., with Andre Bartfield as the driver and Aisha Treen in charge of weapon shooting. Although the woman was charming, she was very gentle and exuded a scent that made others close to her. She took Cagali directly to the depths of the official residence. Wait? Kira hadn't figured out the situation yet. Seeing Cagali being taken away, he was about to chase her, but was stopped by Kira. Let her go, she'll be fine. Okay. This way. Regardless of where Aisha took Cagali, Yang Hui and Kira came to the reception room, where Andre Bartfield had already prepared coffee for them. I'm quite confident in my coffee-making skills. Thank you, but I personally prefer tea, of course, wine is also fine. Yang Hui took the coffee without hesitation and sat on the sofa. That's really a pity. Kira didn't sit down with the coffee in his hand, his attention was attracted by the small stone slab on the fireplace. Evidence 01 is a super-large fossil brought back from Jupiter's orbit by George Glenn, the world's first adjuster, when he returned from Jupiter's exploration activities. The shape of the fossil resembles a whale that is more than 100 meters long, with a pair of wings on its back. It is referred to as winged whale, which proves the existence of alien life. And this small stone slab is a craftwork that has been reduced countless times. While this thing is well made, the restoration is quite high. Yang Hui also saw the small stone slab and praised it. Have you seen the real thing? Andre Bartfield asked Yang Hui. Yes, when I went to plant. Oh, it seems that you are really extraordinary, brother. The original of this small stone tablet is placed in the hall outside the meeting room of the Plant Supreme Council, facing the door of the meeting room. If Yang Hui has seen the original, then he must have entered the highest administrative center of Plant, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Aren't you already investigating my identity? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Oh, ha, I really can't hide it from you, but I just haven't got the results yet. You also know that although North Africa is occupied by Zaft, except for the Gibraltar base and the Carpentaria base, the rest of the world is raised by stepmothers. That's easy. Yang Hui clapped his hands and pretended to be excited. What's easy? Kira and Andre Bartfield were confused. Have you ever thought about changing jobs? Huh? Come to my house. Instead of being a tiger raised by a stepmother in this desert, the treatment here is very good. Oh, Andre Bartfield's brain short-circuited for a moment. Are you serious? What else? Ha, interesting, you are really too interesting. But I can only thank you for your kindness. I am doing pretty well in the Zaft army. Well, what a pity. By the way, this guy. As he said, Andre Bartfield looked at Kira again. What about you? Have you seen the real thing? I see that you are quite interested in this thing. Eh? Me? No. Kira didn't know what was going on. He clearly wanted to be a nobody, but why did the topic still come around to him? He could only answer along the way. Really? Actually, I'm curious, why do people call it whale stone? Does it look like a whale? This. I can't say. Kira replied. What about you? Brother, what do you think? Andre Bartfield asked Yang Hui again. I think it's quite similar, except that it has a pair of wings. Yang Hui replied. Really? How can whales have wings? It's for the convenience of cognition. Wouldn't it make people feel safer to replace unknown creatures with something familiar to them? Yang Hui said. That's right, but is it really safe? Andre Bartfield asked. What? Who knows? Yang Hui smiled mysteriously. After all, it comes from the outer universe and is evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life. Kira's answer was very official, because he couldn't understand what Yang Hui and Andre Bartfield were talking about. He could hear that they were not only talking about the stone, but he couldn't understand the details. But this thing is really a surprising existence, but it is also a troublesome existence. As he said, Andre Bartfield sat opposite Yang Hui, and Kira also came to sit next to Yang Hui. Trouble? Kira asked in confusion. That's for sure, so there's hope, or possibility. Huh? Andre Bartfield's answer confused Kira, but Yang Hui's answer made his brain even more confused. How optimistic. Can we ignore the danger that comes with hope and possibility? Yang Hui asked casually. This. Haha, you have a long-term vision. I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but the current situation is very dangerous. Isn't it? The Earth Army and the Zaft Army are fighting fiercely. If it weren't for the neutron jammer that sealed the nuclear energy, the Earth and the planet would have probably perished together, right? What unknown dangers are there to talk about? Not bad. It's because you can see far that you can take a few more steps than others. I see. I've learned something. You're welcome, Mr. Bartfield. Maybe we'll be companions in the future. Hearing this, Andre Bartfield's hand paused. The coffee cup stopped in front of his mouth, but he opened his mouth but didn't touch it. He put the coffee cup down and looked at Yang Hui with burning eyes. The atmosphere became solemn. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Aisha's trim and sweet voice sounded again. Andy, the little girl is ready. I won't say anything. I'll give you 40,000 rewards and 10 more chapters. The pressure is really great. I'm very happy and excited, but I feel like crying. Really, if I didn't have some manuscripts saved, I really couldn't fulfill the agreement. If a man can't fulfill his promise, it's a slap in the face. I plan to retreat and make up for the manuscripts at all costs, otherwise I will really miss the appointment if this goes on. But I'm sorry, Chu Fengzi, considering my own situation, I have to set a new rule. That is, the reward of 5,000 will increase the update, but the upper limit will be 2 updates per day, that is, 4 updates per day. I already average 3K, and 4 updates is 12,000, which is the limit if I don't have an inspiration. P.S. I would also like to thank all the readers who rewarded, voted, and subscribed. Writing is really a very hard and boring thing. Without your support, my enthusiasm would have been exhausted long ago. P.P.S. I have seen your message and reward, but I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do if the amount is not enough. It can be regarded as me being lazy. I'm really sorry. Chapter 286 Kigali is actually a girl. Aisha Trine brought Kigali back, but for a moment, Kira almost didn't recognize that it was Kigali. The short-sleeved shirt, long pants and combat boots were gone, and a jade-like light green tube-top dress was hung with a circle of white lace. The messy, dry hair was also groomed, tied into a small ponytail behind the head, and the green hairpins clamped the hair on both sides of the temples. The noble and generous young lady was beautiful and charming. Oh my? Who is this? Andre Bartfield exclaimed. He had seen it early on that Kigali was suitable for wearing skirts, and she should be a girl who often wears skirts. Kira's eyes were dull and his mind was blank. Facing Kira's demented eyes, Kigali shyly hid behind Aisha Trine, trying her best to hide herself. Okay, don't be shy, go quickly. Aisha Trine stepped aside, exposing Kigali's beauty to everyone, and pushed her from behind. After a few stumbling steps, Kigali came in front of everyone. Girl? Kira asked stupidly. Hearing this, Kigali, who was originally shy, suddenly became angry. Although she liked to wear pants rather than skirts, she also cared about her gender, right? Especially in front of Kira. You guy. She stepped forward, spread her arms, clenched her fists, and looked like she was going to rush up and beat someone up, completely destroying her noble image as a young lady. No. I just want to say that you are indeed a girl. What's the difference? Pachihohadhoha. Andre Bartfield and Yang Hui couldn't help laughing, and Aisha Trine couldn't even stand up straight with laughter. Sure enough, you should be a tomboy, Kigali, ha. Yang Hui teased. You bastard. But this skirt suits you very well. Yang Hui's words turned the angry Kigali into a shy kitten again. Sister-in-law has great taste. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Right? Aisha is a good woman who can't be found in the world. Andre Bartfield was naturally very proud of his lover being praised. Maybe not as good as my 2 fiancés, but sister-in-law is really great. As he said, He looked down on Andre Bartfield. It's a pity that you ruined it. What the hell? Ha ha ha, brother, don't talk nonsense. Aisha Tribine was unhappy, came behind Andre Bartfield, and put her hands around his neck. Andy is the best man. Hearing this, Andre Bartfield raised his eyebrows provocatively at Yang Hui with the attitude of a winner. Well, I lost this time. Yang Hui shrugged and admitted defeat directly. After all, the other party is a couple with a common mind, and their strength can break gold. 2 against 1, despicable. Kigali muttered. So little girl, do you want to help the little brother? Or, are you in that kind of relationship with him? Andre Bartfield teased. Of course he was joking. Didn't he see that Kigali had been sitting next to Kira? And he also noticed the way Yang Hui looked at Kigali, although there was a hint of concern hidden in his eyes, not like an ordinary friend, let alone a lover, more like a brother looking at his younger sister who never grew up. Eh? Is that so? Kira was shocked. No way. Who has that kind of relationship with this playboy? Kigali cursed. Playboy. Andre Bartfield and Aisha Tribine were both stunned for a moment, looking at Yang Hui in surprise. I can't tell, little brother, you're hiding it very well. The 2 marriages arranged by the family, my 2 fiancés and I are also willing, how can there be a playboy? Yang Hui asked back with a smile. If you can't be loyal to one person, isn't that just being fickle? Yes, you see, I'm already this old, don't I love only one person? Okay, I admit defeat today. If there's a chance, I'll bring my fiancé with me. 3 against 2, I won't lose to you again. Yang Hui said. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Beep beep beep. At this time, Andre Bartfield's pad rang. When he picked it up and looked at it, he and Aisha Trin were stunned for a moment, but soon controlled their inner shock. Kigali and Kira didn't notice the fleeting change in expression, but they couldn't escape Yang Hui's eyes, but they didn't say it out. What do you want to do? Seeing that Andre Bartfield and Aisha Trin were silent, Kigali asked impatiently. What? Are you really the desert tiger? Why do you do that? Is it one of your usual hobbies? Kigali asked. What's your hobby? Wandering around the streets in disguise, letting the residents run away and setting the town on fire, right? Andre Bartfield didn't answer directly, but praised Kigali's eyes. Nice eyes, very straightforward, really good eyes. What a joke. Andre Bartfield, who was originally laughing, immediately became serious and asked Kigali, do you also think it's better for people to die? Kigali couldn't answer this question, and then looked at Kira. What about you? What do you think? Huh? How can we end the war? As a Miss Pilot, what do you think? How do you know? Kira and Kigali were shocked. They have never revealed their identities, especially Kira is a pilot of the strike. Yang Hui sighed, holding his forehead. Whether Andre Bartfield was just testing or really knew, Kigali and Kira's reactions had already told each other the answer. Ha. Andre Bartfield stood up with a smile. It's not good to be too straightforward. Seeing Andre Bartfield walking to the side, Kira and Kigali could no longer sit still and stepped back to the wall. Yang Hui. What are you nervous about? Yang Hui stood still tasting his coffee, and his calm tone stunned Kira and Kigali. He is an enemy. That's right. Yang Hui nodded in agreement with Kigali's point of view. Then you. An enemy? So what? Oh my, brother, shouldn't you panic at this time? Just like that adjuster brother and the straightforward girl. Catch the bullet was loaded and the muzzle was pointed at Yang Hui's head. Yang Hui. It's okay. The calm words were like a spring breeze, soothing the restlessness and worries in Kira and Kigali's hearts. At this moment, Yang Hui was like attending a pleasant tea party, calmly tasting coffee, not shaken, not panicked, even if a gun was pointed at his head. Hey, brother, at least give me some reaction. You're embarrassing me. Yang Hui, who was pointed at his head with a gun, did not show any emotion. Instead, Andre Bartfield, who was holding the gun, was the first to lose his composure. You don't have any murderous intent at all. How do you want me to react? Yang Hui turned his head and asked Andre Bartfield helplessly. Well, it's true. You are indeed a big shot. You can't judge by your appearance at all. Andre Bartfield's tone was very resentful. Yang Hui did not follow the script at all. According to common sense, shouldn't the two sides be on edge at this time? Different experiences are precious wealth. Ha, interesting. After laughing, Andre Bartfield put away his gun, but still asked Yang Hui, "So what do you think of this answer?" Yang Hui knew that Andre Bartfield wanted to ask about his views on war. That depends on whether you want to ask about fighting or war. Oh? How about fighting? War, so what? As for fighting, there are many ways. Killing your opponent is the easiest way, but it is also the worst way. I personally prefer to defeat your opponent. If once is not enough, then do it twice. Beating your opponent and making him worship you is the best way. Huh? Ho ha ho ha. What a surprising answer, brother. It's just personal preference. Then what about war? How do you think the war will end? The extinction of all human beings. What? Yang Hui. You. This answer not only stunned Kira and Kigali, but even Andre Bartfield and Aisha Trine did not expect Yang Hui's answer to be like this. Just look at history. After finishing the coffee in the cup, Yang Hui stood up and poured himself another cup as if he were at home, then returned to his original seat and sat down. Since the birth of mankind, we have been fighting wars. We have been fighting with nature to survive, fighting with beasts for food and life and death, fighting with other people for power, status, beauty, wealth and other reasons. We are always at war. Have humans ever stopped fighting? This. Andre Bartfield, Aisha Trine and Kira were speechless. Anyone who knows history knows that the history of human development is a complete and grand history of wars, and we are always at war. But, before that tragedy happened, wasn't there peace? Kigali retorted. Peace? Haha, Kigali, in your eyes, only using weapons to fight to the death is war. Isn't it? Are economic wars, political wars, and diplomatic wars not considered wars? This. Killing people with knives and guns is nothing to be afraid of. What's really scary is being able to kill people without a knife. Then, is there no way to achieve peace? Kira asked. Did I say it? If all humans die out, there will naturally be no wars. This. How is this possible? There is another way. Huh? The four of them looked at Yang Hui expectantly. They were looking forward to what Yang Hui could say, because Yang Hui's words just now had made them despair of the contradiction between war and peace. Transfer internal contradictions to the outside. As he spoke, Yang Hui raised his gaze and passed through the crowd to the small stone slab of Evidence 01. You mean, aliens? That's right. Whether it's natural people or adjusters, in the eyes of other races, they are just one race, humans, with no difference. When alien races attack humans and threaten to exterminate humans, in order to survive, they naturally unite to fight against foreign enemies. A very wonderful point of view, but it's impossible to refute it. Andre Bartfield nodded in agreement. Isn't it? But the funny thing is, Yang Hui paused, put the coffee cup on the table, stood up and turned his head, saying to everyone with a smile, the evidence of extraterrestrial life is in front of us, the boundless cake of the universe is in front of us, and humans are still fighting for a piece of land. After that, he walked out the door. Kigali, Kira, let's go. Oh. The two were still in a daze, and Yang Hui's words had a huge impact on their three views. Are you leaving, little brother? I've been bothering you for so long. My family will be worried if I don't go back. The coffee is good. Thank you for the hospitality. Hey, this is the happiest thing I've heard today. Tell the truth. Little brother. Anything else? I won't show mercy. Hearing this, Yang Hui grinned, domineering, confident, and unquestionable. I won't lose to the same person twice. Chapter 287 A Quiet Day. Yang Hui and the other two left without any obstruction. Andre Bartfield stood in front of the window and watched them leave. Andy, is this kid really only 16 years old? Aisha Trine asked. Who knows? Maybe there's an old monster living in the body of a 16-year-old. Andre Bartfield joked, not knowing that he had accidentally guessed the truth. But Aisha Trine believed Andre Bartfield's joke a little. Although it was a plot that only appeared in entertainment works, what Yang Hui had shown so far scared her, a veteran on the battlefield, and he was not like a 16-year-old boy at all. He's very dangerous. Otherwise, how could he be ranked 4th on the POC list? Andre Bartfield said, shaking the pad in his hand. It really contains Yang Hui's information. Aren't you worried? There's no need to worry, Aisha. Andre Bartfield gently put his arm around Aisha's shoulders. We are warriors and executioners. We may die any day. We can't hide or escape, but... Yang Hui's back had disappeared from their sight, but Andre Bartfield seemed to have seen it. Ending in his hands might be a good result. Yet, you could have escaped first. Then you might as well kill me. Ha ha ha, as expected, you are the best woman, Aisha. Although there are no large-scale battles on Earth and the universe, small frictions have never stopped. In contrast, the plant homeland is a paradise, far away from the invasion of war. Home this is. In the ward, Aslan opened his eyes slightly and wanted to raise his hand to block the dazzling light, but he was too weak to move. Athran. You're awake. Turning towards the familiar voice, the haggard mother looked at him with tears in her eyes. Mother? This is the hospital in the homeland, Athran, I'm so glad you're okay, woo woo woo. Rinoa Sarah covered her mouth and cried. As a member of the Sarah family, it was inevitable for Athran to join the Zaft army. She understood, but it didn't mean she would accept this result. Especially this time when she saw Athran seriously injured and unconscious, she regretted why she didn't stop him. At the same time, she was also glad that her son was favored by God and was not taken away by the god of death. Really? Am I back to the homeland? Athran regained his memory little by little. What he could remember now was that the angel suddenly punished him, and then he and Cruz. Wait? Captain Cruz. Mother, how many days have I been in a coma? Where is Captain Cruz? Where are everyone? What was the result of the battle? His Athran asked hurriedly, but he wanted to get up weakly, but it involved the wound that had not yet fully healed, and he took a breath of cold air in pain. Don't get excited, Aslan, lie down quickly, the doctor said you need to stay in bed and rest. Lenoisera hurriedly let Aslan lie down. Although the medical technology of Plant is quite advanced, as long as he is not dead and has not lost his limbs, he can be saved, but Aslan's injuries are too serious. A large number of fragments pierced his body and even injured his internal organs. If it weren't for the good medical conditions on the Vesalius, he would not have waited to return to the mainland for treatment and would have died. Mother. How many days have I been in a coma? Aslan asked. 10. 10 days. What? Aslan. Are you okay? No. I'm fine. Aslan was excited and pulled the wound again. He had no choice but to lie down in bed again. Lie down well, I'll go call a doctor. Okay, thank you, Mother. Lenoisera left quickly and came back quickly. She brought back not only doctors and nurses, but also Nigel who happened to come to visit Aslan. Aslan. Nicholas. Great, it's great that you woke up. Where's Isaac? Where's Diego? Where's Captain Cruz? They're all fine. Captain Cruz woke up 2 days ago and is now undergoing recovery treatment. Isaac and Diego are also resting in the homeland. Since Captain Cruz and you are seriously injured, it seems that the higher-ups are going to execute a very important combat plan. The entire Cruz team is resting and waiting for new orders. And what else? That's... Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but please let me check him first. The doctor who had been standing behind interrupted the conversation between the two. Oh, sorry, please. Nicole apologized embarrassedly. Knowing that Aslan had woken up, he was so excited that he forgot that he needed a physical examination. Excuse me, doctor. After a few minutes, the basic examination was completed and the doctor gave everyone good news. Mr. Sarah is recovering very well, but we need to take an X-ray later to see how his body is recovering. But don't worry. With Mr. Sarah's current condition, there will be no problem. He should be able to recover in 2 or 3 days. Thank you very much. It's my job. I'll arrange it for you. I'll tell you when it's ready. Okay. Lenoisera followed the doctors and nurses out of the ward. She still needed to know the situation, and Aslan and Nigel seemed to be discussing military affairs. It was inconvenient for her to be there, so she simply left the space for the two to talk alone. Nigel, you just said, what else do you want? Aslan asked Nigel after everyone left. That unknown machine, do you still remember it? Nigel asked with a serious face. I remember it, and it's impossible to forget it. Entering the memory, Aslan seemed to have returned to that time. From being difficult to being stunned, from being stunned to being desperate, it was just a momentary change. Even though it's safe now, he feels scared when he thinks about it. It's about that unknown machine. The origin of the other party has been found out. Nigel said. Really? What is it? Is it the new Ms. of the Earth Army? Aslan asked anxiously. No. Nigel shook his head. They are mercenaries, and the name of the organization is Amikun. Mercenaries. Aslan frowned. His guess was denied, and Aslan was greatly relieved. If it was really the new Ms. of the Earth Army, then Zaft and Plant would be in danger. This not only meant that their action to snatch the 4Gs was meaningless, but also meant that the Earth Army already had Ms. that natural people could use, and that kind of power was really terrifying. But to say that the unknown Ms. was a mercenary organization, Aslan found it hard to believe this answer. It was normal for mercenaries to have Ms., but most of them were inferior products restored from wreckage, or bodies eliminated from the army. That kind of body was the latest technology at first glance, and it was not something that mercenaries could bring out, unless that group of mercenaries is called a Mecha, right? Have you found out about their origins? Aslan asked. This is the biggest problem. The intelligence department tried their best but couldn't find their origins. Nicole said, the members are unknown, their origins are unknown, and their mission records are unknown. Except for 4 brand new Ms., there is no trace of them. It's like they appeared and disappeared out of thin air. How could it be? This made Athrin even more unbelievable. He knew a little about Zaft's intelligence department. It was definitely not worse than the Earth Army's intelligence department. They had spies all over the world. How could they not find any traces? It's very strange, right? There is no trace at all, but what? Athrin asked anxiously. Nicole looked around and made sure that there was no one. Then he leaned close to Athrin's ear and said to him in a voice that only 2 people could hear, I accidentally overheard my father saying that they all suspected that the Celestial Being organization was behind it, and it might be Orb. Huh? Or SHH. Athrin was about to exclaim, but Nicole quickly stopped him. These were all speculations without evidence. In addition, the relationship between Plant and Orb was very delicate, so it couldn't be publicized everywhere. How could it be? Athrin still couldn't believe Nicole's statement. The intelligence department has not found any trace of Celestial Being, but I heard that they found that the Earth Army is also looking for Celestial Being, so they judged that the Earth Army would not be behind Celestial Being. Excluding our alliance with the Earth, only Orb has this ability. Nicole said. So, wait a minute. At this time, he suddenly thought of the conversation he had with Wang Liumai after returning to Plant to accept the inquiry of the Supreme Council last time. Athrin, have you thought of anything? Nicole asked. Not to mention that Nicole's father is a member of the Supreme Council and a senior officer of the Zaft Army. Even if there is no such relationship, as a member of the Zaft Army, he is very concerned about the intelligence of Celestial Being, because now meeting them is equivalent to throwing oneself into the arms of the God of Death. No, nothing. He can already conclude one thing, that the unknown machine that instantly hid him and Cruz was driven by Yang Hui, but he really can't say it. Well, Aslan, don't be sad. No one can do anything against that kind of monster. Nicole thought Aslan was just worried about his other companions and was blaming himself for his failure, so he comforted him. But at this time, an unpleasant voice sounded at the door of the ward. Humph! Self-consolation of a coward? How shameful. Isaac. Nicole was angry. Aslan was already seriously injured and had not recovered. Was Isaac still mocking Aslan and completely disregarding the friendship of his companions? But the next second, Isaac and Diego walked into the ward and put the flowers and fruit baskets in their hands on the cabinet. What is this? Aslan asked. This is. Humph. Why do you care so much? Can't you just move on? Punchy Diego. You bastard. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Ho ha ho ha. Don't laugh. You bastards. Don't laugh. Chapter 288, Courtship of the Emperor. Isaac and Diego, Aslan and Nicole, the Cruz team has always been 2 factions, one representing radicalism and the other representing stability. There have been many conflicts, especially Isaac, who mocks Aslan and Nicole whenever he has the chance. Diego and Isaac have the same attitude. But no matter what, they are also companions. Before entering the Cruz team, they were classmates in the military academy. Isaac and Diego have a good relationship because although their parents are not on the same faction, they have a good personal relationship and have been friends since childhood. So they like to quarrel with Aslan because Aslan has always been the first in the military academy, suppressing them. At the same time, Aslan has excellent grades and a slow attitude towards doing things, which makes them very unhappy. But when they saw Aslan seriously injured, the competitive relationship and the unhappiness of being disappointed in Iron and Steel disappeared in an instant. And only worry and concern were left. And Isaac is old and arrogant. Even if he is worried, he will never admit it. Ahem, thank you, Isaac. Aslan thanked sincerely. I'm not doing this for you. The Holy Shield is your machine. I don't want to lose the powerful fighting power of the Holy Shield. Yes, I get it. You bastard, Ha ha. Speaking of the Holy Shield, how is it? Aslan asked. Before he fell into coma, he didn't know the condition of the Holy Shield, but he himself had been in a coma for 10 days, so the condition of the Holy Shield can be imagined. It's been repaired. Really? I thought it was broken at first. After all, it was beaten like that, Diego teased. Really? That's good. By the way, Aslan, you'd better prepare. Isaac reminded seriously. What's wrong? For that monster machine, the Supreme Council is going to hold another inquiry meeting between you and Captain Cruz. Really? I get it. The battle records have been extracted, but the records are just records. If you want to know more, only the two who have experienced it personally know what the situation is like. By the way, is it really that terrible? Diego asked. Yeah, it's scary. Aslan nodded with a serious expression. At the beginning, Captain Cruz and I were entangled with it. Before the situation later, we couldn't get away with just the beam rifle and the physical sword. Based on this situation, we can judge that the opponent must be an ace pilot, and then everyone was silent. They had also read the battle record and could not object to Aslan's statement. The three of them could not do this. They were the red ace, and the opponent showed a stronger dominance on the battlefield than them. Although there was still something to say later, the three of them knew what Aslan wanted to express. The opponent showed mercy at the beginning, otherwise Aslan and Cruz would have been defeated when they met. But it shouldn't be used in that state all the time, right? Nigel analyzed. The analysis results of the technical department showed that the performance of the machine did not improve much, and the performance burst can be ruled out. And those light spots, Aslan, do you remember them? Yitzhak asked. Yes, I remember. Those light spots are beams, and the source is the wings. Wings are a very powerful weapon. Aslan agreed while recalling. Yes, this is the same as the analysis results of the technical department. Diego nodded. Are there any other results? Aslan asked. There is one, but it has not been confirmed yet. As he said that, Nigel took out a military pad and called up the recovered combat records and the analysis results of the technical department. Look here. Aslan took the pad, and the screen showed the data analysis of the Aegis Gundam being hit by the light spots. This is it. Yes, the temperature of the armor rose sharply, and then exploded from the inside, which means these light spots are weapons similar to heat bullets. This technology. Aslan began to sweat when he thought about it. Zaft had just begun to use the 4G machines it had recaptured to conduct research and development on the miniaturization of beam weapons. The other party was already able to transform beams into other types of lethal weapons. How to make up for this gap? The intelligence department has already checked, and the three major design bureaus of Heinlein, Asimov, and Clark have been busy. Even if they can't make the same thing, at least they have to find a way to deal with it. Diego said. Tisk, isn't it just orb? Can't we just shoot it down directly? Isaac said viciously. The possibility of orb being behind celestial being was high. Isaac and Diego could naturally learn about this from their parents. Compared to Athrin and Nicole, they didn't care about evidence at all. As long as there was a possibility, they would just fight. After the fight, they would know whether it was orb or not. We have no evidence to prove it was orb. What other evidence do you need? It is an indisputable fact that orb helped the Earth Army to manufacture Ms. But, Isaac, you can't just say that. Huh? X-Fort was another familiar voice to all four of them. They turned around and saw that they were right. But why did this person appear here? Ms. Lakis? Miss Wong. Lakis, who is wearing a pink dress, and Wong, who is wearing a purple shirt and a black skirt, walked into the ward arm in arm. Hello, Isaac, Diego, Nicole, nice to see you, and Aslan, glad you're safe. Long time no see, Isaac, Diego, Nicole, and Aslan. Why are you here? Seeing the Emperor, Isaac's face immediately turned red, as if he saw a prehistoric monster, and he stepped back in fear. Isaac is really forgetful. As an official diplomat of Orb, I arrived in plant a few days ago. Aslan and I are also friends. I heard that he was injured, so I naturally wanted to visit him. You? I wouldn't have come today if I had known. Ah la la. Isaac, are you shy? A close friend and a bad friend are equal. Knowing Isaac's dark history, Diego would naturally not miss the opportunity to make fun of him. Diego. You bastard. Oh my, isn't it just that your courtship was rejected? It's been a year, why are you still shy? Could it be that someone, hey, you bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Oh? Are you angry? I'm out of here, Aslan, get well soon. Diego laughed and ran out of the ward. Isaac didn't want to stay here anymore, so he chased Diego and ran away. Ho ha ho ha, I didn't expect Isaac, ha ha ha. Sister Wang, look at how charming you are. Isaac still can't forget you. Lakis teased mischievously. Alice, I can't help it. Who made me fall in love with a man who is better than him? Wang pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. A year ago, through the relationship of Bloody Valentine's Day, Yang Hui officially connected with the top management of Plant and launched various exchange activities. As Yang Hui's right-hand men, Wang and Wang Liumai naturally had to get acquainted with him at the beginning. That was the third time he came to Plant on a business trip. At a family banquet of Plant senior executives, Isaac met Wang, and was attracted by her beauty and temperament, and confessed to her in public. As a result, haha, Wang told Isaac with an awkward but polite smile, I'm sorry, I have a fiancé. Isaac was petrified on the spot, and even almost ran away crying in shame. However, it was also at that banquet that Wang met Isaac, Diego and Nickel, especially Nickel, who was highly praised by even Lakis. Of course, it was only in music. Lakis once said that she was just a national idol of Plant. If Nickel had not joined the army, he would have become the leading musician in Plant. Haha, don't say it, Isaac regrets this very much? Nickel laughed. Wang, you need to remind Yang Hui to be careful. Isaac secretly swore that he would kill Yang Hui and snatch you away. Aslan teased. Really? Isaac is so pitiful. Puchy ha ha ha. Among the 4 people present, except for Nicole who only knew Yang Hui but was not familiar with him, the other 3 knew Yang Hui well. He was mature and steady, had outstanding planning, and was extremely powerful. Although he was a natural person, he was better than 99% of the adjusters in all aspects. With Isaac's condition, he wanted to kill Yang Hui? What a joke. It would be good if he didn't get sold and helped him count money. Wang, have you finished your work? Aslan asked. Well, we have finished talking about everything that should be discussed. We have to return to Orb in 2 days. Wang replied. It's really hard, Wang, and it's very powerful. My father complained to me and my mother when he came home 2 days ago that in addition to Wang Liumai, Orb has another incredible girl, and the Supreme Council has been speechless again. Nicole sighed. There is no way. Orb's situation is too special, and the old guys are not good enough. We can only work harder. Wang joked. The 3 knew that Wang was joking, but he couldn't respond. By the way, Wang, where's Yang Hui? Aslan asked. This was not just worry, he also had many questions to ask Yang Hui. He is also busy outside. Is that so? It's really a pity. No regrets, Aslan. At this time, Lakis said, just believe that we will meet again one day. I know. But you have to heal your wounds first, don't let him know, otherwise, he will definitely laugh at you. Wang reminded. Oh, Aslan's expression froze. Of course he knew this. But, although there is no evidence, but except Yang Hui, he really can't think of anyone who can drive the Dawn Gundam and instantly defeat him and cruise, so. Tell me, how can I make him not know that I am injured? Use physical means to make him lose his memory? Or dig out a piece of his brain? Aslan, I need to go for a checkup. Lakis? Wang? You are all here. At this time, Renoa Sarah came back, and the film and other examinations were ready. She came to pick Aslan up for the examination. Hello, Mrs. Sarah. Can you wait a moment? Aslan needs to go for a recovery check. Don't bother, Mrs. Sarah, we've already talked to Aslan for a while, and it's time to say goodbye. Wang said. Really? What a pity. After saying goodbye to Aslan, Lenoa Sarah and Nicole, Wang and Lakis left the hospital and prepared to return to the Klein family. During this time, Wang has been living in Lakis's house. I heard that Yang Hui went to North Africa. Lakis suddenly asked in the car. Hearing this, Wong was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of Lakis's true character and ability, and he was relieved. It seems that you haven't been idle this year. In order to control your own future, you can't be an idle at ease. Lakis sighed, and her cute face looked very tired. Wong also sighed and hugged Lux gently. Does he know? I guess he knows. What do you mean? He said, not now. Now? Haha, it fits his character very well. I told you that you must take the initiative. Let's talk about it later. Now, it's really not appropriate, for me and for him. Don't worry, it will be soon. The White Dove Plan has entered the third stage. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 289. Is this considered ex-harassment? The site returned to North Africa on Earth. Yang Hui, Kigali and Kira were missing. Everyone was panicked. They searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Fortunately, the three finally returned safely, which made everyone feel relieved. But just when they were relieved and concerned about the reason for their loss of contact, they were frightened again. What? Tiger found you? Invite you to visit my home. Bakalulu exclaimed. If she didn't believe Yang Hui, she would have suspected that the three were traitors. Well, Tiger was assassinated by Blue Cosmos. We happened to be there, so. Malu, Bakalulu and Mew were silent. Although Blue Cosmos was just a religious organization, who in the world didn't know that the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation were composed of members of Blue Cosmos? Blue Cosmos is no longer a simple religious organization. It has the ability to influence the whole world. Malu, Bakalulu and Mew belonged to the Atlantic Federation. They didn't care about assassinations, but Yang Hui and the other two were involved, so they had to care. Are you injured? Bakalulu asked with concern. Of course not. Yang Hui patted his chest and assured. Tisk, he's still injured? You didn't see how powerful he was. Kigali muttered, her tone sour, not because she was sour that Yang Hui took away the opportunity to show off, but because she grew up with Yang Hui and now found that she knew Yang Hui less and less, and felt betrayed. Hey. You took action. Bakalulu asked. You allow others to kill me, but you don't allow me to fight back. Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and asked Bakalulu. No, I just. In fact, Bakalulu herself didn't realize that her thoughts were very close to Blue Cosmos, so she subconsciously regarded all natural people as companions and was hostile to all adjusters. Of course, this point has changed a lot under Yang Hui's guidance. The reason she asked this was just because she was worried that Yang Hui would get into trouble after doing this. It's okay, no one knows my identity. Yang Hui reached out to pat Bakalulu's shoulder, but as soon as he touched Bakalulu, she trembled all over like a kitten with its fur standing on end, and her whole body froze, her face flushed. Oh, this really confused Yang Hui. What's wrong? Is he sick? Or is he trying to scam me? Pucci Malu and Mew on the side couldn't help laughing out loud. Yang Hui, you are harassing me. Ah. This. Yang Hui was dumbfounded, took a step back, and looked at his hand blankly. Does this count? Puhahaha. Captain. Captain Flacca. Haha, okay, I won't laugh. The two rubbed their aching stomachs and held back their laughter. Ahem, let's get back to the point. Did Tiger really find out your identities? Bakalulu asked Yang Hui in a serious manner, but her red face showed her unrest. My intelligence is easy to check. It's also revealed that Kira is the pilot of the strike team. Yang Hui glanced at Kigali while saying this. Ahem. Kigali lowered her head in embarrassment. It was indeed because she was too straightforward. A little probing exposed Kira's identity. Then why did he let you go? Asked Bakalulu. Well, who knows? But judging from the process of the conversation, he is an upright soldier who disdains to use despicable means such as assassination and imprisonment, right? Yang Hui said. Okay, what should we do next? Bakalulu didn't want to delve into this topic. Yang Hui's answer was ambiguous, but if he didn't say it, no one would ask. Get ready, the war is about to begin. Yang Hui's face was no longer casual, but was replaced by seriousness. The three of them were silent. Malu immediately gave orders to Kira and Mew. Captain Flacca, Lieutenant Yamato, adjust a machine and be ready for war at any time. In 2 days, the Archangel will set sail, aiming for the Red Sea, entering the Pacific Ocean from the Indian Ocean to the Alaska base. Understood. X2 Isn't there no way to resupply this route? Kigali asked immediately. Yes, but there is no way. Our combat power is not enough to break through the Gibraltar base. The only route we can choose is the Red Sea. Malu said helplessly. In this case, you can. Kigali. Anticipating what Kigali was going to say, Yang Hui interrupted her harshly. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking you not to talk nonsense. Yang Hui said calmly without even looking at her. You. Get out. Yang Hui. You are a bastard. Kigali ran away angrily with tears in her eyes. Didn't I just want to help the Archangel? Don't you have a good relationship with them? Why can you do it but I can't? But what Kigali didn't know was that although Yang Hui's identity was not hidden from Maru and the others, all the help he provided to them was not done in the name of Orb, but in a private capacity or with a concealed identity. If Kigali followed her intention and let the Archangel go to Orb for supplies, a detour would be a small matter, but it would bring a huge international dispute to Orb. Orb is a neutral country and does not allow any armed forces to enter Orb without authorization. The Archangel is not only a cutting-edge battleship, but also carries the Strike Gundam, which is the top secret of the Earth Army, although it has been exposed almost to the public. You can't contact the mainland now, and you didn't let Orb conduct diplomatic negotiations with the Atlantic Federation for the Archangel in advance. Just because of your words, you let the Archangel enter Orb without authorization. Let alone what Zaft will react to, the Atlantic Federation will speed up its pressure on Orb. Seeing this, Maru and Bakalulu didn't say anything. They naturally saw that Kigali's identity was definitely not just a volunteer of the resistance organization, and her identity in Orb was definitely not ordinary. What about you? Yang Hui, will you still come with us? Maru asked, with both extravagant hopes and rejections. Probably not. I will help you enter the Red Sea, and the rest of the journey will depend on you. Yang Hui said. Really? That's fine. Both Maru and Bakalu were a little disappointed, but they understood Yang Hui. In the universe, it made sense to board the Archangel in the name of humanitarian rescue. After all, Heliopolis collapsed, but now, there is no such excuse. On Earth, as long as Yang Hui does not commit suicide in a high-profile manner, whether it is planned, the Earth Union, or neutral countries such as the Equatorial Union, they will send him back to Orb intact. Don't worry, I told you a fortune when I was free, and you will be safe on this trip. Yang Hui grinned. Did you tell fortunes? Upon hearing this, Malu and Bakalu were stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha 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 ha, do you really think you are a god? Can you predict the future? Who knows? Yang Hui shrugged his shoulders, without explanation, and he couldn't explain it, at least not now. However, as long as the two women can remember today's joke, they will know what Yang Hui means when they arrive at Promise Fortress in the future. At this time, Mew hurriedly ran back, immediately grabbed Yang Hui and asked, Your companion is back, what did you ask him to do? Larry's back? Pretty fast. No, do you know what he brought back? Yes, I asked him to buy it, just in case. Are you kidding? Why did you ask him to buy these things? What's going on? Captain Flacca. Bakalu asked. Yang Hui's friend? Bodyguard? Never mind, it's not important. It's Lyle Delandi. Do you know what he brought back? What? Seeing Mew's panicked expression, the two women became even more curious. 2. Zine. And they are desert specific. Not only that, there are also a lot of weapons and ammunition. What? X2 The two women looked at Yang Hui with the same expression as Mew. Yang Hui. You. SHH. Yang Hui put his finger on his lips to tell Becky Lulu not to say anything. I said, I will send you safely into the Red Sea. To women, my promises are not casual. After saying that, without waiting for the three to continue asking questions, he waved his hand and left the captain's office. Is this considered sexual harassment? Mew asked stupidly. Captain Flacca. X2 up, I'll go check on the Sky King. He didn't know how he had offended the public, but in order to save his life, he had to leave quickly. Malu and Bakalu both blushed, looked at each other, lowered their heads, and fell into a mysterious silence. Yang Hui left the ship to see the quality of the goods Lyle brought back. How is it? It's just so-so. How good can Zine be? Lyle said helplessly. Zine is a second-hand refurbished product bought from the Earth faction of the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union. How good can it be? Originally, Zine was a D-class machine. Although it was specialized for desert stations, the foundation was there. After picking and choosing, they only chose 2 machines that barely reached D+. As for weapons and ammunition, they were quite sufficient. Not only did they get the standard MMA, M8A 376mm heavy assault machine gun, MA, M3 heavy sword and heavy axe, they also got a few MIS-specific rocket launchers, and 2 triple-mounted missile launchers on the shoulders. Moreover, the 2 desert-type, Zine, were further modified, with multiple large nozzles installed on the legs to ensure that the machine can perform floating movement. In the crowd, Yang Hui boarded the desert-type, Zine, and began to adjust the OS. At the same time, he used the system to check the condition of the machine. The appearance looked like new, but it did not mean that the inside was intact. There were many unlucky people who only looked at the appearance and bought refurbished machines. After checking the system and confirming that there was no problem, Yang Hui rewrote the OS of the 2 machines, and then got off the machine to check the quality of the ammunition. He did not want to be killed by the explosion of inferior ammunition in the battle. Huh? The quality of this batch of goods is good. Yang Hui was surprised. The quality of this batch of ammunition was beyond his expectations. Right? I have found several stores. I heard that this store's channels are. He did not explain it, but Lyle raised his thumb and cushioned it. Well, start the test, the motion test, get ready, the war is coming. Understood. Yang Hui. At this time, Kigali, Kira, and even Thor and others ran over and stared at Yang Hui and Jean, behind Lyle in a trance. Chapter 290 finally awake. What are you going to do? Kigali asked Yang Hui hurriedly. Nothing, just fulfilling a promise. You bastard. Kigali looked at Yang Hui's calm and indifferent look, and her anger rose again. You are looking for death. Really? Yang Hui asked Kigali calmly, and his cold tone and attitude scared Kigali. She loosened her collar and stepped back. Do you know that natural people cannot drive Ms.? Do you know that the other party is Desert Tiger, Andre Bartfeld, so what? Yang Hui adjusted the wrinkles of his clothes, very calmly and indifferently. Kigali, you said you grew up with me since childhood, do you really know me? You. Yang Hui ignored the unreasonable Kigali and looked at Kira. When the battle begins, you and me will be responsible for protecting the Archangel, and I will deal with the Desert Tiger. But the performance of the Zeon is no match for Baku. Kira said worriedly. Even the modified Zeon could not compete with Baku in the desert. How about you? No, that's your machine. Yang Hui knew that Kira wanted to give the strike Gundam to him, so he refused decisively. But you. Don't worry, a mere tiger won't kill me. Kira was still worried and wanted to persuade him again, but Yang Hui didn't give him a chance at all. He turned around and left the crowd with Lyle. At this time, Sai had a complicated expression on his face. He quietly got rid of Thor and others and found Yang Hui. Yang Hui, can natural people really drive Ms.? If you just want to prove yourself, then I advise you to give up. Yang Hui answered Sai while looking at the information on the pad without raising his head. Sai wants to drive Ms., not because he has a high level of consciousness, but because he just wants to prove himself, to prove that he is no worse than Kira, and to prove that he can protect Frey as well, in order to make Frey change her mind. But Sai is not Kira. Even if the OS available to natural people becomes popular, Sai cannot be as powerful as Kira. Whether it is a natural person or an adjuster, Kira is special. Even Aslan cannot rewrite the auxiliary system according to the battlefield environment in battle like Kira, not to mention the top adjuster ability. If it is a stranger, why does he want to drive Ms.? Yang Hui will not care, but Sai has been regarded as a friend by Yang Hui, and he does not want Sai to take risks because of a dispute of will. Why? War is not a game. You should know how intense it is to drive a Ms. in a battle. Of course I know that. But Kira. You are not Kira. You don't have Kira's awareness, and you haven't experienced his pain. And is it because he is an adjuster? Yang Hui's fingers stopped flipping through the information and raised his eyelids to look at Sai. Even among the adjusters, Kira is the best. Do you understand what I mean? Why? I just don't want to lose to him. Sai lowered his head and cried, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost pierced his skin. If Kara died in the battle, would you be sad? Yang Hui asked Sai. Of course not. Sai wanted to say no, but the last word was stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Did he really hate Kara? Not really. Although he was very angry that Kara took Frey away from him, but Sai hated himself more. He couldn't fight like Kara, and couldn't protect everyone and Frey like Kara. If you die in battle, Kara will be very sad, because you are the reason why he has to fight despite the pain. It's not just Frey, it's you, Thor, Mirialia and Kaz, Meru, Mew, Nadal, all of you. The calm voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Sai's heart, shattering the cracked persistence. Emotional matters are your own business. I won't interfere, and I can't interfere, but Sai. I hope you don't forget that it was you who made him suffer, but it was also you who helped him get to where he is now. In the end, Sai left in a daze. His mind was in a mess and he needed to be alone. I find that you like to stab others in the heart now, Yang Hui, have you become so evil now? Lyle teased. If young people want to grow, they must experience setbacks. Haha, you were not like this before, Yang Hui. Yang Hui used to help his companions grow together, but both his methods and attitudes were much softer than this. Before his companions fully grew up, he would do his best to bear all the pressure and fill all the gaps. But now, from Kara to Kigali, from Kigali to Sai, the methods and attitudes are much more radical, using the most cruel way to stimulate them to move forward. If they can't move forward, they will fall into the abyss. So I am growing up too. Yang Hui sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yang Hui had become the person he hated the most. He had discovered this problem a long time ago, but fate would not let Yang Hui stop, nor did it want him to change direction, so he kept pushing him forward. Bullshit, you just don't want us to help you share the pressure. Lyle cursed. So what if there is not enough time? So what if there are not enough manpower? Is everything now more difficult than when we were a dozen people fighting against the whole world? Alice. So Yang Hui. Lyle patted Yang Hui on the shoulder and persuaded him earnestly, don't carry everything by yourself anymore, and don't always worry about our safety. This is our choice. Setsuna, Tieria, including Wang and Wang Liumei, we were ready the moment we made the choice. I know. Then you should respect us. Yang Hui, you are despising our awareness. Yang Hui stared at the bonfire in a daze. Lyle had no interest in scolding him anymore. He spat and turned away. But before leaving, he said something with his back to Yang Hui, which made Yang Hui's body tremble. Wang and Wang Liumei have always been worried about you. Horizontal ellipsis. Crackle in the silent night, there was only the sound of burning firewood, and even the bleak wind disappeared. Yang Hui kept looking at the bonfire, his eyes became dim, his thoughts entered the memories, recalling everything in the past. In the world of Gundam, he had just arrived in a familiar yet unfamiliar world, joined the celestial beings, fought against the world with his companions, concentrated hatred, and finally left quietly with all the hatred. In the world of Gundam Age, under an absolute disadvantage, he developed technology, taught the younger generation, fought bravely, became a hero, led his companions to break through life and death crises again and again, and finally won the war. And now, a slap, slapped hard on his face, and his lost eyes regained their spirit. Alice, I am really an unqualified commander, right? Memphis. Based on the commander's current behavior and state, yes, haha, when did it start? Yang Hui said self-deprecatingly. Based on the commander's mission execution record, it is judged that the commander's dereliction of duty began when Yulin Luchel had an accident. Yulin. His thoughts entered the memory again, thinking of the Luna Gundam being hit, Yulin's life and death were uncertain. At that moment, Yang Hui's heart seemed to stop beating, and he realized how terrible the word loss was. After that, Yang Hui changed, and even he himself did not notice this change. On the surface, he still worked together to unite everyone and work together. In fact, Yang Hui silently took more pressure on himself and left more dangers to himself. After coming to the Gundam Seed world, he was determined to enter the political circle that he once hated the most, take on the responsibility of a country, make plans, implement plans, come into contact with more and more dark sides, and execute more and more shameful orders. Under the dual pressure of self and the outside world, he became unscrupulous and radical, did not explain too much to others, and did not care whether others would understand. Commander, the reconstruction of Promise Fortress cannot be undertaken by you alone. Pa. Another slap was slapped on his face, making him more sober. Really? When did I become so timid? It's so embarrassing. Yang Hui shouted to the sky, relieving the pent-up anger in his heart. He suddenly felt his heavy heart lighten, and the smile on his face regained its former cheerfulness and confidence. Just do whatever you want to do. Why think so much, Lyle? Have you figured it out? Lyle walked out from the shadows on the side. He had never left, but was hiding in the dark to see if Yang Hui would change. Just like what he had said to Graham. We are testing the world, and the world is testing us. Now, not only the world, but also his companions are observing Yang Hui's changes. If he continues like this, Lyle will really doubt whether his original choice was correct. I figured it out. Forget about the international situation and external oppression. Isn't it just against the whole world? At worst, we can do it again. Yes, at worst, we can take on the whole world again. It's not like we haven't done it before. Let's go. Go to sleep. I'm so tired during this period. Get lost. I'm the most tired one. I'm your bodyguard. I have to stay awake when you sleep. Then let's sleep together. Ugh. Disgusting. You bastard. You said that yourself. The next day, Yang Hui found Meru, Bakalulu and Mew again and gave them a commission. In the name of Orb, I would like to entrust everyone on the Archangel to escort me and the little princess of the Orb Asha family, Kagali Yura Asha, back to the country on the way to the Alaska base. In return, Orb will resupply the Archangel. Huh? X3. Chapter 291 Their Emotions. You're not sick, are you? Baki Lulu asked Yang Hui with a strange expression. Of course not. What are you thinking about? Yang Hui said unhappily, aren't you going to go through the Red Sea into the Indian Ocean to return to the Alaska base? Just send me and Kagali back on the way. This. The three looked at each other, their expressions became more and more strange. They felt that Yang Hui seemed to have changed, but they couldn't tell what had changed. And, based on your help, I will give you some supplies as a reward. Is there any problem? Yang Hui asked the three with a smile. Oh, but isn't Orb a neutral country? Give us supplies, is it really okay? Malu said worriedly. Although Yang Hui was willing to board the ship again and go with him, she still didn't want to burden Yang Hui. What can go wrong with a normal transaction commission? But Zaft won't accept it, right? Baki Lulu said worriedly. Zaft can't spare the energy to cause trouble to Orb now. What happened? The only one who could make Zaft unable to spare the energy to cause trouble to Orb was the Earth Alliance. As members of the Earth Army, the three of them immediately became nervous. Zaft's airborne troops have been descending on Earth from space and have gathered heavy troops in Gibraltar. There should be an important military operation. Yang Hui said. What? Are there any specific targets? Baki Lulu asked anxiously. Do you really think Orb's intelligence network is invincible? Yang Hui asked Baki Lulu back. Okay. But Zaft just took over Victoria Harbor not long ago, and before that, it took over Chaosian Harbor. If you judge by this. Panama Spaceport. Malu and Mew analyzed the attack targets of the Zaft army one after another. Captain. We must hurry to Panama Spaceport. It is the last spaceport of the Earth Army. Once Panama falls, our army's connection with the universe will be completely cut off. We must remind them. Why are you looking at me like that? Baki Lulu was very excited and wanted to let the Archangel set sail immediately, change the course, and go directly to Panama Spaceport, but before she finished speaking, she saw that the three people looked at her with very strange expressions. That? Nadal, did you forget something? Yang Hui reminded. What is it? Zaft's big move, will the Earth Army not notice it? Oh, what can we think of, will the Earth Army's staff not think of it? Also, the Archangel is in North Africa, and the order you received is to go to the Alaska base. Sorry, I was too excited. After receiving Yang Hui's 3 consecutive hits, Baki Lulu's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Puff Malu and Mew laughed again. As Baki Lulu and Yang Hui came into contact more and more, she looked less and less like the iron-blooded female soldier in their impression. She became softer and smoother. To be more precise, she should be cute. Captain Flacca. Ahem, sorry, then Yang Hui, can you tell me why you did this? Malu restrained her smile and asked Yang Hui. How to do it? Just, help us. Aren't you afraid of implicating Orb? He It seems that the current Earth Alliance and plant have not embarrassed Orb. Oh, Malu, Bakalu and Mew were embarrassed because they were the three of them. They couldn't respond to this. And the big move that Zaft is about to launch will not be groundless. The storm is about to hit. Whether I help you or not, Orb will not be able to stay out of it, so you don't need to care too much? Is that so? We accept your commission. Malu agreed. This time, Bakalulu did not raise any objections. Yang Hui had said so much, and it would be hypocritical for them to refuse. Besides, it was really important for them to resupply an orb on the way. Then let's do it this way. According to the original plan, we will set sail tomorrow to fight Tiger. Seeing Yang Hui was about to leave, Bakalulu followed him. Let's go together. I also want to go to the bridge to inspect the work. How should I put it? Has Yang Hui changed? Mew asked, touching his chin. Indeed, he has changed. He is more confident and more relaxed. Malu agreed. Well, it seems that good things have happened. And judging from Natal's attitude, these two people have a chance. Mew's mouth curled up with interest, smelling the taste of gossip. But to Mew's surprise, Malu didn't teach him a lesson. Instead, his expression was complicated, and his eyes were full of gloom and sadness. Seeing this scene, Mew also felt that a corner of his heart was missing, and an inexplicable discomfort surged up, but he quickly hid these emotions. I'm leaving first. I'm going to check on my machine. I don't want to find out that a few parts are missing while flying in the air. Mew also left with a smile, leaving Malu alone to ponder. 4 people, 4 different thoughts, each with their own complicated feelings. Yang Hui and Bakilulu separated at the elevator entrance, but Yang Hui saw all of Bakilulu's shy look of wanting to say something but not being able to. He is no longer the love novice he used to be, and he can see that Bakilulu has a good impression of him. So he said directly to Bakilulu, I have a fiancé, and 2 of them. Yang Hui came to the hangar and saw a group of people surrounding an air combat simulator, so he walked over to see what was going on. Oh. You are quite capable. Do you have any practical experience in air combat? Oh, so much? It was dangerous. I was hit by 2 bullets. Not bad. But you are still very powerful. When I was playing, I was shot down as soon as I entered the battlefield. Me too. You guys are obviously soldiers. It's too embarrassing, isn't it? How dare you laugh at others like this? Yang Hui couldn't stand Kagali's smug look the most. She would be brilliant if she was given a little sunshine. She must be knocked down from time to time. Yang Hui. She is still very powerful. Humph. Come and try if you have the guts. What's wrong with your face? Kagali was already very unhappy with him, and her simulation score was still the first, so she was naturally dissatisfied, but when she saw the slap mark on Yang Hui's right cheek, Kagali wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Don't worry about these little things, get out of the way. Everyone was stunned. After these few days of contact, they all realized that Yang Hui and Kagali were incompatible. They would quarrel whenever they met. Kagali was always scolded by Yang Hui and cried. They thought they were going to quarrel again, but Yang Hui actually agreed? When did their relationship become so harmonious? Get up, you let me go up but you don't give up your seat. Are you afraid that I will surpass you? Yang Hui teased. Who is afraid? Just give up. Let me see how you get shot down. Kagali gave up her seat to Yang Hui. Although she was emotional, she still found that Yang Hui was different. What's wrong with him? Miliaria asked Kagali in a low voice. I don't know either. Did something happen to you guys? No. I always feel like Yang Hui has changed. Well, it seems so, but... Quick. Look. The people who were whispering behind the air combat simulator were attracted by the exclamation. Their eyes widened and their mouths couldn't close. The screen was spinning rapidly, making people dizzy, but the enemies were disappearing quickly and the scores were also increasing rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, the air combat simulation was over. Yang Hui's name pushed Kagali from the first place to the second place, and that score was already the limit of the simulator and could not be surpassed. Wow, so amazing. Are you human? Are you cursing? Yang Hui glared at Arnold unhappily. No. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, your level, even the ace pilots in the army can't do it, right? Arnold said in horror. It shows that the level of the Earth Army is poor. Yang Hui said as he stood up and looked at Kagali. See? When you reach this level, you will be qualified to laugh at others. You You didn't cheat. Kigali asked exaggeratedly. I'm not so bored that I have to cheat in a game. Yang Hui taught Kigali a lesson in a bad mood. Remember, on the battlefield, think about saving your life first, then think about destroying the enemy. Don't say you get shot twice, one shot will kill you. Humph. I don't need your teaching. Yang Hui, you are so awesome. Can you teach me? Thor pushed Kigali aside and asked excitedly. You want to fly a fighter plane? Yang Hui asked Thor. Well, didn't I see that there are 2 Sky Kings? Captain Flacca can only fly one. If I can also fly one, wouldn't it be better to increase the combat effectiveness? Thor said. This is no joke, Thor. Flying a fighter is more dangerous than flying a Ms. Have you thought it through? Eh? Thor. Thor wanted to agree, but Mirialia hugged his arm tightly and looked at him with a worried look on her face. Thor hesitated. Think it over first. It's okay to play, but fighting requires awareness. Sorry, I was too impulsive. You don't need to apologize to me, Thor. The person you should apologize to is here. Yang Hui pointed at Mirialia. Ahoho, I'm sorry, Millie. Humph. Ho-ha-ho-ha. Just as Yang Hui was about to go and check on the strike Gundam, Kigali quietly pulled Yang Hui. Teach me. What? Teach me. Do you have bad hearing? Comma, are you sure? Well, I have the will to fight. Comma, forget it. Why can't I? Because you are Kigali Asha. You bastard, you are doing this again. Kigali, remember, when you carry the surname Asha, it represents more than just yourself. Think more about Lord Uzumi and Orb. Kigali remained silent and could only watch Yang Hui's back as he left. She wanted to catch up, but it seemed as if an invisible hand held her back. On the other side, due to the loss of several, Baku, in the previous battle, Andre Bartfeld had to apply to the Gibraltar base for reinforcements to supplement his team. Why only 3, Baku, were sent, and the rest were, Soth. Those guys in Gibraltar, are, Baku, out of stock. Throwing away the report in his hand, Andre Bartfeld complained unhappily. Well, they said they couldn't give us more, so they sent 3 more teams of, Soth, here, which can be considered as compensation. Dragosta reported. Oh, it seems that the higher-ups are going to carry out a large-scale operation. Really, why did they rush it at this time? Ahoho, there's nothing we can do about it, Captain. Well, okay, with this little combat power, we have to make good arrangements. The enemy this time is very dangerous. Although he said so, Andre Bartfeld's face was full of excitement. Chapter 292 Bloody Desert. The next day, Desert Dawn entered a tense state of preparation for war. The child was reluctant to leave his father, the wife was worried about her husband, and the mother prayed for her son. Hurry up. Move these over there. No time. Okay, that's enough. Bring as many as you can. But there's no room. As the Archangel left the ground and officially set sail, the armed trucks of Desert Dawn also started one after another, driving in front of the Archangel as if escorting it. Alice, they obviously don't have to go. Lyle sat in the cockpit of the Zion, specialized type and sighed at the excited resistance organization. In order to save energy, Yang Hui and Lyle's Zion, Desert specialized type did not follow the Archangel on land, but moved into the Archangel's hangar, waiting for the enemy to appear before attacking the enemy. Aren't we the same? Yang Hui teased. Haha, yes. Lyle understood that Yang Hui was not talking about the present, but the past. In the world of Gundam, joining the Celestial Beings organization, knowing that you will risk your life and fight against the whole world with a very small number of individuals, what is the difference between this and the Desert Dawn? Get ready, as expected, our whereabouts have been discovered. Understood, Cherubim, prepare to snipe the target. Not only did you steal your brother's lines, but you also cheated on Cherubim. Anyway, my brother is not here, and the machine I'm driving is Cherubim, there is no such thing as cheating or not. Haha, this is the first time I've seen a scumbag being so self-righteous. Are you embarrassed? Turning to the other side of the battlefield, the whereabouts of the Archangel had been found by Andre Bartfeld last night, but Andre Bartfeld was rarely in the mood, and did not want to use sneak attacks and night raids. He wanted to fight the people of the Archangel in an open and unified manner, so he arranged the battlefield until now. Are they moving? Yes, they are moving to the northwest. This direction is moving towards the ruins of the factory in Topadia. It seems that my guess is right. Andrei Bartfeld predicted from the beginning that if the Archangel wanted to break through their blockade, this route was the best choice. Other directions would be difficult to overcome even if they came up with a clever plan, so he made arrangements near the ruins of the factory in advance. Great, Captain, we will definitely be able to destroy them this time, Dragosta said excitedly. The name of Longlegs has been ranked in the Zaft army. Being able to break through the pursuit of the cruise team and land on the Earth is definitely not to be underestimated, but it also means a great achievement. Being able to sink the Archangel, not to mention the reward, at least it can be superior to others in the Zaft army. Don't be too careless, Dragosta, be careful of being killed. Andrei Bartfeld taught. Although he had made arrangements in advance, he still did not dare to underestimate the Archangel. The performance of the Strike Gundam before was very scary. And what identity will Yang Hui, who is hard to see through, appear in? Yes. Captain, shall we attack now? Yes, Lesseps, sail, altitude 02, telegraph Petrie, Henry Carter, Steve to get ready, the battle begins. Yes. XN. Boom 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 boom. Before the battle started, neither side entered the other site, and a sea of fire burned in the desert in front of the Archangel, as a signal for the start of the battle. It's the direction of the Resistance Organization's minefield. The Archangel and Desert Dawn both stopped, looking at the rising red light and billowing smoke in horror. Desert Dawn wanted to fight against the Zaft army, but it couldn't rely on armed jeeps and 75mm armor-piercing bullets alone. It laid out a lot of minefields in the desert as traps to deal with the Zaft army. The reason why they chose to move in this direction was because this area had the largest minefield. But what they didn't know was that this minefield had long been discovered by Andrei Bartfeld, who used his trick to determine the direction of the Archangel's movement and laid it in the opposite direction. Don't panic. We are not under attack. Then the mines will be gone in an instant. It seems the Tiger is finally going to deal with us with all his strength. Led by saying, a few people were still sober and knew that Andrei Bartfeld had never taken them seriously. Otherwise, the organization Desert One would have been destroyed long ago. The mines were cleared, and even a fool knew that the enemy had discovered their position. They did not dare to delay any longer. The Archangel and the Desert One moved towards the ruins of the Topadia factory again, but as soon as they saw the edge of the ruins, the radar sounded an alarm. Beep beep beep. The radar detected the shadow of a suspected enemy aircraft. The interference is serious and it is difficult to determine the number. It is at 1:30. There is a large heat source tube behind it. It is speculated to be an enemy carrier-class destroyer. Anti-air, anti-ship, and anti-miss battles start to attack. Strike, Sky Overlord, Zion, number 1 and 2, attack. Finally, the battle started, and Yang Hui and Lyle could not wait any longer. Apu started, catapult connected, all systems are normal. Zion, Unit 1, ready to attack. Understood, Yang Hui, Zion, Unit 1, attack. Under the thrust of the electromagnetic catapult, Zion accelerated suddenly and was pushed out of the catapult deck. The fire on its back and legs slowed down its descent and landed steadily on the desert. However, with the help of the many nozzles on its legs did not touch the ground, just like wearing a pair of skates on solid ice. Following Yang Hui's, Zion, Desert Specialized, Lyle's Unit 2, the Strike Gundam Male's equipment, and the Sky King equipped with a Strike Gundam gunner backpack also attacked one after another. What a warm welcome. The 4 machines had just taken off when they were welcomed by the Zaft armed helicopter formation, but in Yang Hui's eyes, these armed helicopters were as fragile as mosquitoes. Lyle, Tactical Formation A02. Understood. The 2, Zion, desert-specific models kept a certain distance, using the desert as a stage, sliding back and forth along an elegant arc, approaching, interlacing, and separating, just like elegant dancers, performing a gorgeous dance. But under the elegance and splendor, there is a deadly sickle hidden. As the 2 machines continued to slide, the 76mm heavy assault machine guns in their hands spewed flames, adding the splendor of fireworks to the stage and also releasing beautiful fireworks in the sky as embellishment. Oh! Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. At first, no one believed that a natural person could drive a Miz, but seeing the 2 machines dancing in spiral steps elegantly and gorgeously, while sweeping the mosquitoes in the sky like the god of death. How is it possible? How did he do it? Kigali was the person who was most shocked. She didn't know Lyle very well, but she knew Yang Hui and thought she knew him quite well, but now Kigali felt that Yang Hui was right. She really didn't know Yang Hui at all. Kigali, be careful. What? Ugh. Just as everyone was amazed at Yang Hui and Lyle's performance, the enemy's follow-up troops were approaching, with 12 Baku's in full force, and the motherships and destroyers in the rear were eyeing them covetously. Desert type, Zeon? No, after being modified, they actually have this kind of thing. On the Lesseps, Andre Bartfield was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked by the performance of the two Zeon. To be honest, he himself could not do such a move, and the two aircraft had a rigorous formation and close coordination. They were definitely not rookies on the battlefield for the first time, but absolute aces. Could it be him? Haha, he actually had this trick, amazing. Andre Bartfield had already guessed that the driver of one of the Zeon was Yang Hui. The Archangel had no adjusters other than Kira, and no natural person who could drive Ms., and it was impossible to get a modified Zeon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible not to use it in the previous battle. I'm going to attack too, Dragosta. The rest is up to you. Yes, Captain, please be careful. Hell, I won't die so easily. All the armed helicopters were destroyed, and the next enemy was the Baku. The number changed again, but Yang Hui was not surprised. This should be normal. Andre Balderfelt is the head of the ZAF military in the African theater, and can be regarded as the commander of the military zone. However, he only has 6 or 7 Baku under his command. This is unreasonable. 12 Baku, it's really deadly. Lyle said with a panicked smile. Can you stop smiling? It's not convincing. Yang Hui heard this and rolled his eyes unhappily. This is just for the occasion. It's almost like a taunt. Okay, I'm taunting. Then get ready, B-71. Understood. As they were about to meet the Baku, the two Zeons changed their formation, no longer walking side by side, but one in front and one behind. Yang Hui held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, blocking the Lyle, who was carrying a rocket launcher in each hand, behind him, hiding his figure. Missiles and shells were coming, and the two machines kept an elegant arc and shuttled back and forth in the explosion, whether to shoot or not to dodge the missiles and quickly approach. When they came into contact with Baku, the extremely fast Baku tried to use speed and inertia to directly hit it. Unexpectedly, when they were about to collide, Yang Hui's machine jumped lightly, rolled along the back of Baku, and swung the sword, cutting it in half. The electromagnetic cannons on the backs of the Baku, on both sides had locked onto Yang Hui's machine, and golden electric light began to shine, but when they were about to launch, 2 rockets hit them accurately, blowing the dog's head to pieces. Yang Hui's machine landed, and the heavy machine gun burst into flames. When a Baku was about to launch a missile, it detonated the missile, and it exploded along with the Baku. The Lyle machine was not to be outdone, and immediately launched the remaining 2 rockets, making the 2 Baku lose their combat capability. Wow, so awesome. The late strike Gundam stopped in the air, watching the performance of Yang Hui and Lyle. Kira didn't know what to do for a while. Okay, the extra update is over, and the new extra update rules have been mentioned before. Don't waste time, I will at least write, and I will be embarrassed if I really owe updates. Chapter 293 The Tiger Out of the Cage. Kira, don't be distracted on the battlefield. Yang Hui's scolding sounded in the communication, and Kira came back to his senses instantly. Sorry. Don't apologize, make up for it with action. Yes, but... Kira wanted to say that Yang Hui and Lyle were already so powerful, what else could he do? But then Kira saw that Lyle had thrown away the rocket launcher with exhausted ammunition, and picked up the heavy machine gun and heavy axe hanging on his waist again. Do you really think we are gods? With only heavy machine guns left, we can't deal with so many, Baku. Lyle complained when he entered the communication channel. After the wonderful performance of the 12 Baku were reduced by half. But this was also the result of surprise insufficient firepower. Now that the rockets have been used up, the heavy machine guns have no ability to kill with one shot. The only thing that can pose a major threat to Baku is the heavy knife and heavy axe, and the mobility of Zeon. Desert specialized is only equal to that of Baku. So it is impossible for Yang Hui and Lyle to repeat the scene just now. Moreover, Yang Hui and Lyle were also facing a lot of trouble. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Why is the rocket launcher only capable of 2 rounds? And it's not the type that can change magazines. Calm down, it's good to be able to buy these. Facing Lyle's complaints, Yang Hui was also helpless. Their search for Kigali was originally a secret operation. It was inconvenient to carry the Dawnbreaker and Cherubim to enter the Zaft-occupied area. Moreover, it was Yang Hui's last-minute decision to join the battle, so they could only buy them from the Earth branch of the Scrap Merchants Union. There was only one Luo, so being able to buy 2 desert-specific, Zine, and excellent armed ammunition was already the best result. Moreover, Kira only saw Yang Hui and Lyle showing off their power, but he didn't know that the previous high-intensity actions had damaged the skeleton of the machine, and several parts on the display had turned yellow. Yang Hui, Mr. Delandy, returned to the ship for supplies. Kira suggested to the two while driving the strike Gundam to support the 2 machines. Good idea. But the other side may not give us a chance. Boom boom boom. Before Lyle finished speaking, a large number of missiles and shells attacked from the left and right rear of the Archangel, blasting smoke and dust on the surface of the Archangel. Ship shadows were found at the 5 and 7 o'clock directions. They are enemy ships. What did you say? There are actually 2 more? Are they ambushed in advance? Electronic countermeasures and anti-countermeasures have increased by 17%, and the temperature of the variant gun barrel is approaching the dangerous range. The situation of the Archangel did not become easier because of the wonderful performance of Yang Hui and Lyle. Instead, it became more serious. Although Baku and the armed helicopter unit did not cause too much trouble, they were surrounded by a mothership and 3 destroyers, not to mention that there were more than a dozen sought on the mothership and destroyers to bombard the Archangel or assist in air defense, making it difficult for Mu's air overlord to approach. Captain, please approve the use of Rahungren. The battle situation was urgent, and Bakalulu applied to use the positron cannon to open the situation, but was rejected by Malu. No. That pollution to the surface is too serious. Adjust the power and reload rate of Valiant to deal with it. But this is an order. Understood. The higher the rank, the more powerful it is. Bakalulu had to accept Malu's order. Privately, because of Yang Hui's influence, Malu and Bakalulu's relationship was not as stiff as in the original plot, but in battle, the two's ideas would still conflict. Malu considered more and was more kind and benevolent, while Bakalulu still took the combat goal as the first priority, such as the impact of the positron cannon on the Earth's environment, which was more important to her than the results of the battle. Boom. Another 2 shots hit the side of the Archangel, and the huge impact immediately caused the Archangel to lose balance and fall sideways, with one side of the balance wing stuck in the ruins of the factory. Archangel, Yang Hui, Lyle and Kira all saw that the Archangel was in crisis and were preparing to return to help. Disperse. Responding to Yang Hui's reminder, the 3 machines dispersed, and the bright pink beams cut into the original position, and an orange phantom stopped in front of the 3 machines. Is it finally on stage? Tiger. Leko, based on Baku, is Andrei Bartfeld's special machine for land combat commanders. It is painted in an exaggerated orange-red color according to Andrew's preferences. It adopts the 2-person operation mode and a double-seat cockpit. The driving and shooting work are completed by 2 people to achieve higher maneuverability and shooting accuracy. Technically, the jet engines on the back wings are increased to 4, providing Leko with stronger propulsion. At the same time, the leg structure has been redesigned. Therefore, although it is larger than Baku, its maneuverability is better. At the same time, as a commander's special MIS, the head of the machine body uses an enlarged communication antenna to enhance the communication ability of the machine body. In terms of armament, since it has acquired the relevant technology of the Earth Army's X-Series MIS, the Ragu has adopted beam weapons as standard armament. It is the first machine in the Zaft Army to use beam weapons as standard equipment in actual combat, except for the captured Gundam MIS. In addition to the mouth-mounted 2-way beam sword, the double-mounted cannon on the back has also been replaced with a beam cannon. Combat claws have also been added to the feet of the machine to further enhance its close combat capabilities. Lyle, Kira, go rescue the Archangel. But are you serious? Both Lyle and Kira objected. The performance of Zion is definitely not as good as Rocco and Yang Hui's. Zion is already in a damaged state, and it is difficult to win against a complete Rocco. Go ahead, I'll hold him back, and the Archangel has a higher priority. Understood. Lyle turned and left, but the strike Gundam did not leave immediately. What are you still standing there for? Yang Hui, go support the Archangel, let me take care of this. The enemy is someone you know, can you do it? This. Go ahead, don't worry about me. I know, wait for me to come back. The strike Gundam also turned and left, and, Lako, and, Zion, Yang Hui's machine fell into a mysterious silence, just looking at each other without any action. At this time, the communication between the two machines was connected, and in the hot battlefield, they talked like a tea party. Brother, is this really okay? Although it has been modified, your machine can't keep up with your movements, right? Tisk, have you been discovered? Haha, in this situation, you still sent your companions away. Aren't you too arrogant? Be careful or you will die. I think you underestimated me, Bartfield. Really? The friendly chat was interrupted. As soon as Andre Bartfield's voice fell, the two machines moved. They were friends in the last second, and mortal enemies in the next second. Horizontal ellipsis. Taking advantage of the opportunity to return to the rescue, the Lyle machine resupplied the ammunition of the rocket launcher, prepared to make a simple repair, and then went to the front to open the passage, but when resupplying, he saw Kigali jumping into the cockpit of the Skymaster II. Hey! What are you doing? Get off! Lyle didn't have time to get off the plane, and directly turned on the public frequency and shouted, and even planned to use Zion to block the Skymaster's way. But the Skymaster had already started, and it was too late to intercept it at this time. At this time, how can the body be idle? I also want to fight. After the voice fell, Kigali ignored Lyle's dissuasion and rushed out of the hatch of the Skymaster II. What a troublesome lady. The Archangel was surrounded by three parties. Lyle was ready to deal with the destroyer and Soth behind the right, but now he had to follow Kigali. Skymaster II attacked. At this time, Mirialia also reported the situation to Bakalulu and Meru. What? Hey. Who's driving Unit 2? Mew asked when he saw the backup unit attacking. It's Kigali. Lyle said immediately, that girl is making trouble again. What did you say? I'll watch her and join Unit 1 to deal with the mothership and destroyer in front to open a breakthrough for the Archangel. Thank you for your help. It's my job. Lyle didn't dare to delay, and didn't even dare to wait for the simplest preparations. He quickly picked up the rocket launcher and attacked again. However, after the attack, Kigali's performance still surprised Lyle. Unit 1 and Unit 2 crossed maneuvers, with the destroyer as the intersection point, leaving two balls of fire and thick smoke under the bridge on the left and right. Wow! You're quite capable. After praising, Lyle pulled the trigger, and two rockets hit the two Soth standing on the destroyer. Lyle jumped onto the destroyer and fired at the bridge. Boom! Well done. A destroyer was silent, and Kigali cheered, but was immediately interrupted by the alarm. At this time, the Lyle machine threw the last rocket to the Soth on the mothership, and immediately took out a heavy machine gun to shoot into the sky, shooting all the missiles following the Sky King number 2. Be careful, the battle is not over yet. Nagging. After being taught a lesson by Lyle, Kigali also focused and dared not be distracted again. Lyle looked at the battle situation. The only enemies in front of him were the mothership and a few Soth. Lyle could handle it alone, so he connected the communication between Mew and Kigali. Captain Flack, Kigali, go to the rear to support Kira, leave the mothership to me. But go quickly. Got it. Got it. Please, brother. The Sky King left, and the Lyle machine had no rockets left. With only the heavy machine gun left, it was difficult to cause much damage to the mothership. Really? While complaining, the Lyle machine pulled out a heavy axe. I didn't expect that I would have a day to engage in combat. As soon as the voice fell, the Lyle machine passed through the hail of bullets, jumped high, and boarded the Lesub. The heavy axe swept across and cut a Soth in half. At the same time, the heavy machine gun opened fire, and the other Soth was also turned into a sieve. Hurry up and solve it, the body can't hold on. Lyle complained as he looked at the yellow parts. Chapter 294 The End of the Desert. The battlefield of Yang Hui and Lako was independent, and the two were fighting like a duel, without anyone to disturb them. Lako kept gliding, and the double beam cannon on its back kept firing, and the green beam locked onto Yang Hui at a tricky angle. Yang Hui had no shield and no anti-beam coating, so it dared not take the power of the beam cannon head-on. It could only dance on the sand, dangerously avoiding the deadly beam, while the heavy machine gun fired back. However, Lako's mobility was better than Jin's, and all the 76mm bullets fell on the desert, splashing a little sand. Good skills. Aisha Tribang praised. She knew that she could fight Jin and Lako for so long, and even launch a counterattack to threaten them with such skills. Haha, are all the teenagers nowadays monsters? If it weren't for the machine's restriction, we might be killed instantly, right? Andre Bartfield sighed with cold sweat. You seem very happy, Andy. Of course, this is the battle that a warrior dreams of. Yang Hui is not Kira. Aisha Tribang did not tease Andre Bartfield, and Andre Bartfield did not feel pain. Kira felt confused and painful about the battle, and was very kind. He could stand up bravely at the critical moment, so Andre Bartfield liked Kira very much and did not want to fight him. But Yang Hui was different. He could feel that Yang Hui's awareness was the heart that a warrior should have. Both sides gambled everything, the awareness of life and death. When dealing with a warrior, you must respond with all your strength, so as not to insult the other party's awareness, even if the other party is an enemy. At this moment, Yang Hui's machine suddenly paused and showed his back to Lako. Is the machine at its limit? What a pity, brother. Lako seized the opportunity, stopped and accelerated, and rushed towards Yang Hui's machine. The beam sword in the wolf's mouth unfolded, and the brilliant blade was like the sickle of the god of death, trying to cut Yang Hui's machine in half. Unexpectedly, just as the Lako approached Yang Hui's aircraft suddenly turned around, as if it was tripped and fell to one side, with the muzzle of the heavy machine gun almost touching the Lako's head. What? The human survival instincts made Andre Bartfield subconsciously pull the joystick, and the Lako fell in the other direction. Bang 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 bang. Swish. When the two aircraft were about to fall and miss each other, the heavy machine gun spewed out fierce flames, all hitting the double beam cannon behind the Lako, and even left a bullet hole on the right hind leg. Similarly, although the angle of the Lako was offset, it still cut off Yang Hui's left hand and left leg together with a heavy machine gun. Boom boom boom. Oh, ah. The beam cannon exploded, and the violent vibration even caused arcs and thick smoke to burst out in the cockpit. After rolling on the yellow sand for several times, it finally stabilized its body. Yang Hui's situation was also very bad. The Earth was not the universe. If he lost a leg, he would lose 90% of his combat power. Although he could barely stand on one leg, he could hardly maintain his balance. But Yang Hui had not given up the fight. He drew out the heavy slashing knife with his remaining right hand and aimed it at Lako. Andy, we will lose. Lako was in much better condition than Jin. Although one leg was broken and the beam cannon was gone, he could still maintain 70% of his mobility, and the beam sword in his mouth was deadly enough. But years of experience and the feeling of fighting told Aisha Trine that he could not fight anymore. If he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Yes, we are going to lose. After saying that, Andre Bartfield immediately contacted the Lesseps. D'Agosta. Here. Issue the abandoned ship order. Captain. The winner has been decided. Gather the remaining forces, retreat to Benadia, and contact Gibraltar. Captain. D'Agosta heard Andre Bartfield's determination and was about to object when the communication was cut off. You should also escape, Aisha. This is the last chance. Your memory has become worse, Andy. I told you that it is better for me to die here than to escape alone. Really? You are also a fool. You said I was a good woman before. I was wrong. Then, just accompany me. Andre Bartfield shouted, his expression became fanatical, and, Lako, rushed towards Yang Hui's plane. Still want to fight? Then I will also respond to you with all my strength, Desert Tiger. The expression on his face disappeared, and his eyes were filled with colorful streams, as if the world around him had completely quieted down. There was no explosion, no bombardment, no shouting, no screaming. Yang Hui only had Lako in his eyes. The light of a beam sword filled the screen of the cockpit. At the critical moment, Yang Hui used one foot to jump up, and the heavy slashing knife in his right hand fell fiercely. Puff. Swish. Sparks flew, fragments flew, and the engine oil was like blood spilled all over the golden desert. With a heavy knife stuck in its back, Lako rushed out for a distance. The light beam and the main camera went out, and it fell softly to the ground. Yang Hui's plane fell to the ground. Even though the desert was as soft as a woman's hand, the remaining upper body touched the desert and scattered, turning into fragments all over the ground. Squeak! The cockpit door of Lako opened, and the couple walked out supporting each other, staring at Jin in a trance. We won. Yeah, we won, but I didn't expect. Haha, the little brother lost again. Andre Bartfield and Aisha Tribune both felt like they were in a dream. They originally thought they would lose, or even die, but they didn't expect that it was this desperate belief that made them survive. No, I won, you lost. What? The two turned around suddenly and saw Yang Hui pointing a gun at them. Although he was embarrassed and his left hand was drooping limply, his eyes were bright and full of excitement and joy of victory. Curious why I'm here and not there. He couldn't use his other hand, so he could only raise his chin and point to the wreckage of the Jin beside him. You didn't jump out of the plane mid-flight, did you? How do you think your left arm got broken? That's right, just as the two planes passed each other, Yang Hui made a crazy decision and jumped out of the cockpit directly. Although the soft sand provided a buffer, he still broke his left arm. Enduring the pain, Yang Hui ran to the side of Lako before the two left the cockpit. Ho ha, you're really brave. So, are you convinced? Yang Hui asked. Andre Bartfield was silent, and Aisha Tribune held her lover's hand with a gentle smile on her face. They were one and would share everything. Shoot. Andre Bartfield said to Yang Hui with a serious expression, the battle will only stop when one side is destroyed. Okay. Bang. Andre Bartfield looked at Aisha Tribune with her arms outstretched to block him, and saw Yang Hui raise the muzzle of the gun high and pointed it at the sky. Haha, it seems that you are scared by me. Laughing, Yang Hui threw the gun away. You, what do you mean? Andre Bartfield asked. It's the same question, are you convinced? Yang Hui asked again. The couple was stunned, and recalled what Yang Hui said to them when they were at his house. I personally prefer to beat the opponent into submission. If once is not enough, then do it twice. It is the best way to defeat the opponent and make the opponent worship you. And now, the two had to admit that Yang Hui did it and kept his word. Ha, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. The young man is really interesting. Ha. So, are you two interested in changing jobs? Sorry, young man, I'm going to let you down again. Andre Bartfield refused decisively. He knew that Yang Hui was helping them. After all, the encirclement and suppression failed, and they suffered heavy losses. They lost to the Jin in driving the laser. No matter which point, they would be punished by the higher-ups, and they might even go to the military court. Now that the laser was destroyed, they could fake the illusion that they died in the battle, and then accept Yang Hui's recruitment, change their identities and go to Orb to live. Moreover, under the leadership of a man like Yang Hui, they would have a good life. But he still refused, because he was not a man who could escape. He failed, and the punishment was what he deserved. Even if he went to the military court, he would take it. And Plant was his country, his home, and he would never betray it. Well, what a pity. As expected, if Andre Bartfield agreed to it, Yang Hui would be a little disappointed. However, not accepting his recruitment does not mean that they cannot fight side by side in the future. In the future, Tiger will be a general under Lakas. Brother, I have always been curious. You frequently contact the Earth Army and the plant. What is your purpose? Andre Bartfield asked. To protect Orb. Really? Looking at Yang Hui's hurried and sincere eyes, Andre Bartfield judged that it was true. Haha, then I wish you success. If we meet again next time, we may not meet again. Who knows about the future, but you should leave. Yes. The couple should leave, because the Archangel and the people of Desert Dawn are heading in this direction. Look forward to seeing you next time, brother. I'll look forward to it too. The two sides left in different directions, heading in completely opposite directions, but they would not be branch lines. One day in the future, the winding roads will intersect again. Yang Hui walked slowly towards his companions who greeted him in the bright sun, and his shadow was stretched long to the end of the desert. Chapter 295. The battle continues. Returning victorious, the Desert Tiger was defeated, the mountain on the shoulders of the Desert One was removed, and the passage of the Archangel was opened. For a while, Zaft could not do anything to them, so they celebrated. Did you think I would say that? Ah. It hurts, be gentle, I'm a wounded soldier. You bastard. Yang Hui pushed away Mew, who was holding him, and cursed. Ha ha ha, who made you so crazy? You jumped out of the cockpit in a fierce collision, and it's a blessing to just break an arm. Mew laughed. Yang Hui's arm was just fractured and dislocated, and it was not untreatable. The broken bones were removed, the bones were corrected, and a cast was applied. Haha, I broke my arm when I jumped out of the plane. If I didn't jump, I would have really died. Yang Hui said unhappily. That's right. Malu, Bakalulu and others who were surrounding Yang Hui all agreed with Yang Hui's point of view. After all, the Zine, Yang Hui machine, can no longer be called Zine. It was just a pair of fragments. The armor was all scattered, and there was no intact part of the frame. It was completely impossible to repair, and even remelting was too troublesome. However, this also made everyone marvel at Yang Hui's driving skills, as well as Lyle's. Malu and Bakalu dared to say that if it weren't for the assistance of Yang Hui and Lyle, the Archangel would have sunk. The reason why this battle was won, excluding Yang Hui's defeat of Desert Tiger, the two of them accounted for half of the credit. Moreover, this also gave everyone on the Archangel hope that natural people could drive Ms. G plan was not completed, and natural people's ability to drive Ms has always been in the theoretical stage, and there was no practice at all, but Yang Hui and Lyle were two living examples in front of them, which meant that natural people were qualified to drive Ms. Similarly, the G plan that they paid so much to implement was not in vain. Yang Hui, you bastard. Huh? The sudden curse made everyone stunned. Looking in the direction of the voice, Kaggle, with a red face, staggered towards him. Kaggle grabbed Yang Hui's collar, leaned close to him and cursed, you can actually drive him as. And you are so good. And you hide it from me. You are a bastard. Why didn't you tell me? And you didn't teach me. Kisaka. Get this girl away. Yes. Kisaka, who rarely spoke, accepted the instructions, carried Kaggle on his shoulders expressionlessly, and left. Let me go. Let me go. Yang Hui. You have to teach me. You must teach me. I want to drive a Ms too. I want to fight too. Remember. Ah. Kaggle's roar faded away, and Yang Hui covered his face with depression. Who asked this girl to drink? Ha ha ha, it's okay to drink a little at this time, just be happy. Mew Quan said. Haha, Kaggle, 1 cup will destroy the family, 2 cups will destroy the country, 3 cups will explode the earth, let her drink it. No, not that exaggerated, right? You can try it, whoever allows it will take care of it. Everyone shook their heads, and the speed was so fast that after images almost appeared. I know that Yang Hui is indeed too exaggerated, but if Kaggle was just a spectator, it would be quite interesting, but to take care of her? I would rather drink dozens more bottles of fake wine, expired milk is fine. But Yang Hui, what Kaggle said is also what I want to say. Can you teach me how to drive him as? Thor asked. Have you thought about it? Yes, I have thought about it. I don't want to watch you fight anymore. If possible, I also want to help. Thor said seriously. Yang Hui did not answer Thor directly, but glanced at Mirialia. Although she was still very worried, she also supported her boyfriend. And me, Yang Hui, I want to try it too. So he said. Have you decided to? Well, I may not be as good as you guys, maybe I still want to prove myself, but I still want to try. Didn't you tell Kira? Do whatever you want to do, don't let yourself regret it. So he said. Well. Yang Hui thought for a while and nodded, since you have decided, then okay. Great. X2 but not now. Why? X2 Yang Hui pointed to his left hand in plaster with a blank expression. Ahoha, it doesn't matter, we are not in a hurry, and we still have Mr. Delandy. Yes, Mr. Delandy is also very good, he can also teach us, right? I guess it won't work either. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. Why? Everyone was puzzled. They thought Lyle was still easy to get along with, not like the kind of person who keeps secrets, right? The main reason why natural people can't drive Ms is that the OS is too complicated. Most natural people's reflex speed and processing ability can't keep up, and Lyle and I are one of the few people, so the current OS is still not very friendly to natural people. Yang Hui explained. This is still a positive thing to say. Meru knows that the original OS of the Strike Gundam, written by Yang Hui, is a headache for even the adjusters. When Kira first saw it, he commented that this is not an OS that humans can use, which is enough to show that the OS used by Yang Hui is really a special case and others cannot control it. And Lyle, they don't know, but it is estimated that it will not be much worse. Why is it like this? Thor and Sony were like deflated balls. They thought they had hope, but it was immediately shattered. But what? I have also been researching a simple OS that natural people can use recently. If you are willing to help me. We are willing. X2 I can also help you. Not only Thor and Sony, but even Mew was moved. Bakalulu and Meru's eyes also flashed with excitement. If Yang Hui's research is successful, it will completely change the current situation of the war. The Earth Army will have its own MIS troops, and Zaft's greatest advantage will disappear. Of course, Mew also wanted to fight in a MIS. When fighting in a fighter jet against a MIS, he was always nervous and worried. Being able to fight in a MIS would increase the safety factor a lot. Besides, who likes to fly a fighter jet in front of a MIS? A giant robot 18 meters high is a man's romance. Let's talk about it later. Even if I can do it, there is no machine for you to train. Yang Hui spread his hands and said. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask before, Yang Hui, where did you buy your machine from? Baki Lulu asked. Have you forgotten the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union? Yang Hui asked jokingly. Ah. Do you mean there is one on Earth? The Scrap Recycling Merchants Union is divided into the Earth faction and the Space faction. I remember I told you that. Yang Hui said speechlessly. You mean? The gathering point of the Earth faction is in this desert. That's great. Let's go buy a few more, what's wrong? Baki Lulu thought, since Yang Hui is already researching an OS that can be used by natural humans, then prepare a few more machines on the Archangel. Once successful, they can be put into use immediately. They are likely to encounter pursuit by the Zaft army on the way to the Alaska base. More combat power means more safety. Moreover, the combat data of the Strike Gundam has been taken away, but wouldn't it be better to have more data? Kira is an adjuster, and it is difficult for natural humans to learn from it. Wouldn't it be more helpful to the Atlantic Federation if there is combat data of natural humans driving MIS? But before he finished speaking, everyone looked at Baki Lulu strangely, and Yang Hui even stared with dead fish eyes, which scared Baki Lulu. Do you have money? Oh, no, but don't you have it? Why should I buy it for you? This. Baki Lulu was speechless. She remembered that Yang Hui didn't seem to like the Atlantic Federation, and he was not a member of the Atlantic Federation. What qualifications did she have to ask Yang Hui to pay for her? Nadal, I really feel that you are getting more and more lovely, and silly cute. Yang Hui teased. You. If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Humph. Ha ha ha. But then again, it won't be easy for you next time. Mew said to Sabe, even if there is no tiger, Zaft is still there. They want a mine very much, right? It will come soon. When the time comes, we will continue to fight. Sabe said calmly, we will keep fighting and fight those who oppress us. Everyone was silent, as if the joy of victory had not been cut off. That's right, this victory is temporary, and the battle will not stop. Whether it is Desert Dawn or Archangel, as long as there is war, as long as there is oppression, the battle will never stop. At this time, Said's son ran in and reminded him that the soldiers' farewell ceremony was about to begin. Those who had fought together were comrades in arms, and the people of the Archangel would naturally participate. Everyone came to the entrance of the front-line command post and fired cannons into the sky. The elders read the names of the deceased one by one. These names, each of them was engraved in their hearts, and they were all their heroes. A very stupid group of people, aren't they? Lyle whispered to Yang Hui. Yang Hui and Lyle stood away from the crowd and stood in a corner, watching all this calmly. Although they had fought together, they did not regard this group of people as companions. They did not feel sad in their hearts, but just a little touched. Yes, but they are also the most respectable group of people. Respect? That's right, for the sake of beliefs and ideals, they are not afraid of life and death. Struggle, it is indeed worthy of respect. Is the body processed? Yang Hui asked Lyle. All data has been deleted, and the black box has been physically shattered. However, are you really going to ask them to help develop an OS for natural people? This is aiding the enemy. You said, what if I can lure everyone on the Archangel to orb? Lyle was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Hui like a fool. He thought Yang Hui might be crazy. But on second thought, he remembered that Yang Hui had a good relationship with everyone on the Archangel, and the captain and the deputy captain looked at him with something wrong. Maybe there is really a chance. But Alice, Miss Wang and Wang Liu have to be wronged again. What the hell? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 296 The Danger Approaching Quietly. We've entered the sea. This is the Red Sea. Leaving the scorching yellow sand, we entered the blue ocean. The fresh breath of life hit us in the face. The sea breeze blew, the blue waves rippled, and the dolphins seemed to open the door to welcome guests, jumping for joy as the Archangel moved forward. I allow everyone to take turns to stay on the deck for a while, and notify all places in the ship. Finally entering the sea, and there were no enemies, Malu certainly allowed everyone to relax. Great. Sergeant Major Maddox, how is the sonar preparation? Baki Lulu liked to break the cheerful atmosphere of everyone as always. It's being done. Yang Hui and the kid are doing the final debugging. Wait a minute. Maddox reported. Hurry up, and it's not appropriate to call someone with a higher military rank than you a kid? This is the source of breaking discipline. Be careful. Ahoha. After the communication ended, Maddox covered his face and was speechless. It's really troublesome to have a strict boss. Maddox complained. Isn't this the lovely side of NATO? Yang Hui teased. Baki Lulu gave everyone the impression of being a strict and rigorous soldier, but Yang Hui knew her very well. Under her iron-blooded appearance, she had a woman's heart, but she had never shown it to others. Ha ha ha, only you dare to say that about Lieutenant Baki Lulu. Mew and Maddox both laughed, and laughed happily. Although they had never seen it, they had heard a lot of rumors about Baki Lulu's pink girlish heart in private. In response, Yang Hui shrugged and did not respond. He knew that Baki Lulu had a good impression of him, and he also had a lot of feelings for Baki Lulu, but it was only a good impression, not even liking, let alone love. That's why Yang Hui directly told Baki Lulu that he already had 2 fiancés. It was not to reject Baki Lulu, but to let her think about it carefully. She was also a woman, and most women would not like scumbags, and they all wanted to enjoy a love alone. The world of adults is so straightforward, unlike idol dramas where there are so many twists and turns. If you like me and I like you, then we can just talk openly. If it's suitable, we can date. If it's not suitable, we can break up. Why is there so much boredom? As for the gap in status, it has never been a problem. If Baki Lulu is entangled in this issue, Yang Hui has countless ways to lure Baki Lulu to orb. But Kira, you are good. You will be a second lieutenant when you join the army. Yang Hui teased Kira. This. Kira was embarrassed. It is impossible for ordinary soldiers to become second lieutenants without qualifications and merits. Kira was a second lieutenant right after he was awarded the rank. It is a start that many people cannot get. However, everyone understood and did not envy Kira. Kira's combat effectiveness was obvious to all, and the situation was special. Kira did not have a good impression of the Earth Army. The reason why he stayed on the Archangel was just to protect Thor and others. Now, all the members of the Archangel were included. But in the final analysis, he just wanted to protect his companions. He still had no good impression of the army and war. Therefore, Malu gave Kira such a high rank, on the one hand to reward Kira's achievements, and on the other hand to retain Kira's talent. How? You are still embarrassed? Brat? Because of you, I was taught a lesson again. Maddox hooked Kira's neck and joked. Ahoha. Hurry up, or I will urge you again. Mew reminded, but Yang Hui, you are really amazing. Not only Ms., but also sonar system can be obtained. As long as you have money, you can also get it. Yang Hui teased. The problem is that I don't have money. Mew spread his hands, very sad. Although he is a major, the salary of the Earth Army, let's not talk about it. Do you want to change jobs? 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund plus high salary. Please spare me. Such good conditions, I am very tempted, but I am afraid that your husband will shit me. Don't talk nonsense, Nadal and I are innocent. Haha, you are the only one who can't see it. Everyone on the ship knows that Lieutenant Bakalulu likes you. Mew rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Malu hid it better, so only Mew saw some clues, but Bakalulu's performance couldn't be more obvious. What are you still quibbling about? Yang Hui looked at Mew, Matic, Kira, and the other two, and found that they were all looking at him with strange expressions, and sighed. I have 2 fiancés. Damn winner in life. Mew held Yang Hui in his arms and cursed. Ouch. I'm a wounded soldier. That's not enough to calm my anger. Accept the punishment. Ho ha ho ha. Everyone knew that Mew was not really angry. Of course, he was jealous, but he was not angry enough to turn against Yang Hui. He was playing with Yang Hui because he understood that Yang Hui was not showing off, but telling them that it was not that he didn't see that Bakalulu liked him, but that the reality made it very likely that the two of them would not be together. So Mew's playfulness with Yang Hui just revitalized the heavy atmosphere. It's done. Although Kira was amused by Yang Hui and Mew's playfulness, he didn't stop his hands. He had adjusted the sonar system while playing. Oh, you are still reliable, not like a certain second-generation official. Matic teased. Haha, I thought you were jealous. Yang Hui broke free from Mew's grip and said proudly. At this time, everyone heard the broadcast and could go to the deck to relax. Do you want to go to the deck to play? Mew asked Yang Hui and Kira. Yang Hui was a guest, and he and Kira were frontline combatants and did not need to be on duty. I won't go. There's nothing new about the sea, and I'm still in a cast. Yang Hui raised his left arm, which was still in a useless state. That's right, Orb is an island country. What about you? Are you going? Mew looked at Kira again. I won't go either. Okay, then I'll go by myself. Sigh, the hatred of single dogs. Matic had to stay in the hangar on duty, and the other two had to return to the bridge. Mew went to the deck alone, and Yang Hui and Kira returned to the ship. You and Frey. I don't know what to do. At this time, Kira had already realized that his relationship with Frey was wrong. They were not together because of love. Frey wanted to use him to retaliate against the adjuster, and he was also using Frey to soothe his irritable heart. After getting along for a long time, Kira knew it was wrong, but he still didn't leave Frey, because he was too kind. The moment Frey's father died, her world lost its color. Although Frey was using Kira for revenge, she also regarded Kira as a spiritual pillar, so she didn't fall into the abyss completely. So even if Kira knew that the relationship between the two was wrong, he didn't leave Frey, but just hid and didn't have an intimate relationship again. 2 choices, decisively break up and don't get along. But Frey. I don't want to see her collapse. Kira directly rejected the first choice. Then the second one, maintain this relationship. But Frey and I are not lovers, we are just comforting each other. Then it depends on how you choose. If it were you, what would you do? Kira asked Yang Hui. I wouldn't pay attention to her at the beginning. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said, he might be slow in emotions, but after going through so many things, there's nothing wrong with the way he looks at people. If Frey chose him instead of Akira, she would directly refuse at the beginning. That's right. But Kira, as a man, my personal opinion is that since you have chosen to be responsible, you should be responsible to the end. Responsible, to the end. That's right, after all, she is your first woman, isn't she? Yang Hui teased. Yang Hui. Ha ha ha. I'm serious. Then let me ask you, do you love Frey? I don't know. Then think it over before deciding. It's hard for me to give you advice on relationships. Yang Hui didn't lie. Although he was already a veteran, he was still slow. Most of his wives pursued him. Yulin didn't pursue him, but it was a natural thing. So he didn't know what advice he could give to the twisted relationship between Kira and Frey. Okay, I get it. Come on, young man, I wish you can get the girl you want. Oh, Kigali is right. You are a bastard. Ouch. Don't touch my wound. The people on the Archangel took turns to come to the deck to feel the vastness and beauty of the sea. The tense atmosphere was rarely relaxed, but they didn't know that in the bottomless sea, danger was quietly approaching. At the Zaft Carpinteria base, the commander of the submarine carrier Bosco class, Marco Marasim, received a communication from crews. I was also shocked when I received the news of Captain Bartfeld's defeat. To be honest, it was my fault for letting Longlegs land on Earth. I was also seriously injured by an unknown machine. I feel very complicated. But please rest assured that my subordinates and I have recovered and the troops have rested. Because of Operation Breakthrough, I will land on Earth soon. At that time, I also asked Captain Marassim to assist me in all aspects. Humph. This cruise, sending me this kind of communication is just a simple provocation. Not only Andre Barthold, there are many people in the Zaft army who hate crews, and Marco Marassim is one of them. He is also a veteran of the battlefield. He immediately realized that Cruz's words of waiting for him to land on Earth before dealing with the Archangel were actually provoking him to deal with the Archangel. But, although he saw through the provocation, Marco Marassim had to admit that he was tempted. The Archangel was a great achievement. If he could get it, he might be able to move up, or even escape from the annoying cage of the sea and return to the longed-for universe. Looking at the sea map hanging on the wall, he analyzed the Archangel's route and decided, that's it. I'll use their trick against them and sink that ship called Longlegs in the Indian Ocean. Chapter 297 The Explosion of Seeds. No, that's not the case. Passive sonar is usually. No, that's not the case. Hey. You guys are so noisy. Oh. It's this. I told you not to touch that. The three members of the bridge had never used the sonar system, but they were arguing like kings about how to use it. Baki Lulu covered her face, Mirialia chuckled, and Sally sighed. Is this the legendary, bad at playing? Yang Hui complained. Baki Lulu couldn't hold it back, and was broken by Yang Hui's words. Then how do you say to use it? X3 The three people who were complained about glared at Yang Hui and shouted. I don't know how either. Yang Hui spread his hands. He was considered an all-rounder, with a good political sense, excellent command, explosive combat power, and perfect scientific research, but he didn't know everything, at least he didn't know how to use sonar. Then what are you talking about? X3 At least I won't argue. Three people. At this moment, the sizzling electronic noise interrupted everyone's joy. Radar, there is a response. Hearing Kaz's report, everyone became nervous. The three people who were arguing quickly dispersed and returned to their posts. So fast. This is serious interference. It is impossible to confirm, but this is definitely not a civilian aircraft. Everyone, Level 2 combat configuration, quickly determined the model. Although it has not been confirmed yet, Malu did not dare to be careless and directly sounded the alarm. Soon, the other party approached the Archangel. Comparison with the database shows that it is the Zaft army, and it uses Ms. Dean in the atmosphere. The whole body is painted purple, with a one-eyed main camera of the Zaft army, two gun boxes hanging on the waist, a MMA, M1001 Type 90mm anti-aircraft shotgun in the left hand, and a MMA, M7S Type 76mm heavy assault machine gun in the right hand. The silver balance wings on the back are spread out, just like the wings of an angel. All personnel, first-level combat readiness. Major Flecka, Lieutenant Yamato and Mr. Lyle, please go to the plane. Captain, the assault. I know it can neither fly in the sky nor swim in the sea, but we can't just do nothing. Malu explained. Let the assault be equipped with a rocket launcher. The attenuation rate of the beam on the Earth is already high, and it can't be used in the water. Yang Hui immediately added. In the water? You mean? The nearest Zaft base trace is Carpentaria. Dean's maximum range doesn't support fighting after finding us. There must be a mothership. That means, using Ms in the water. That's right. Let the assault carry rocket launchers, and the Lyle equip long-range sniper rifles, and be responsible for sniper support on the Archangel. Maintenance team, immediately replace the equipment for the assault and Xian. After making preparations, Yang Hui sat down in the position of the Deputy Fire Control Officer. Now he not only has no mobile suit, but he can't even drive the Sky Overlord with one hand. He can only be responsible for providing assistance to the Archangel's fire control system. Yang Hui, is your hand okay? Bujalulu asked with concern. No problem. Dean, approach. 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Baki Lulu retracted her gaze and returned to her job. Missile launch tubes 7 to 10, load the Wombat missiles, and fire. Activate the Porcupine formation. Yang Hui is in charge of the heroic formation. Understood. XN. The 16s, led by Marco Marassim, approached rapidly, avoiding the missile attack, but were forced to stay close by the dense firepower of the Porcupine formation. The Sky Overlord, the Strike Gundam, and Lyle's Xian rushed out in time. Since the underwater enemy was still unknown, the Strike Gundam and the Lyle machine jumped above the Archangel together, ready to intercept the approaching Dean. Kira, the rocket launcher has limited ammunition, don't fire at will. Lyle reminded. Yes. Although the Strike Gundam is not an underwater MiS, it is highly sealed, and the strength of its armor and frame can withstand the high pressure in the water. Lyle, Jin, cannot do this, so when the opponent's underwater MiS appears, it can only rely on the Strike Gundam to deal with it. His remaining ammunition is crucial. The Archangel's anti-aircraft firepower is indeed excellent, but the 6 Deans still approached the Archangel with difficulty under the leadership of Marco Marasim. Hey, are you pretending that I don't exist? Lyle Durandi, start sniping the target. As soon as the words fell, the Lyle machine opened fire, and the electromagnetic shells wrapped in electric arcs hit the target, leaving a large flaming hole in the abdomen of a Dean. Boom. SHH, that's awesome, I can't lose. Perhaps because Endymion's eagle's self-esteem was stimulated, Mew also burst out with 200% of his blood and passion. The Sky King avoided Dean's anti-aircraft shotgun, and the Flame God's super high pulse cannon and turret beam cannon fired at the same time, smashing it to pieces. Damn long legs, so difficult to deal with. Marco Marasim cursed. The Archangel only had the Sky King as an aerial machine, and the 16s were actually helpless against the opponent. They lost 2 of them shortly after the battle began. However, the troops led by Marco Marasim were also experienced. They were caught off guard by the precise sniping of the Lyle machine, and the Sky King seized the opportunity when they were stunned, but they soon came to their senses. Dean held the Sky King back, and Marco Marasim dealt with the Lyle machine himself. Seeing that the other 2 machines were always paddling, they focused on dealing with the Archangel. Tisk, what a hassle. When the attack came, the Lyle had to give up sniping and pick up the shield for defense, otherwise, the 76mm heavy machine gun bullets and 90mm anti-aircraft shotgun shells would be able to make it into a sieve. Facing Dean, on the sea, Jin's restrictions were too great and there was no way to dodge. If it hadn't borrowed the shield of the Strike Gundam in advance, the Lyle would be in danger. Kira was also very anxious. Although he had to save ammunition to deal with the underwater MiS that had not yet appeared, both Mew and Lyle were in a tough fight. The Archangel was approached by Dean again, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as the rocket launcher was raised and was about to lock onto a Dean, Bujilulu sent an order. If you find the enemy using MiS in the water, immediately enter the water to meet them. But I understand. The sonar senses the target, the number is 4, no, 5, this speed, the propulsion sound, it is definitely a MiS. Is it coming? Using MiS in the water. The sonar heard a sudden noise. This time it's a torpedo. Captain. Avoid. Too late. Maximum thrust, leave the water. Maru immediately gave the order and took off from the water. Arnold also followed the instructions and suddenly raised the rudder. The Archangel trembled violently and left the water at an exaggerated elevation angle. It avoided the torpedo attack at the critical moment. Several tiny shadows passed under the ship. If you find the enemy using MiS in the water, immediately enter the water to meet them. The Strike Gundam received the order and jumped into the water after a moment of hesitation. Although the battle in the air was also stalemate, he was the only one who could deal with the enemy in the water. After jumping into the water, the rocket launcher opened fire, but was easily avoided by Gun, who fired back a few torpedoes in return. Boom boom boom. So fast. The frontal restrained, the gun behind hit the back of the Strike Gundam straight. Huh? A space machine. How can it beat Gun in the water? Then, the 5 Gun played with the Strike Gundam, without using torpedoes for fire suppression, and used their super high mobility to treat the Strike Gundam as a ball, bumping into it. Damn. Kira was enraged, and a click sound came from his mind. Something shattered, the pupil disappeared, and only a complete color remained. Gun attacked from behind again, and the Strike Gundam seemed to have eyes on its back, and dodged sideways. At the moment of missing, it aimed the rocket launcher at Gun, and pulled the trigger. Boom. Gun exploded under the bombardment of the rocket, and the fragments and exploding bubbles wrapped the Strike Gundam, and the rocket launcher roared again. Boom boom. 2 rockets penetrated the bubble cover and hit 2 guns. Sigma. Max. Durand. You bastard. The battle situation changed instantly. The successive deaths of comrades aroused anger and hatred, which immediately devoured reason. A gun raised its arms and fired continuously, using up all its ammunition, and exploded in the bubble group where the strike Gundam was hidden. Even so, it was still not satisfied, so it put its hands together and rushed straight towards the strike Gundam. However, this charge directly broke through the cover of the bubble group, but it did not even touch the corner of the strike Gundam's clothes, and there was an extra steel dagger on its back. What? The exclamation last words were not completed, and the high pressure of the deep sea crushed the gun. Boom. Dalaloo. What? The last gun roared, but it couldn't last even a second before it turned into horror, because the strike Gundam had already rushed out of the bunker and came in front of it, with a dagger in its hand shining with a dazzling cold light. Ah! Swish! There was no time to retreat. The strike Gundam tightly grabbed the gun and stabbed it without hesitation, forcing him to follow his comrade's footsteps. Boom! The guns were all destroyed, and Kira sat in the cockpit gasping for breath. Haha, it's not over yet, the Archangel is still. Strike received, please reply. Lieutenant Yamato, received, please reply. This is Kira Yamato, is the Archangel okay? Hearing Bakalulu's voice, Kira became nervous again. The enemy has retreated. Is your situation okay? Yes, they have all been defeated. That's good. The battle is over. Return to the ship immediately. Got it. The communication was interrupted. Kira looked at the debris slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Painful fear surged in his heart, because these sinking debris were not just debris, but also represented living lives. I understand, but if we don't fight, we will. The man is a lone wolf. He can only hide and lick his wounds slowly. He suppressed all the pain in his heart. The strike Gundam burst into flames and rushed to the sea. Kira wanted to leave here. Maybe leaving the sea would reduce his pain. Chapter 298 The Hunter arrives. The battle in the water was fierce, but the situation in the sky was much better. Hey. It's really tough. The Sky King was bitten by the tail of a Dean, and it was difficult to shake it off for a while. The opponent ignored the anti-aircraft fire of the Archangel as if he didn't care about life and death, and stared at the Sky King closely. At this time, the sea was full of waves, and the explosion of gun made the pilot of Dean lose consciousness for a moment. Good opportunity. As an excellent sniper, Lyle would never miss the opportunity. After blocking the attack of the Marco machine, he directly threw away the shield, locked Dean, who was chasing the Sky King, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The unpredictable sniper penetrated Dean's waist like a meteor, leaving a hideous hole. Well done. Dean was broken, and Mew's pressure was greatly reduced. The Sky King turned around and fired a shot, breaking the balance wing on one side of the Marco machine. Damn it. Marco was about to turn back to deal with the Sky Overlord, but his hair stood on end in an instant, and his survival instincts made him pull the control lever. The next second, golden lightning struck and cut off his right leg. On one side was the artillery harassment of the Sky Overlord, and on the other side was the deadly sniper of Jean, making it difficult for Marco Marasim to take care of both sides. At this time, the sea surface was rolling with waves, and the signals of friendly forces were dropped one after another. He knew that this battle could not be fought. Has the gun team been killed? Damn it, all aircraft retreat. Dragging his broken body, Dean retreated quickly, and his subordinates also gave up the Archangel and left the battle after receiving the order, but they did not have the skills and good luck of Marco Marasim. As soon as they turned around, two electromagnetic shells penetrated them. Before they exploded, they were completely torn apart by the firepower network of Porcupine Formation, and scattered fragments fell into the sea. Fortunately, there was no mistake. Yang Hui wiped the sweat off his face and raised a grateful smile at the corner of his mouth. Heroic, the linear cannon can only rotate 360 degrees vertically. The chances of enemy planes entering the shooting range are very rare and fleeting. Yang Hui, who can only operate with one hand, missed it. Fortunately, the enemy plane gave him a chance to wash away his shame when he evacuated. Well done, Yang Hui. Baki Lulu shouted happily. This shout attracted everyone's attention. Baki Lulu actually had such a side, and the battle was not completely over. Is this still the iron-blooded Captain Baki Lulu? Feeling the surprised eyes of everyone, Baki Lulu's pretty face blushed, and immediately returned to normal and scolded, Ahem, the battle is not over yet, don't be distracted. Everyone turned around, all holding back and not daring to laugh out loud. Yang Hui was right. This contrast is really cute. However, they also agreed with Baki Lulu's praise. The opportunity just now was indeed rare, and the angle was also very tricky. Yang Hui only had one hand, so it was inevitable that he would have difficulty in operation. However, Yang Hui was able to seize this opportunity and destroy the remaining two Deans at the same time. This was already the top weapon control. Hey. Maru smiled softly and immediately asked the radar control, "Where's the enemy plane's position?" The radar has no response, and the interference is disappearing. It can be judged that his aft army is retreating. Yoshi. Great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no loss in this battle, if it could be avoided, it would be better not to fight. From the time they landed on the Earth until they arrived in Alaska, every battle might be an invitation from the god of hell. Where is Kira? Let him return to the ship. Understood. Please reply if you received this strike. Lieutenant Yamato, please reply if you received it. This is Kira Yamato. Is the Archangel okay? The communication was connected, and Kira's tired and nervous voice came. The enemy has retreated. Is the situation on your side okay? Yes, they have all been defeated. That's good. The battle is over. Return to the ship immediately. Got it. The Archangel successfully survived the first crisis after entering the sea, but what they didn't know was that such a crisis would come again, and it would even become more and more dangerous, and the persistent hunters would soon meet them. At the Gibraltar base of the Zaft army, two small boats that had just landed from space landed on the ground. The hatch opened, and the four machines of Duel, Storm, Thunder, and Aegis came out at once. After parking the machines, Aslan and the other four got off the planes one after another and followed Cruz to the second briefing room together. Captain Cruz, where's Longlegs now? When Isaac arrived at the briefing room, he asked anxiously. He failed to sink the Archangel in space and let it land on the Earth. Even the Desert Tiger was defeated in their hands. The proud Isaac felt extremely humiliated. Isaac, don't be so impulsive. Cruz comforted. This time they landed on Earth, not to chase the Archangel. Break operation was the most important task given to him by the Supreme Council, and it was also a very important part of his plan. Compared with the variable Archangel, break operation had a higher priority. But I understand your feelings, Isaac, and no matter what, we must stop Longlegs from arriving in Alaska with the data, but this is already the mission of the Carpinteria base. This is our job, Captain, we must kill that guy ourselves. Yes, I feel the same way, Captain. Isaac proposed, and Diego, as a good buddy, naturally supported it. Moreover, he and Isaac were both very proud people. It was their mistake to let the Archangel land on Earth by mistake, and they all wanted to wash away the shame with their own hands. Aslan and Nigel did not speak. They did not have such a deep obsession with chasing the Archangel, especially Aslan. He did not want to fight with Kira, and was the one who was least willing to chase the Archangel among the four. Of course I feel the same as you do, but unfortunately, I can't spare the time to prepare for Operation Breakthrough. Cruz pretended to be regretful. Then we'll go by ourselves. Isaac said anxiously. Since you all said so, why don't you try it by yourselves? Yes. With Cruz's permission, Isaac and Diego were happy, especially Isaac. If they went by themselves, they would be a new team and naturally had to choose a new captain. He thought he was excellent, and his dual Gundam was positioned as a captain machine, so he thought he was the most suitable candidate. But Cruz's choice disappointed him greatly. Then Isaac, Diego, Nicole, and Aslan will form a team to continue the mission of chasing the long-legged man. As for the command, Aslan, it's up to you. Huh? Aslan was stunned, and Isaac and Diego both had ugly expressions on their faces. Because of Aslan's serious injury, the bond between the four was strengthened, but it did not mean that the competition was gone. I will arrange for Carpinteria Base to prepare a mothership for you. Let's go immediately. Captain, let me take command. Aslan asked in confusion. Logically, he was the least likely to be the commander among the four. In the previous battle, he had been paddling because of his friendship with Kira. The only time he used all his strength, he was seriously injured. Moreover, Cruz also knew his relationship with Kira. Even if it was to avoid suspicion, he would not let him take command. That ship has a deep connection with you. Cruz walked to Aslan and patted him on the shoulder. I know your difficulties, but I am also looking forward to your performance, Aslan. Team Sarah. Humph, you are obviously the loser, how shameless. Isaac. Diego. Excuse me, he, just telling the truth. At this time, Aslan didn't care about the quarrel between the three people at all, but was immersed in complicated thoughts. On the other side, the Archangel did not choose the shortest route to the Alaska base because it had to go to Orb for supplies. In order to avoid the threat of the deep sea, it chose to advance in the shallow sea area. I really want to get to Orb as soon as possible. Looking at the route map in the cafeteria, Kaz became more and more anxious. I want to, but it can't be rushed. Thor said. Yes, it's rare to be able to go to Orb on the way. After all, our final destination is the Alaska base. It takes a long detour to pass through Orb. Sai said. Yes, so you should be content. If it weren't for Yang Hui, we couldn't even go back to Orb. After all, we can't retire during the war. Miliaria said. I know, but I still think about it. Isn't it good to have a thought? So don't talk about Kaz. Yang Hui. X4 yo, I'm hungry. I'll find something to eat. Yang Hui took the plate and sat down next to the four people. Thank you, Yang Hui, for giving us the opportunity to go back to Orb. Miliaria thanked. I didn't send the Archangel to Orb for you. This is just a deal, so you don't have to thank me. Yes, we all understand. It's a political deal. The four joked. After a long period of contact, they recognized Yang Hui more and more. The resentment and anger at the beginning had dissipated between Zumi. Although sometimes he was very poisonous and spoke in an unsympathetic manner, they all knew that this was all for their own good. Moreover, they all felt the change in Yang Hui. Unlike before, they always felt alienated. Now they communicated with him more sincerely. However, some things would not be told to them, but they could understand. Just like this trip to Orb, Yang Hui went to North Africa to find Kigali. Without the Archangel, couldn't he bring Kigali back to Orb? Of course not. The reason why he entrusted the Archangel to escort him and Kigali back to Orb and even conducted diplomatic exchanges with the Atlantic Federation was to help them, wasn't it? It was just because of Yang Hui's position that the truth could not be publicized. Everyone just kept it to themselves. At this time, Kira came to the cafeteria, and Thor and the other three became silent, especially Sai, who lowered his head and did not look at Kira. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.